The scene opens inside the massive Donghai University building, where the hallways are already buzzing with students. Lin Mu is staring at his test paper like it's written in alien hieroglyphics, completely bombing the exam. Suddenly, the vibe shifts as a squad of stunning girls struts into the classroom. Whispers explode across the room as everyone recognizes the leader of the pack, gushing over her insane visuals. She's walking with that main character energy, making everyone treat her like the campus queen, even though she's just a freshman. Enter Du Xiaoyu, the ice beauty, who looks totally unbothered by the worship she's receiving. The confusion is real, though nobody gets why a first-year goddess is hanging out in a sophomore classroom. The rumor mill spills the tea. She's engaged to some boring guy in this class. And get this, she's been telling people she'd rather stay single forever than marry that piece of trash. The girls stop right at our protagonist's desk, but Lin Mu keeps his head down, ghosting them in real life. One of the girls steps up, invading his personal space with zero hesitation. Slam. She smacks her hand on his desk to snap him out of it, demanding he move so she can sit with her crew. Lin Mu keeps it cool, pointing out there are plenty of empty seats in the back if they want to sit together. But this girl isn't hearing it. She's got that entitled mindset and decides she's taking this specific spot no matter what. She immediately clocks his blank test paper and goes for the roast, mocking him for failing such a basic problem and hogging a front row seat he doesn't deserve. Our guy stays silent because honestly he can't even clap back. She's spilling straight facts. He glances at Du Xiaoyu, but his fiancée is looking at him with eyes colder than a winter storm, totally indifferent. Suddenly, a third party jumps into the chat, tapping our hero on the shoulder. It's a classmate acting like a total simp, deciding he needs to white knight for the beautiful girls. Realizing he's outnumbered and outgunned, the protagonist knows fighting this social pressure is a losing battle. Defeated, he starts packing his gear. The whole class stares, judging him hard as the frustrated loser gives up his territory. He walks past Du Xiaoyu, sneaking a peek at her face. It's still a stone mask, but then she finally breaks her silence. With pure disgust, she calls him a coward. Her friend chimes in, laughing that someone this pathetic must have used daddy's money to get into Donghai University. She accuses him of being a nepotism baby. But truth be told, Du Xiaoyu couldn't care less where he studies. All she wants is to sever this engagement. Cut to evening, Lin Mu is walking the city streets alone, letting the shadows swallow him up. He's heading home, but the emotional damage is heavy. Even though he doesn't love her, being treated like dirt is hard to swallow. That one word, coward, is living rent-free in his head, replaying over and over. It's not like he wanted this. The marriage was arranged by his parents. He shakes his head, deciding to delete those toxic thoughts. Right now, his priority is checking on his grandfather. He hops into a cab, praying the old man's health has improved. Soon, he pulls up to the Lin family estate, a mansion that screams old money. Lin Mu approaches the grand entrance, calling out to let his grandfather know he's back. He's about to step inside, but freezes in his tracks. Something sounds off. He recognizes the yelling instantly. The family is at each other's throats again. He sighs, realizing the whole toxic clan is already gathered. As he enters, the atmosphere instantly turns heavy and suffocating. Everyone goes quiet, the room filling with an awkward, oppressive silence. Aunt Lin Ron is the first to break the ice. She explains that Grandpa is at the hospital for a checkup, but should be back any minute. Lin Mu isn't surprised by the drama. He keeps his face neutral, telling them he's heading to his room and walks past the men without a word. The uncles sit there like statues. Uncle Lin Yitai is the first to snap, clearly annoyed. He starts lecturing about how his nephew has lost all his manners for not greeting his elders. Meanwhile, the second uncle, Lin Yaif, doesn't even think the kid is worth the lecture. He whispers with a sinister smirk that the protagonist doesn't have much time left to live anyway. Flash forward to lunch the next day. Lin Mu is finally sitting down with his grandfather. He tells the old man he's taking a break from classes for a few days to stay home and take care of him. Grandpa's face lights up, clearly happy that his grandson wants to spend quality time with him. Watching him, Lin Mu feels a wave of sadness. The patriarch's health has been tanking ever since Lin Mu's parents passed away. It's a grim reality. Nobody knows if he's ever going to bounce back. Suddenly, the aunt interrupts, announcing it's time for dinner. Within minutes, the entire Lin dynasty is seated around the massive dining table. Uncle Lin Yitai doesn't waste a second clearing his throat to bring up important business, signaling the start of the family drama. He dropped a bombshell right at the dinner table, claiming the auction logistics were stuck in limbo, and he lacked the clearance to make the final call. But everyone knew the system was glitching lately. The man argued that this was the perfect moment to seize control and bring the auction department under his own command. Meanwhile, his brother fired back, insisting that if Lin Yitai couldn't handle the heat, he should get out of the kitchen and let someone capable take over. Right at the peak of this tension, our main character abruptly stood up, declaring he'd lost his appetite and was heading straight to his room. Nobody even batted an eye as the young man walked away, too distracted by the vicious power struggle erupting over the auction house to care. Lin Mu stepped into his sanctuary and let out a heavy, exhausted sigh because he was sick to death of the constant screaming matches. Our hero wandered out onto the balcony, his mind drifting to the painful reality that his parents had left this world way too soon. He wished they could witness this mess, how the family dynasty was crumbling right before his eyes. The chaos downstairs haunted him, leaving our protagonist feeling deeply unsettled and restless. Meanwhile, one of his uncles decided to shadow him, likely suspecting the kid was reaching his breaking point. The man figured our hero was grieving his parents again. Lin Mu wasn't exactly thrilled to see him, skepticism written all over his face as he wondered what the guy actually wanted. But the uncle claimed he had no hidden agenda, insisting he was just worried because Lin Mu barely touched his food. Then, the conversation took a weird turn as he reminisced about how only Lin Mu's dad had truly inherited their grandfather's genius. Tragically, that brother got obsessed with antique research, completely blowing off the grandfather's plea to run the family empire. But even when he finally took the throne, it didn't save the family from ruin. The uncle suddenly decided to cut the history lesson short, dropping a cryptic warning that people shouldn't grab power they can't handle or it ends in total disaster. Lin Mu spun around, brows furrowed in confusion, trying to decode the threat behind those words. But the uncle didn't waste breath explaining he just shoved the protagonist hard. Caught off guard, the main character lost his footing and toppled over the balcony railing. The wind screamed in his ears as the boy watched in pure terror, the concrete pavement rushing up to meet him. His body slammed into the ground with a sickening crunch, a pool of crimson instantly expanding across the asphalt. High above, the uncle stared down coldly at his nephew's broken form. He called it a little parting gift, a shortcut to a family reunion in the afterlife. A split second later, the bickering family inside finally looked out and saw that Lin Mu had plunged from the balcony. The scene instantly cuts to the hospital, where a certain doctor was oblivious to the incoming chaos. Suddenly, a frantic nurse burst in hunting for Dr. Joe. She shouted that they had a critical patient who had taken a nosedive from a balcony, prompting the chief physician to urgently page Miss Joe. The doctor knew this was bad, so she signaled that she was heading to the trauma unit immediately. Meanwhile, our protagonist was already in the ER, surrounded by a swarm of doctors fighting a losing battle to keep him alive. Just looking at his shattered body, it was clear he was on death's door, his life hanging by a literal thread. Dr. Joe stormed in demanding a status update. One of the medics yelled out that the victim fell from the 4th floor with massive internal bleeding, suggesting that her unique acupuncture skills might be his only prayer. She knew a forbidden technique, but the odds of it backfiring were massive. The chief understood the danger, but they were out of options. Miss Joe nodded to her boss and grabbed her needle kit with lethal focus, announcing she was going in. Within seconds, silver needles studded the protagonist's skull, a desperate Hail Mary to cheat death. The nurse watched the monitors and shouted that his vitals were finally leveling out. Dr. Joe explained she forced his body into suspended animation, but warned that if he stayed like this too long, his brain would turn to mush, leaving the heavy lifting to the surgeons. The team prepped for immediate operation to capitalize on the window she bought them. But out of nowhere, the monitors started screaming as the patient's heart rate spiked violently. The head doctor panicked, suspecting that Dr. Joe's gamble had failed. He roared at the assistants to charge the defibrillator stat. Cold metal pressed against the boy's chest, followed by the sharp crack of a 200-joule shock. Lin Mu's body convulsed violently from the massive surge of electricity. The doctor stared intensely at the flatlining monitor, realizing their efforts weren't working. Desperate, the team. Clear 300 joules, zap. The monitor screams a flatline. Lin Mu is gone. Total failure. Dr. Joe reaches for her mask, dread pooling in her stomach. It's time for the part she hates most, telling the family their boy didn't make it. The nurse nods solemn, but her gaze lingers on the corpse. Something feels off. It's a wrap. They pull the white sheet over our hero's face, tagging him for the lonely trip down to the morgue. The team clears out, leaving the OR silent and cold, but they have no clue that the real show is just starting. Suddenly, the air warps. A pitch-black sphere materializes right above Lin Mu's chest, crackling with energy. Then a rogue spark of light bursts into existence, zipping around the room like a heat-seeking missile hunting for a host. Boom! It dives straight into his chest. Lin Mu's physical form is turning ice cold, his soul already drifting away, leaving behind an empty shell. But this cosmic force, it's not about to let our MC clock out that easy. A spectral hand manifests, snatching his drifting soul in a crushing grip, ready to force-feed life back into him. It slams the soul back into the meat suit. As the ghostly limb fades, Lin Mu's body defies gravity, levitating off the steel table. He's literally hovering in mid-air, a puppet on invisible strings. Slowly, methodically, that ancient power fuses with his DNA, jump-starting his heart. Then out of nowhere, a massive, ornate ring manifests on his index finger. The fusion completes, and for a heartbeat he hangs suspended in the silence. Our guy is totally oblivious to the god-tier miracle that just went down. Fast forward to the next morning. Dr. Joe is back on the grind, leaning against an office door. She looks absolutely wrecked. haunted by the memory of losing that patient. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the hallway. She jumps, adrenaline instantly clearing the fog. She bolts, sprinting toward the chaos. To investigate, she bursts into the ward and finds a huddle of nurses trembling in terror. "What is going on?" she demands. They can barely speak, stammering and pointing, claiming they saw something straight out of a horror movie. Jo spins around, scanning the room for answers. She creeps toward Linmu's bed. He's still out cold, but the vibe in the room has shifted. The staff is freaking out because, did he just grow? Like, physically bulk up overnight? Jo steps in for a closer look. Because this makes zero sense. She touches his arm and freezes. He's warm. That shouldn't be possible. Pulse racing, she places a finger under his nose to check for air. And boom, eyes snap open. Linmu is back from the dead. Dr. Jo is paralyzed with shock. The nurses, they're practically climbing the walls, convinced it's a zombie apocalypse. Jo snaps at them to chill, trying to rationalize the impossible. It was just clinical death, she lies to herself. Meanwhile, our MC sits up on the table, looking at these people like they're aliens. He scans the sterile white walls, confused. His brain is firing blanks. He tries to grasp at a memory, anything, but it's all static. He realizes with horror, who the hell am I? Once he's stable, they move him to ICU room 303. Dr. Jo is glued to his side, mind blown. Unable to leave this medical miracle alone, she starts theorizing. Maybe the needles hit a pressure point, fried his memory center. The trauma must be massive if he can't even recall his own name. "Don't panic," she assures him. "It's temporary. It'll all come back." She hands him the call button. "Need anything, press this." Then she finally gives him some space, heading out to deal with her other patients. Left alone in the silence, the facade drops. He focuses inward. No spiritual chi here, at all. And this body, weak, trashed here. Turns out the great immortal has hijacked this vessel, burning his last shred of chi to escape death and forge a new path. The irony stings. The greatest cultivator in the universe, reduced to this frail mortal shell. Rage boils up. The Shuangtian and Yuguai sects think they won. Think again. He's going back, and he's going to make them pay in blood. Meanwhile, back at the Lin mansion, news just dropped. Meanwhile, the shady uncle orchestrating the whole hit was absolutely losing it because his nephew was still breathing. Then his henchman dropped the update the kid was alive, but his memory was completely wiped, which finally lowered the boss's blood pressure. He ordered the goon to handle the loose ends, promising a fat stack of cash. The aunt, however, was spiraling in confusion. Because she couldn't wrap her head around it, the plan was bulletproof, and Linmu wasn't supposed to walk away from that. Her brother didn't have the answers either. All he knew was that the target survived, but his hard drive was totally erased. Hearing the news, the woman's eyes lit up with twisted hope. Maybe the nephew was just a vegetable now. The uncle let out a dark chuckle, amused that, to her, total amnesia and being paralyzed were basically the same winning lottery ticket. While the aunt panicked about their next move, the mastermind had a strategy. Since she was the doting aunt, she was the perfect spy to send in. They couldn't risk exposing the plot without knowing exactly how much damage was done. His orders were simple: play nice, get close, and confirm if the nephew's brain was actually fried. Oblivious to the snake circling him, Linmu sat quietly in his hospital room, minding his own business. The silence broke with a knock. He cleared the guests to enter, but the vibe was instantly weird. Our protagonist was totally lost, so he turned to Dr. Jo, asking what this sudden visit was all about. The doc explained that a relative was here to check on him. "Do you recognize her?" Linmu just pointed to the heavy bandages on his skull, signaling that his memory bank was currently empty. The aunt instantly switched into Oscar-worthy acting mode, feigning heartbreak. But the poor guy just apologized, admitting he had zero clue who she was. She quickly waved it off, telling him not to stress and to focus on resting up. Then she pivoted to the doctor with a weird question. "Why does he look different?" The doc explained that the fall smashed his face up pretty bad, so they had to perform some reconstructive surgery. Outwardly, the aunt thanked the medical team profusely, but inside her twisted mind, she was doing a victory dance. Linmu had actually forgotten everything. Fast forward a few days, and the guy was glued to his books, researching this strange new reality. He discovered that humanity here had a 5,000-year history, but the spiritual chi was pitifully weak. Thanks to a random history book, the puzzle pieces of this world were finally starting to click into place. Just then, Dr. Jo dropped the good news. Our protagonist was healed up and ready to blow this popsicle stand. Linmu turned to her, genuinely grateful for the VIP treatment and support she had given him during recovery. She giggled, teasing him for sounding like a character from an ancient period drama. Linmu immediately flushed red, because now she knew his secret obsession with martial arts lore. She smiled, telling him to get out of there, reconnect with his squad, and make some new memories. Heeding the doctor's orders, Linmu strode out of the hospital gates. A taxi was already idling at the curb, ready to roll. As he rode, he marveled at the city. Zero spiritual chi, yet these humans had evolved some insane technology. The ride ended at the prestigious high school entrance. Lin Mu patted his pockets and his heart sank. Totally empty. Meanwhile, the driver was holding out a hand demanding $50 for the trip. Lin Mu was stuck. He tried to explain he had literally just walked out of a coma ward, leaving him with zero cash. The driver stared at him in shock. This wasn't the kind of drama you expect from Donghai University students who were usually filthy rich. Call a buddy to bail you out, the driver scoffed. The awkwardness level spiked to 100. Lin Mu realized he didn't even know if he had friends in this life. He stood there frozen, totally clueless about who to call in a school full of strangers. Suddenly, a face popped up in the car window. A girl peered out, eyes widening as she spotted Lin Mu, chirping that it had been forever. Lin Mu saw his lifeline and grabbed it immediately, spilling the tea about his wallet situation and begging for a loan. Surprisingly, she didn't hesitate. Assuming his hospital stint was just for plastic surgery, classic rich kid move, he begged her to handle the bill first, so he could escape the angry driver and explain properly. Debt settled, they strolled onto the campus grounds, and Lin Mu started dropping the truth bombs about why he really vanished. He mentioned falling off his own balcony, which sounded sketchy as hell compared to the rumored plastic surgery. But when he dropped the "I have amnesia" card, the realization hit her like a truck. He didn't just forget math class. He forgot her. Lin Mu felt terrible, awkwardly apologizing to the girl who was apparently his longtime girlfriend. Talk about a bad breakup. She pressed him eyes wide, asking if the doctors had dropped any intel on how to reboot his fried memory. The guy shook his head no dice, but admitted a part of him was dying to unlock those missing files. Her voice dipped into a melancholy whisper, admitting that a clean slate isn't the worst fate. Some days even she wished she could just delete everything. Right on cue, they ran into Du Xiaoyue strutting down the hall, flanked by her usual squad of mean girls. She started to roll her eyes, ready to ignore the loser who usually made her skin crawl, but then she did a double take. Something was different. Radical change. Her first thought, our boy definitely went under the knife for some serious plastic surgery. He flushed, realizing he wasn't exactly the first to spot the upgrade, and started stumbling through an explanation. His friend jumped in to save the drowning man, jokingly confirming the surgery theory. Oh yeah, totally. And hey, the results. Pretty cute, right? Xiao Yue let out a cruel, mocking laugh. Please. I don't care how much work he gets done. I'm not marrying trash. That clicked. The guy who originally owned this body, he was actually engaged to this witch. Without missing a beat, he fired back. Great. Let's call the engagement off then. Works for me. Jaws dropped. Both Xiao Yue and the friend stared at him like he'd just grown a second head. Lin Mu stood tall, voice ice cold. Trust me, I have zero interest in tying the knot with someone like you. The campus queen struggled to keep her composure, her mask cracking slightly at the public rejection. She scoffed, calling him brave through gritted teeth, but he wasn't playing games, he was severing ties completely. He wanted her out of his life for good. Beside him, his friend burst out laughing, absolutely loving this newfound backbone. Lin Mu was already over it. He just hoped that was the last time he'd have to breathe the same air as Du Xiaoyue. As he walked away, she couldn't tear her eyes off him. The guy she branded a loser had just flipped the script, and she was shook. Meanwhile, his friend was beaming, practically vibrating with joy that our hero finally got his sweet, petty revenge. That's when the truth came out. Before the amnesia, he wasn't just quiet, he was a doormat. Depressed, bullied, and everyone's favorite punching bag. She didn't sugarcoat it. It wasn't just bullying Lin Mu. It was straight-up humiliation. Every single day. He realized the irony. Xiao Yue had been dying to dump him for ages. He just beat her to the punch and gave her an easy out. His friend dismissed the ex as trash, unworthy of his time, but she was dying to know his next move. She figured he'd be crying over losing the queen of the university, but looking at his face, the guy literally couldn't care less. Zero regrets. Deciding to drop the drama, she warned him to steer clear of the Ice Queen in the future. Come on, she sighed. I'll walk you to class since you obviously don't remember the way. Suddenly, whoosh, a sharp dart sliced through the air, stopping inches from her eye. Reflexes on point, she snatched the deadly projectile out of the air with just 2 fingers, like a total boss. The culprit, Chen Hao. She'd told him 1,000 times to stop playing weapon games in the classroom. The color drained from his face. He'd just pissed off Tang Bei, the class monitor, and not someone you want to mess with. She wasn't having it. If you're going to show off, at least get good at it first. She spun the dart in her hand. Watch and learn. This is how it's done. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the dart flying thwack dead center. A perfect bullseye. Our MC raised an eyebrow. That wasn't just luck. That precision screamed foundation dimension level skill. Turning back to the room, the badass monitor reintroduced the new and improved Lin Mu to the squad. Listen up, our boy took a hit and his memory is toast. Let's help him piece it back together, all right. The class erupted into supportive applause, actually giving the guy a warm welcome for once. Lin Mu smirked. This Tang Bei, she wasn't half bad. Strong, popular, and actually decent. The vibes were cut short by a sharp knock. The door swung open and the teacher breezed in. She scanned the room, a bright smile lighting up her face as she prepped for the lesson. "Did I miss the party?" she teased. Lin Mu, squinting, assumed she was just another student running late. Bei cracked up, realizing he had just mistaken instructor Song Liangju for a classmate. While Lin Mu stood there confused, the teacher locked eyes with him. "You're back. Come with me for a sec." Seeing him freeze up, the class monitor hissed. "Dude, snap out of it. Miss Song is calling you. Go." Song Liangju's expression softened. She'd heard the rumors and wanted to check the damage herself. "So, how are you holding up?" Lin Mu thanked Teacher Song for the checkup, assuring her he was back to 100% health. She beamed, clearly relieved to see the guy standing tall. She doubled down, reminding him that her door was always open if things got heavy. The young man nodded, genuinely appreciating the lifeline, but the heart-to-heart got cut short by a sharp rap on the door. Enter Tang Bei. She popped in to check if they were done wrapping up, hoping to steal our hero away for lunch. Teacher Song gave the all clear. With permission granted to grab some grub, the teacher tossed a thank you to Bei for having Lin Mu's back. The girl practically glowed at the praise. She brushed it off, helping a classmate was just part of the code. Meanwhile, our main man, total silence. He just rose from his chair and made a beeline for the door. Song Liangru watched the duo leave, eyes narrowing slightly. It wasn't just the physical glow-up. She realized his entire vibe had shifted. The kid was different. En route to the cafeteria, our hero couldn't help but bring up that insane dart throw earlier. She had to be hitting the gym to pull that off. Bei shrugged it off, just the result of some intense home training. Then she dropped the question, did he want to learn a thing or two? Caught off guard but totally hyped, he stammered out a yes, he definitely needed the upgrade. Bei paused, scanning him like she was analyzing data. Upon closer inspection, she realized his frame was way sturdier than before. The transformation was legit, wild. It looked like years of grinding in the dojo. Little did she know, gravity and a balcony drop did all the heavy lifting. But Lin Mu wasn't exactly celebrating. He'd literally stared death in the face. Eventually, she had to admit. Yeah, getting wasted by the pavement wasn't worth the stat boost. Catching the vibe shift, he noticed she was getting dragged down by the dark thoughts and told her to chill. It wasn't that deep anymore. That's when Bei pivoted. She got curious what was his game plan moving forward. Lin Mu kept it real. He had absolutely zero clue. Total amnesia meant a blank slate, but Bei wasn't having the pity party. She saw an angle. Smirking, she hit him with a deep one. Ever wish you could just reboot your whole life? He froze mid-step. That question hit different, and he realized he'd never actually considered it before. Bei didn't hold back the old Lin Mu, a total pushover. An introverted recluse. He used to be a punching bag for jerks like Du Chao. But this version, this Lin Mu, was a whole new beast. New look, new attitude. She was convinced the accident was basically a divine reset button. A literal second chance from the big guy upstairs. She urged him to grab the wheel and drive. I mean, since he woke up with a god-tier physique, why waste it? Surprised, he asked what exactly she had in mind to level up his life. That knowing grin returned to Bei's face. Oh yeah, she definitely had a roadmap ready. She leaned in, dropping a heavy name. Ever hear of the Dragon Protectors? Lin Mu blinked. Dragon Protectors. The name sounded like something straight out of a comic book. It was time for the talk. Not the birds and bees, the martial world. But before diving deep, she tested the waters. Do you believe there are people out there who can kill you with a single leaf? Lin Mu's mind went straight to the lore spiritual chi warriors. Absolutely, he replied without hesitation. Bei's expression turned serious. These weren't just stories, but they were rare. Legend spoke of masters hitting the Xiantian realm. In fact, her own grandfather had almost touched that divinity. But he choked at the finish line, consumed by his inner demons. His cultivation, gone. Total wipeout. But the family celebrated the small victory. The old man survived. Lin Mu comforted her. Power is cool, but having a living grandpa beats a dead master any day. She took the comfort in stride, but doubled down on hope. The Tang sect was crawling with prodigies. Someone was bound to break the Xiantian barrier eventually. Lin Mu's ears perked up. That name rang a bell. Sichuan Tang. Like the Poison Clan, he looked at his friend with wide eyes. Bei busted out laughing. She poked his forehead hard. You've been reading too many wuxia novels, dummy. But she didn't deny it. The novels weren't wrong. They were indeed the masters of poison and hidden weapons. They were real, and back in their golden age, the sect was stacked with Xiantian-level monsters. Absolute powerhouses. Lin Mu was floored. This was way heavier than high school drama. He had to know, just how strong are we talking? Bei recited the lore straight from her grandfather's stories. Every technique, every move in the book, invented by these legends. Our hero's mind raced, realizing, we're talking power levels on par with the legendary Foundation Establishment tier, and he needed to know if their sect was packing heat like that. Bei immediately dropped the lore, reminding him that the Dragon Protectors are the Huaxia government's elite Black Ops squad, built for the heavy lifting. That's exactly why the top sects send their best disciples to grind XP here. It's the fastest way to level up. And get this, Tong Bai Bai isn't just a member, she's practically running the show as a coach. Lin Mu started getting cold feet doubting his own stats, since he was a lone wolf without a sect backing him. But Bai Bai shut that down, swearing that his raw potential combined with their boot camp would turn him into a monster on par with their top recruits. Then she dropped the question, "You down to run with the Dragon Protectors for a bit?" Lin Mu hesitated, wondering if he should be making impulsive life choices like this. But then he steeled his resolve. He was done with being a nobody. He wanted a new destiny. End of discussion. The scene shifts to deep in the night, where our protagonist had already located his target. Standing outside the massive Tenglong Corporation skyscraper, the guy was actually shook that a secret organization's HQ was hiding in plain sight right in the city center. Bai Bai shrugged it off, classic hidden in the crowd tactics. It's a government asset after all. Plus, when things go south, they need to deploy instantly, not commute from a mountain. Lin Mu realized his comment was kind of a rookie take, and admitted she had a point. Logic check passed. In no time, they breezed into the Tenglong lobby and made a beeline for the elevators, aiming for the penthouse, or so he thought. Seeing the sheer scale of the place, our hero finally grasped that this organization wasn't playing games. Bai Bai whipped out a sleek security card to verify her clearance. She swiped it across the panel with the confidence of a VIP. Access denied for normies, this was special ops only. A second later, a screen flashed, confirming the system was downloading secure data. Bai Bai started punching in codes while explaining that the whole Tenglong Corporation thing was just a massive front. She told Lin Mu to hold his horses and watch the magic happen. Since our cultivator boy was still a tech noob, he nearly jumped out of his skin when the elevator suddenly plummeted downwards instead of going up. A heartbeat later, a chime dinged, signaling they had hit the target floor deep underground. As the steel doors slid open, Bai Bai officially welcomed him to the Dragon Protector's real sanctuary, the underground base. It was insane, a massive subterranean hub buzzing with agents and organization staff, just grinding away. Bai Bai didn't let him sightsee. She dragged him straight to the boss's office. Time to meet leadership. The man inside sensed their aura, instantly snapping awake from his nap like a predator. Clearly startled by the late-night intrusion, he demanded to know why Bai Bai was crashing his office at 0:30. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had his spiritual radar on scanning the old man's chi. The reading was off the charts, looks like. This guy had smashed past the energy-gathering realm and was sitting comfortably in the foundation realm. But Lin Mu also clocked that this warrior was still a long way from hitting the Xiantian god tier. Bai Bai cut to the chase, telling Uncle Yang she brought him a 1 in a million martial arts prodigy, the kind of raw talent you don't see in thousands of masters. The old man looked unimpressed, thinking she was just hyping up her boyfriend for a job. He scowled, emphasizing that the kid was way too old to start learning martial arts now. Bai Bai rolled her eyes, clarifying he wasn't her boo, and dared the leader to test the main character's stats personally. Uncle Yang couldn't say no to Bai Bai, so he decided to humor her. He stepped up to the rookie, clamping a heavy hand on his shoulder while staring him down to read his soul. The result: the boss was genuinely floored. The kid had zero martial arts training, yet his physical body was built like a tank. Bai Bai fist-pumped internally. She knew she was right. She added the backstory: Lin Mu used to be a regular dude, but after taking a nasty fall, his body mutated into this powerhouse. Uncle Yang's eyes practically popped out of his head, because that sounded physically impossible. Honestly, even Lin Mu was still clueless about it. The doctors had run every test in the book and came up with nothing. The organization leader realized our hero already knew too much about the Dragon Protectors, so he cut the small talk and offered him a spot on the roster. Lin Mu didn't even blink, he accepted immediately. The boss warned him there's an entry exam to pass first. And once you're in, this is a distinct Hotel California situation. You can check out, but you can never leave. But our protagonist was already briefed. He knew the stakes before walking in. His mind was made up, he was all in. Uncle Yang loved that attitude. He immediately announced they'd start prepping the exam. He was betting big that with Lin Mu's freakish talent, the tests would be a cakewalk. He tossed the kid a manual. It contained a secret breathing technique. The instructions were simple: memorize it, then burn it to ashes immediately. Secrecy was paramount. Leaks wouldn't just be punished, they'd be fatal. The man drilled it in: stick to the playbook exactly as written. Once he masters the technique, he's got a one-way ticket to report to Uncle Yang personally. Lin Mu gave a nod of gratitude to the boss for the gear hookup, then gripped that manual like his life depended on it. Tang Bai Bai double-checked the fine print before pitching the idea: start Lin Mu's trial run right now. Uncle Yang gave the green light. As the guys exited, the man let out a satisfied chuckle. He just scored himself a serious powerhouse. That girl had delivered a straight-up miracle to his doorstep. The Dunhai branch was about to level up with this new expert. Fresh from the sit-down with the Dragon Defender's head honcho, our MC headed straight for the dorms. Lin Mu locked in, dissecting the breath-holding technique. He needed to master this as soon as possible to secure his spot on the team. But one thing bugged him. Lu Xiaoyang's spiritual qi felt off, totally bizarre. He figured the local energy might just be too weak. Suddenly that mysterious ring manifested on his index finger out of nowhere. In a heartbeat, it turned solid and vacuumed up every ounce of energy in the room. This piece of bling was the last relic from the cultivator world. He wondered when he'd finally crack the code to access the loot stashed inside. He needed answers about the ring's storage space. Time to hit the books. Destination: the library. The second the sun peeked over the horizon, he was on the move. Bright and early, he was already camped out, hauling a massive stack of ancient texts. He claimed a table and started speed-reading, scanning pages for any clue that could help him. Crash! A noise shattered the silence, snapping him out of his focus. He looked up, annoyed. It was Du Xiaoyu, looking visibly irritated while some random dude tried to spit game at her. She gave Wang Dong an icy stare, warning him to back off. She made it clear his daddy's money didn't impress her one bit. But the guy wouldn't quit. In his twisted mind, they were a power couple waiting to happen. Du Xiaoyu was disgusted by his massive ego and spelled it out for him. The Wang family, not her vibe, never would be. Having made her point loud and clear, she spun around and stormed off. But Wang Dong was persistent and annoying. He chased after her, mocking her engagement to that loser from the Lin clan. Word on the street was that Lin Mu was total trash, so Wang Dong couldn't fathom why a beauty like her would settle. Du Xiaoyu was barely holding back her rage, forced to breathe the same air as this creep. Meanwhile, our MC was totally zoned out, ignoring their little drama. But then Wang Dong spotted his competition sitting right there and decided to switch targets. Lin Mu played it cool, pretending he was deaf and blind to the world, refusing to look up from his page. The bully smirked, amused by the lack of respect. He stomped over to Lin Mu's table, drilled holes into him with his eyes, and demanded to know if Lin Mu had a problem, seeing as he was dodging. Even a simple greeting. Our hero didn't even recognize this clown. He finally looked up. "Can I help you?" Wang Dong dropped the threats immediately. End the engagement with Du Xiaoyu. Now. Lin Mu just shrugged. Already done. Her life isn't my business anymore. The bully whipped around, stunned, and demanded confirmation from Du Xiaoyu. The beauty saw a chance to stir the pot, and coolly lied. Not true at all, Wang Dong snapped. He thought the MC was playing him for a fool, and ripped the book right out of Lin Mu's hands. Taken off guard, Lin Mu lost his grip, and the manual slammed onto the floor with a loud thud. Wang Dong was fuming, now convinced the kid dared to lie to his face, and promised to make him pay in blood. Lin Mu didn't flinch. He just let out a bored hum. But disrespect has a limit. Lin Mu moved like lightning, snatching the bully up, locking him in a grip he couldn't break. With a deadly serious glare, he asked, "So, what's your move now?" Our hero didn't hesitate. Class was in session. The bully, unable to spit out a word, exposed as a total glass cannon, crumpled to the floor. Wang Dong scrambled, trying to force himself back up, reeling from the brutal reality check. But Lin Mu wasn't done handing out L's yet. He delivered a savage kick, then stomped his boot right onto Wang Dong's chest, pinning him down. With the opponent neutralized, he turned his cold gaze to Du Xiaoyu. He asked point blank, "Do you really still need this engagement?" The girl stressed. It wasn't exactly on her bucket list, but defying the ancient elders of the family was basically a death sentence. Truth is, Lin Mu never realized Du Xiaoyue was going to be such a massive pain in the neck until now. He pivoted to Wang Dong, who definitely heard every word, and dropped the bomb. Technically they were engaged, so the creep needed to back off. But the bully puffed up, barking the classic, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Lin Mu couldn't care less. He slammed Wang Dong down with zero chill, making the daredevil howl like a baby. Broken and humiliated, he begged for mercy, promising to scram. Lin Mu finally decided to cut the kid some slack, and told him to vanish. Immediately. The self-important jerk wasn't used to taking L's like this, so he slinked out of the library without saying a peep. But the grudge ran deep. He was already cooking up a plan to wreck the guy who just destroyed his ego, who had totally disrespected him. Meanwhile, the library was buzzing because nobody expected a WWE SmackDown. In the middle of the study zone, one student got super salty about the noise and started complaining about the brawl. Lin Mu switched to damage control, apologizing and spinning a lie that someone just tripped into a table. He started fixing the furniture to sell the act. Du Xiaoyue clocked the shift immediately. The old Lin Mu would never have the guts to pull a move like that. Lin Mu figured this new attitude solved more problems. But the girl, even though she couldn't stand her fiancé, dropped a truth bomb. Wang Dong holds grudges forever. Our hero just smirked at the info and thanked her for the heads up. Then his eyes landed on the book. The bully had swiped. A specific line jumped out at him. If enemies return, finish the job. It made him think. He'd already mastered that technique. Time to find Liu Shouyang for an upgrade. Cut to evening. And the Wang mansion is pure chaos. Papa Wang was fuming that none of his goons brought him any dirt even though he was paying top dollar and had been waiting 7 whole days. The staff kept insisting Lin Mu was a total wimp, but wimps don't somehow snap the young master's arm like a twig. They swore they knew the guy, but this version was a completely different animal. The boss was intrigued by this sudden power-up. Then a minion chimed in. They'd greased the palm of a servant at the Lin estate who spilled the tea after the incident. The kid lost his memory, went rogue, and ghosted his own house. Mr. Wang decided it was go time. He ordered his hit squad to drag the guy in no matter what. The guards locked in and accepted the mission. The old man didn't fear the Lin family name. Lin Mu had crossed him personally, and payback was due. Next morning, our hero strolled into uni, completely clueless about the target on his back. But Lin Mu sensed the vibe shift. The air felt heavy, something was definitely off. Suddenly, a sketchy van cut him off. A squad of thugs piled out, making a beeline for our hero. The ringleader smirked, looking smug as he announced his boss wanted to invite Lin Mu for a cup of tea. The guy blinked. He definitely didn't know any mob bosses. The goons got impatient. Come quietly, or we drag you. They weren't asking. Lin Mu shrugged and agreed, mostly to avoid another street brawl. He figured the Wang family was thirsty for revenge. Honestly, Lin Mu wasn't scared at all, he thought. This might actually be fun. It wasn't long before Mr. Wang got the call. The package had arrived. The man, blowing a thick cloud of cigar smoke, commanded them to bring the kid in. The guards moved out instantly to do the boss's bidding. A knock echoed, and the gentleman growled, "Enter." Lin Mu walked in, flanked by a wall of muscle. The man immediately glared. "Do you have any clue what mess you've stepped into?" Lin Mu played it cool, acting like he was totally clueless, so the head of the family dropped a hint. "Wang Dong is my son." Lin Mu chuckled. "Oh, so the battered toddler ran home crying to daddy. And now you want revenge." The man just laughed at the audacity. Nobody had ever had the guts to talk to him like that. The audacity is off the charts. Wang actually thinks he's doing Lin Mu a favor. He claims he'll show mercy, solely out of respect for the Lin family. He'll let the kid walk right after he snaps his tendons. But Lin Mu, he doesn't even flinch. He coolly asks, "And if I refuse?" Suddenly a heavy hand clamps onto his shoulder. A guard warns him not to make things ugly. "Don't escalate this kid." Big mistake. Lin Mu hates being touched. Bam! He drives a vicious elbow straight into the Wang lackey. He seizes the guard's arm, ready to snap it like a twig. "Adults are talking," he snarls. "Don't interrupt." The sheer power gap is insane. It doesn't matter how trained these guys are. Lin Mu tosses him like a rag doll. Crash! The guard slams into a table, splintering it into kindling. Mr. Wang raises an eyebrow, genuinely impressed. "Not bad," he muses. "Kid's got moves." But he's not worried yet. He figures Lin Mu will crumble under a swarm attack. Wrong. Our boy's grin doesn't fade, it just gets wider. That cocky smile pushes Wang over the edge. The disrespect is palpable. "Rip him apart," Wang roars. Lin Mu yawns, checking the time. "Just come at me all at once. I've got places to be." He drops into a stance, ready to speedrun this level. The goal: drop the trash mobs and get straight to the boss. The goons rush him, but it's a massacre. Lin Mu weaves through them. Whack, thud, crack. 1 hit, 1 kill. 10 seconds flat. That's all it took. The guards are groaning on the floor, while Lin Mu casually straightens his lapels. Wang's jaw hits the floor. He actually thought his elite squad stood a chance. Lin Mu steps over a body. "Now, can we chat?" "You and your son wasted my time," Lin Mu says coldly. "And my time isn't free. I need reimbursement." Wang is trembling now, terror replacing his arrogance. "My fault. Totally my fault," he stammers. "I'll give you $20 million. Just take it." Lin Mu narrows his eyes. "Is this clean money I don't touch, dirty cash?" The old man is sweating bullets. "It's clean, every cent," Wang pleads, desperate to survive. Lin Mu shrugs, deciding to play along. He reaches into his jacket. Wang flinches, but he pulls out a credit card. "Transfer it. Now." I need my computer," Wang stammers. Lin Mu gestures for him to go ahead. "Make it quick." Wang scurries to the desk, fingers flying across the keyboard. A moment later, he exhales. "It's done. Transfer complete." "Check it yourself," Wang insists, pointing at the screen. "Pleasure doing business with you," Lin Mu quips. But while Lin Mu looks away, the old snake's hand creeps toward a desk drawer. Eyes locked on Lin Mu, Wang smiles. "Take your time." Click. He pulls out a sleek handgun. Actually, Wang sneers, aiming right at Lin Mu's chest. "Let's chat a bit longer." Lin Mu freezes, staring down the barrel. "What's wrong?" Wang taunts. "You were so tough a second ago. Where'd all that swagger go?" He thinks he's won. But slowly that trademark smirk creeps back onto Lin Mu's face. He isn't scared, he's amused. Boom! Lin Mu kicks the heavy desk, sending it flying straight into Wang's gut. Caught off guard, Wang drops the gun as he stumbles back. Lin Mu towers over him. "Was it worth it?" "You just dug your own grave, old man." Panic sets in. "Wait, it was a misunderstanding. Just a joke," Wang cries. "I just wanted to talk," he lies. Lin Mu shakes his head. "Trust is off the table now. There's nothing left to discuss." The negotiation period is officially over. If I wanted you dead, you'd be a corpse already, Lin Mu whispers darkly. So stop testing my patience. Please think of the family relations. Wang begs, groveling on the floor. I'll do anything, any order, I swear. Anything. Lin Mu pauses. Now that sounds interesting. A useful puppet is better than a dead enemy. A dark glint enters his eyes. He snatches Wang by the throat, hoisting him up. Time for a permanent lesson. Before Wang can scream, Lin Mu jams a mysterious white pill down his throat. Gulp. It goes down instantly. Wang clutches his neck, hacking and coughing, eyes bulging. What was that? He screams. What did you feed me? Lin Mu just smiles coldly. It's a legendary poison, Han Xiao Ban Bu Dian, he explains casually. Nasty stuff. But don't worry, I have the antidote, which I'll give you every 3 months. If you behave, cross me, and you die screaming. Your choice. With Wang shivering in fear, Lin Mu turns to leave. Buzz, buzz. His phone goes off. It's Tang Bei Bei. Where did you go? She asks. Get back to base as soon as possible. We've got a new mission for you. Lin Mu hangs up and heads out. Next stop, the Tanglong Corporation. Approaching the rendezvous point, Lin Mu found the hall buzzing with nervous energy. The staff huddled together, exchanging anxious whispers. The vibe was heavy. Something major went down. Spotting his contact, our MC wasted zero time demanding the lowdown. She dropped the bomb. The organization had nabbed a high-profile mercenary warlord. Retaliation was swift. His crew snatched 20 civilians as leverage. Their demand: a straight swap for their boss. But the situation had already spiraled completely out of control. It wasn't just a hostage crisis anymore. Intel pointed to an imminent strike on the Pearl Tower. They had to be shut down like yesterday. Lin Mu scanned for a strategy. What's the play? Her answer was sharp. Priority Alpha is extracting those hostages safely and providing backup to the other squads. The math didn't add up in his head, just the two of them. Going up against these psychos sounded like a suicide run. BB cut through his doubt. If the org had the manpower, they wouldn't be scraping the barrel for recruits. She laid it out. His job was strictly recon. Locate the captives, ping the coordinates to the higher-ups, and stay low. Meanwhile, the commander of the Dragon Protectors pivoted to his squad to drop the mission directives. His voice was grave, carrying the weight of the situation. This wasn't a drill, it was critical, and the clock was ticking. The order was barked: move out, execute your missions. Without a second thought, our hero launched into action, blitzing toward the west district of Donghai City. He took the high road, literally leaping across rooftops, to stay off the radar. But as he scanned the perimeter, a gut feeling gnawed at him. His senses screamed crowd, yet every room he peered into was a ghost town. Weird. He decided to dive from his perch, to investigate closer. Lin Mu ghosted up to a window, pressing against the wall to scope out the interior. The lights were blazing, but the place was totally deserted. Not a soul in sight. Then it clicked. The puzzle pieces fell into place. He crept toward a heavy hatch concealed nearby, inspecting the seal. His instincts were screaming this was the rat hole where the enemies were hunkered down, underground the whole time. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mu heaved the massive iron cover open. An artificial glow spilled out, confirming his suspicion. Beneath the trapdoor, a massive staircase descended into the depths. And standing sentry, a lone guard, head on a swivel, scanning for intruders. He was thorough, making sure no one slipped past. Suddenly, the sound of movement prickled behind him, even though he wasn't expecting guests. He turned, and his vision was instantly filled with a pair of legs rocketing straight for his skull. Lin Mu executed a flawless aerial takedown, wrapping his legs around the target in a vice grip. The guard opened his mouth to scream for backup, but the chokehold cut off his air supply instantly. Silence. Only a pathetic wheeze escaped as he thrashed helplessly, pinned by Lin Mu's ironclad lock on his windpipe. Lights out. The goon slumped to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Lin Mu dismounted with the grace of a cat, landing silently. Time for a wardrobe change. He stripped the unconscious sentry, undoing straps and buckles with practiced speed. He suited up in record time. The fit was impeccable. He morphed instantly from intruder to just another faceless grunt, his mask obscuring his identity. Lin Mu didn't hesitate. He marched straight toward the boss's chambers, to feign a report and draw out the high-value target. The door swung open, revealing a hulking, roided-out giant. The behemoth stepped out, growling a demand for a sit rep. Our hero stood his ground, analyzing every micro-movement of the boss, while calculating his response. But the leader's instincts kicked in. His hand drifted ominously toward his holster. He smelled a rat. Lin Mu saw the twitch and didn't wait for an invitation. He lunged, clamping onto the giant's wrist to jam the draw. But the boss wasn't a pushover. He recovered instantly, launching a brutal knee strike meant to shatter ribs. Lin Mu, anticipating the move, read it like a book, and countered hard. A sickening crack echoed through the hall. The bandit's legs snapped against Lin Mu's steel-like frame. Looks were deceiving. The kid was built like a tank. The giant let out a blood-curdling howl, agony surging through him as his body contorted. He hit the deck with a heavy thud, desperately clutching his shattered limb. Adrenaline spiking, the gang leader tightened his grip on his sidearm and leveled the barrel straight at our MC. Screaming, "Who the hell are you?" Terror leaked into his voice as he demanded a name. But Lin Mu didn't flinch. He didn't speak. He just stared him down with cold indifference. Realizing talk was cheap and this thug needed to stay down, he delivered a devastating follow-up knee strike. Crippled by pain, the bandit had zero defense. His eyes rolled back and his consciousness flickered out like a blown fuse. The massive body hit the deck with a heavy thud, lights out. Lin Mu scanned the perimeter and realized the entire group of hostages was huddled right there in the room. Then his eyes locked onto something in the corner, 2 beat-up duffel bags, completely unmarked. Zero hesitation, the kid rushed over to the suspicious gear and ripped that zipper open to see what secrets were lurking inside. Jackpot. We're talking stacks on stacks of cold hard cash hiding there. The whole time. Lin Mu's jaw practically hit the floor. These guys weren't just low-level thugs. They were sitting on a fortune in paper bills. A light bulb went off in his head immediately. He realized none of these hostages actually knew his face or who he was. He zipped the bags shut, knuckle-gripped the handles, and bolted, realizing this was his golden ticket to the high life. But one girl wasn't exactly vibing with our protagonist's sudden exit. She figured Lin Mu had iced the bad guy just to keep all that loot for himself. This beauty was sharp as a tack, and she spotted a critical detail instantly. Our hero had left a pistol lying on the concrete, and she saw her opening. With a few sick acrobatic flips, she snatched the weapon off the floor. Fearless, the brave hostage leveled the barrel straight at Lin Mu's face. Freeze, our boy let out a massive sigh, realizing his easy getaway just hit a brick wall. He immediately tried to talk his way out of it, explaining he wasn't there to bully them and that they were free to walk. The girl got the vibe. But as an undercover cop, she couldn't just let a thief walk away with the evidence. She barked an order, "Drop the bags. Hands behind your head. Now." Lin Mu didn't flinch. Instead, he offered to split the stash, 50-50, trying to bribe her into pretending they never met. But this hostage wasn't folding that easily. She tightened her grip and repeated the command, "Drop the loot or eat a bullet." The protagonist knew playtime was over. He let the bags hit the floor with a heavy thud. The officer turned to a nearby hostage, ordering him to grab a belt to truss up the villain. Lin Mu slowly lowered himself to the ground, acting all defeated and resigned to his fate. But it was all a performance. He was already cooking up a plan, waiting for the perfect split second to strike. It only took one precise movement to intercept the guy trying to tie him up. In a heartbeat, Lin Mu spun around, grabbing the civilian and using him as a human shield. He shoved the poor guy forward, knocking the female officer off balance. Without wasting a millisecond, the veteran fighter closed the gap and ripped the gun right out of her hands. He made it clear the hostage didn't need to be involved, and told the girl to sit in the corner and stay put. She realized she was checkmated, so she slumped down, obeying Lin Mu, who just let out a grudging hum. The protagonist knew the problem was solved, so he grabbed his 2 bags of cash and booked it for the exit. Before stepping out of the enemy base, he stripped off the disguise. Meanwhile, the guard's corpse was still chilling by the entrance of the massive basement. A smug grin spread across the kid's face. He had absolutely crushed his first mission. Now he needed a stash spot. He scanned the area and chucked the bags down into an old well, which turned out to be the perfect hiding hole. He planned to swing by and retrieve his retirement fund once the heat died down. Mission accomplished. He radioed Bei Bei to report suspicious activity at the site. It wasn't long before the dragon protectors rolled up on the scene, evacuating the hostages from the bandit den. Among the victims was that police officer, still fuming and wanting to arrest Lin Mu for theft, totally oblivious that he was standing 5 feet away. The guy told his partner he was heading to HQ to file the rescue report, the perfect excuse to move to the next phase of his plan. The girl was just relieved everyone made it out alive. As they loaded the hostages onto the bus, the rescue op went off without a hitch. Tong Bei Bei watched the transport drive off, deep in thought about the chaos. "It's not over," she said. The hostages had dropped some intel about something sketchy going down inside. The protagonist started sweating internally, asking, "Oh, what are they saying?" Turns out they spilled the tea about the 2 mercenaries destroying each other. But by the time the dragon protectors arrived, both fighters were down for the count. The real kicker, they couldn't find a single cent of the bandits' money. It was obvious that whoever flatlined those mercenaries was a total beast. It looked like the opponents didn't stand a ghost of a chance. The girl was ready to report to her superiors that a Grandmaster-level fighter was on the loose. Lin Mu just stood there, poker face intact. Only the insiders flashed a knowing smirk, recognizing that a true master had been on the scene. With the area swept, the squad headed back to their headquarters to debrief on the mission's success. Lin Mu told the team he had his own agenda to handle and bid a quick farewell to Tong Bei Bei. He ghosted the Dragon Defender's base, flagged down a taxi, and told the driver to gun it toward the Pingjiang district. Upon arrival, he greased the driver's palm with some extra cash and asked him to keep the engine running, while he made a quick run for some clothes. The cabbie agreed, happy to let the kid handle his business in peace. The driver lit up a cigarette to kill time while waiting for his fare. A few minutes later, Lin Mu bounced back and signaled for the trunk to be popped so he could toss his gear in. Completely clueless, the driver didn't suspect a thing, hitting the release button without a second thought. The protagonist wasted zero time and heaved 2 massive duffel bags of cash inside. Cigarette dangling from his lips, the driver noticed his passenger looked way too happy about picking up some laundry. Lin Mu just chuckled, keeping the truth to himself, knowing there's no other way to react when you're sitting on 10 million euros. Meanwhile, Mr. Wong was stressing over his lab results after that mystery pill incident. His lackey handed over the envelope, dropping the bombshell that the report was clean, no poison detected. The doc claimed he was fit as a fiddle with 0 issues except for one tiny, insignificant glitch. Wong wasn't in the mood for excuses. He snapped and ordered everyone to get out of his face. Rage was boiling over because he was starting to think Lin Mu had played him for a fool. But his spiral of anger was shattered by the piercing ringtone of his phone. His eyes locked onto the screen, staring at an incoming call from an unknown number. Wong snatched the phone, barking into the receiver, demanding to know who had the guts to disturb him at such a terrible time. The voice on the other end belonged to the very guy he had been obsessing over just seconds ago. It turns out the protagonist had already booked a table at Wang Dong's own restaurant and was looking for a little face-to-face chat with his new connection. That grabbed the old man's attention instantly, and he scrambled to get there. Wang Dong was actually on edge, totally unable to read what this kid's game was. Our hero immediately noted that the tycoon arrived in record time with Wang, explaining he wouldn't dare keep Lin Mu waiting. The old man was vibrating with anticipation, eager to figure out what brother Lin needed, and ready to grant any wish. Lin Mu let out a low laugh, playing it cool, and denied any big drama. He cut to the chase, mentioning that Wang Dong should already be looped in on the messy situation with the Lin family. Pouring a glass of wine, the protagonist hinted that this was a job only a man of Wang's caliber could handle. Suddenly energized, the old man begged him to spill the details. Lin Mu explained he was sitting on a mountain of cash, but he couldn't exactly spend it freely. He knew Mr. Wang was a business mogul, making him the perfect ally to wash this problem if the pitch was right. The tycoon caught on instantly. Fighting wasn't his thing, but making money moves was his playground. He leaned in, asking exactly how much capital Lin Mu was holding. The protagonist confidently dropped the number, 20 million euros. And he didn't just want it cleaned, he needed Wang to flip it into an even massive fortune. Easy work for Wang, he told the kid to relax and trust the process. Lin Mu raised his glass, noting that with that settled, he had to go check on a friend first. Wang grabbed his own glass, clinking it back and happily replying that it was no problem at all. Deal sealed. Our hero headed back to the cramp hostel that served as his crash pad. He hopped on his laptop while his roomies were prepping for class. He realized this dorm life wasn't going to cut it too many prying eyes, making it impossible to cultivate his powers in secret. He needed his own crib. Scrolling through rental listings, Lin Mu spotted a solid option. He decided it was time to make a move, but he needed to verify one thing first. He pulled up to the spot, and not gonna lie, the place looked pretty legit. The protagonist paused at the front door, thinking it would be a huge bonus if the landlord of this house. Turns out the guy wasn't a total jerk. Pushing past the jitters, he hits the buzzer, and a sharp ring cuts through the air. A voice echoes from the depths of the house. Hold your horses. Seconds later, the door swings open to reveal a kid. A literal child stands there, drilling him with a look. Who you looking for? Lin Mu blinks, totally thrown off. Saw the rental ad online. Realization dawns on the kid's face. Ah, the unexpected tenant. Lin Mu nods, confirming the deal, and cuts straight to the chase. He asks about the monthly rent. The owner isn't keen on airing business in the street. Come on in. Scope the place out. Then we talk cash. Our hero doesn't argue. He slips into the guest slippers without a word, trailing behind the pint-sized landlord. It hits him. They haven't even swapped names yet. The kid spins around. I'm Meng Swan, by the way. Lin Mu keeps it ice cold. Lin Mu. Meng Swan drops the catch immediately. 2 other people live upstairs. Only one room left. He kicks open a door. $1,200 a month. But here's the kicker. You gotta pay the full year up front. Our hero pumps the brakes. That kind of cash for a glorified closet? No way. The landlord shrugs, clearly not desperate. Too rich for your blood. There's a cheap dive down the block. Costs a few $100s. Suddenly, a voice booms from the entrance, another visitor. It's not like Meng Swan needs the money anyway. The new arrival steps into the light. It's a university professor. She locks eyes with Lin Mu and freezes. A familiar face was the last thing she expected here. Meng Swan looks between them confused. The vibe screams they know each other. Song Liangju confirms it, grinning ear to ear. This guy, he's my student. Lin Mu starts sweating bullets. Living under the same roof as Miss Song, that's a straight-up nightmare for his freedom. He decides to bail. Price is too high. I'm out. He doesn't even say sorry for wasting their time. Song Liang-ju watches him go stunned. With his family's bank account, he can't afford rent. Suspicion creeps in. Did something happen to the family fortune? Meanwhile, our protagonist manages to snag a different spot. It's got a heavy Western vibe, not his style, but he doesn't waste time nitpicking. He pulls the trigger, deciding it's the most practical move right now. It's quiet, secluded, absolute perfection for his cultivation training. Lin Mu scans the layout. Kitchen isn't half bad either. It's been a hot minute since he cooked for himself. Might as well get back in the game. In no time, he's whipping up a dinner that actually looks edible. Savory scents flooding the room. He takes a bite. Skills are still sharp, but these ingredients, trash. Time to upgrade. He grabs his phone to order fresh supplies online. He's scrolling for herbs, looking for something to boost his cooking when he spots it. He freezes. Spiritual ginseng. On the open internet, Lin Mu can't believe his luck. Finding a treasure like this online is insane. He hits buy now faster than a heartbeat. The seller is in Nangu. Miles away, but for a top-tier spiritual route, distance is irrelevant. He'd crawl there if he had to. Our hero books a flight immediately. It's his first time on a plane. He wonders what the vibe is like up in the clouds. Suddenly, he remembers his ticket and pauses, digging into his pocket to check his seat assignment. Wait, it's 2024. He pulls up the e-ticket on his phone. He smirks, realizing he's got the suite setup, because the booking sorted him out with a VIP experience. Meanwhile, Luo Biyun from Hao Yue Corp is already strapped in. The cabin fills up with the low hum of other passengers, a steady buzz of activity. She glances up and frowns. A stranger just walked onto the plane, someone she definitely didn't expect. She thought her company had chartered the entire jet. Turns out, that's not the case. An aide leans in, whispering that the airline squeezed in one last seat for a so-called VIP. Luo Biyun is confused, but doesn't make a scene. She just rolls with it. Little does she know, the guy sitting a few rows away is a total monster in disguise. Lin Mu cranked the charisma dial to the max, hitting the other flyers with a blinding smile to break the ice. He flopped into the reserved seat and instantly started geeking out over the high-tech touchscreen embedded in the console. The mystery girl stayed dead silent, but her eyes were scanning him like a barcode, analyzing every twitch of her unexpected guest. Her sidekick offered to put the airline on blast if the boss wasn't vibing, but she kept it totally chill. She signaled it was no biggie, though Luo Biyun couldn't resist throwing shade, noting that compared to the real heavy hitters, there's still a mysterious aura around our hero. In no time, the jet hits the tarmac, touching down smooth at the destination. Lin Mu is the first one off the plane, laser-focused on handling his business. The girl, she's totally caught off guard. And honestly, she's salty. He just ghosted her without a word. Her staff tries to step in with some advice, but he can't even finish his thought. The boss lady shuts that down instantly. She doesn't need to hear it. This isn't her first rodeo. Meanwhile, the auction for that bizarre plant is already popping off. The host is hyping it up, claiming it's been ID'd by a top-tier botanist and rubber-stamped by pros, so all those magical benefits. Officially confirmed. That's why the bidding starts at a cool $15,000. Our MC almost laughs out loud. He's thinking that these clowns have zero clue what this ginseng is actually worth. The crowd goes wild, aggressively outbidding each other until they hit $22,000. Lin Mu doesn't even flinch. He drops a $44,000 nuke to end the war instantly. The host practically loses his mind at that number. He asks for counters, counts down to 3, and bam, slams that gavel down. Sold. The mystery plant officially belongs to our young savage in the crowd. Lin Mu is vibing with his win, so he grabs the goods and dips immediately. He's just hoping for one thing, that his bronze cauldron is ready and waiting when he gets back. Meanwhile, Luo Biyun is stuck at a bougie dinner party. The place is crawling with elites. She motions for her assistant to slide over. She hands off her wine glass like, hold this for a sec. The girl is confused. The banquet isn't even over, and Luo Biyun is already plotting an exit. She leans in to explain. She just needs some fresh air. Miss Lee can handle the rest. Next thing you know, she's sliding into the driver's seat. She's celebrating that taste of freedom, but deep down she knows it's just an illusion. It's never 100% real. Her security detail is still glued to her bumper. She knows it's for her safety, but 5 special ops agents. That is total overkill. Suddenly a light bulb goes on. A mischievous smirk creeps onto her face. Time to ghost these guards while she has the chance. She stomps on the gas pedal with everything she's got. The bodyguards instantly clock what their VIP is up to, and they scramble to pursue. Engines roar as the convoy peels out at full speed. They're tearing down the street after the unruly Luo Biyun, but she realizes her little stunt isn't working. Not yet anyway. She hits a wall, literally a red traffic light. Screw the rules. She yanks the wheel for a hard right turn. One guard tries to stick with her, but his partner slams the brakes at the red light. She checks the rearview mirror. Victory. She lets out a wicked little laugh. Now she figures she should probably radio them to chill out. She's so hyped on the adrenaline that she completely misses the danger. A dark silhouette steps right into her path. Luo Biyun's reflexes snap into gear. She slams the brake pedal. Suddenly, a blinding flash rips through the dark, right in front of her face. It blinds her for a split second, making her flinch. That wasn't a camera, it was a bullet. The slug shatters the window, tearing through the glass and raining shrapnel all over the interior. She's in shock. The gunshot echoes. It had to be that guy who jumped in the road. Blood trickles down her cheek from a nasty graze. If she hadn't stomped the brakes, it would have been game over. These guys are playing for keeps, so she needs to vanish until her team catches up. She drifts into a narrow, dark alley and guns it through the empty streets to hide. Her footsteps echo off the cold, blank walls. She prays this spot is off the radar. Just gotta wait for backup. Suddenly, footsteps. Not hers. Right behind her, she freezes up. The steps sound weirdly calm. Maybe just a random pedestrian. Turns out it's Lin Mu just strolling through. She clocks him instantly. That's the guy from the plane. You can't mistake that mysterious vibe for anyone else. She lunges, grabbing his arm. Wait, he's her only lifeline right now. Caught off guard, he asked what the lady was after, but she was too flustered to form a coherent sentence. Seeing an opening, the guy decided to crack a joke. With a smirk, he hinted that he wasn't looking to hire a girl for a good time tonight. Luo Biyun felt her temper flare instantly. Hearing that kind of shade from a guy she was actually interested in, a massive wave of humiliation crashed over her, turning her face beet red. She realized the cringe-worthy misunderstanding that just went down. Meanwhile, Lin Mu turned to bail. Desperate, she screamed for him to wait, literally begging the guy not to bolt. He stopped, eyebrows shooting up in genuine shock. His eyes screamed, "What now?" in total confusion. Luo Biyun looked at her feet, dying of embarrassment. She stammered out the truth assassins were hunting her down, and she needed backup like yesterday. Our main guy clocked the gravity of the situation and agreed to escort the girl to the nearest precinct, somewhere she wouldn't be a sitting duck. It wasn't long before the police station came into view, and he signaled for them to pick up the pace. Lin Mu told her to head inside, pointing out that chilling behind bulletproof glass was way safer than standing on the curb. She didn't say a word, just kept trailing the protagonist like a lost puppy. He wasn't exactly thrilled she was still glued to him. He spun around, shooting her a glare full of annoyance. He demanded to know what the drama was this time. He figured Luo Biyun was scamming for something else, but honestly, she was just stunned this mystery guy from the plane still didn't recognize her. Lin Mu didn't see the issue at all, mostly because he literally had no clue who she was. He was ready to dip because he had places to be. The stunned beauty stood there, frozen shook that her fame meant zero to him. She started suspecting he just wanted to escape the awkwardness as soon as possible. Then it hit her. Today's attack was way too sketchy. She couldn't risk leaking this to the cops. She needed her family's cleanup crew to handle the mess. Plus, the girl finally got why our hero was so eager to ditch her. He genuinely didn't know he was talking to a celebrity. Either way, Luo Biyun wasn't about to let him go that easy, so she faked a stomach growl. She emphasized she was broke, dropping heavy hints that he should step up and help a girl out. The protagonist didn't expect her to be this clingy, so he finally caved and stopped walking. He told her again to just go home, or back to the cops, because wandering the streets at night was a hard no. Finally, Lin Mu pivoted toward the rental house he snagged nearby. Luo Biyun assumed they were heading to a restaurant, totally oblivious to the actual destination. Then our hero flashed a grin and broke the news he was taking the defenseless girl to his crib, and he'd whip up a snack himself. She was convinced he wasn't a creep, but the whole situation felt way beyond a normal stranger interaction. But with zero options, Luo Biyun had nowhere else to turn, so she followed the hospitable guy. Stepping inside, she scanned the interior and had to admit the dude had aesthetic. Lin Mu immediately ushered his guest into a chair, but the awkward vibes were still heavy in the air. That's when our hero clocked her feet. They were totally swollen, even though she hadn't said a peep about the pain. He knew he couldn't leave Luo Biyun like that, so he told her to sit tight. He disappeared to find a fix. The girl watched, confused, wondering what this caring stranger was up to now. Turns out he came back with a basin of warm water to soothe her aching feet. Talk about service. Luo Biyun felt shy about it, but the relief was too good to pass up, so she dipped her feet into the water without arguing. It suddenly hit her that they skipped the basics, so flashing a dazzling smile, she finally dropped her name. The protagonist kept it short and sweet, replying that he was Lin Mu. He told the girl to chill and rest while he headed to the kitchen to throw down some dinner. Luo Biyun realized he saw her as just a normal girl, and honestly, meeting someone this clueless and caring was kind of refreshing. Lin Mu glanced back and saw her eyeing the empty plate, like a starving predator. He figured his guest must be famished. The girl didn't even realize she was staring so hard. She tried to make an excuse, but the main character didn't judge. He just told her to slide into some slippers and come to the table to eat. Luo Biyun couldn't help but smile. This guy was so thoughtful, he even had house shoes ready for her. Once they were seated, Lin Mu explained, he just cooked up the first thing that popped into his head. He hoped she'd vibe with the meal. The guest's eyes lit up when she saw the spread. It looked straight up delicious, and she was ready to devour it. Our hero felt an ego boost hearing the compliments. He told the girl to go crazy and eat as much as she wanted if she liked it that much. Luo Bi-yun didn't need to be told twice. Sensing the vibe was finally right, she went for it, asking point blank if he seriously didn't remember her. Lin Mu let out a heavy sigh, admitting his memory was drawing a total blank on their meet cute, so she dropped a hint. 2 words, Nangu City. The airplane ride, boom, flashback. The image of a stunning passenger, Luo Bi-yun snapped into focus. She laughed it off though, teasing that Lin Mu had the memory of a goldfish, seeing as she hadn't changed a bit. But our MC wasn't sweating the roast. He cut straight to the chase. Why was she being shadowed by creeps? Her guess, some messy workplace drama. She shrugged it off like it was just another Tuesday. But that was enough intel for Lin Mu to clock the situation. He decided to skip the interrogation. Finish up, he told her. We need to deal with that leg. Taking the hint, she killed the conversation and focused on polishing off her meal. Dinner done. It was time for the main event. Our hero warned her to brace herself. This wasn't going to be a spa day. This might sting, Lin Mu muttered, his hands hovering over the spot where she'd taken that nasty kick. A massive, ugly bruise was already blooming across her skin. Luo Bi-yun turned 50 shades of red. Being this intimate with a guy she barely knew, totally awkward. But luckily the verdict was just a sprain. Nothing life-threatening, sure. But considering it was her leg, yeah, that complicates things. If they ignored it, she'd be limping for weeks. So our hero stepped up to the plate. But he warned her again, this was gonna hurt. She gritted her teeth, bracing for agony as he went to work. But then, nothing. No pain. She stared at him wide-eyed. Was this guy a secret medical prodigy or what? He looked like your average student, but his skills were straight-up surgical. She was impressed. Crisis averted. She asked to borrow his bathroom, knowing she couldn't head home looking like a wreck. Lin Mu was chill about it. He told her to hang tight and disappeared into the other room to hunt down some fresh threads for his guest. He returned with a bundle of his own clothes. Bachelor pad, he shrugged. No ladies' wear in stock. It wasn't haute couture, but it would have to do. Luo Bi-yun was honestly just floored by the hospitality. She thanked him profusely before slipping into the bathroom. Lin Mu, ever the gentleman, grabbed a pair of slippers. He left them right by the door to prevent any slippery accidents. With his guests sorted, he finally had a second to breathe. He flopped onto the couch, pulling out the real prize. The spiritual ginseng he'd snagged at the auction. It was high time he figured out how to unlock this artifact's potential. But his research session got interrupted by a soft knock. Enter Luo Bi-yun, fresh out of the shower and swimming in his oversized clothes. She looked refreshing. Lin Mu froze. He wasn't expecting her to pull off his look that well. She let out a nervous little laugh. Her eyes landed on the table. What's that? She asked. Lin Mu played it cool, just some medicinal herbs. Something he was brewing for a cure. Luo Bi-yun frowned, confused. Why would a fit young guy like him need traditional medicine? Lin Mu didn't miss a beat. He spun a sob story about having a weak constitution since childhood living on meds. She bought it instantly. She immediately offered to hook him up with some top-tier specialists. But he shut that down. Western medicine wouldn't cut it, and regular treatments would only make things worse, he explained. Checking the time, he realized it was super late. Stay here, he offered. It's way too sketchy to go back alone now. She didn't argue. She headed to the guest room, telling him to catch some Z's too. Rest was crucial. Lin Mu watched the door close, murmuring a quiet goodnight to the empty room. Morning came fast. The sun was up, and the world was moving. Our MC rolled out of bed, gearing up to head out. But at the door, wait. 2 pairs of slippers, sitting empty. He stood there confused. Did she bail already, that early? Then a delicious smell hit him. He followed his nose back inside. Sitting on the table was a full-blown gourmet breakfast. And this wasn't some cheap takeout, this was the fancy stuff. He stepped closer. Tucked under a plate was a note. Mystery solved, it was Luo Bi-yun. She pulled a total Irish exit, leaving nothing but digits on a scrap of paper and a lame excuse about urgent business. But she wasn't completely heartless. A steaming breakfast sat on the table as a peace offering. Our MC wasted 0 time sliding into his chair. Thanks for the grub, he announced to the empty room, making sure to verbally appreciate the hustle, even if his only audience was the air. Fork stabbed into the food, slicing off a chunk and sending it straight down the hatch. Whoa. Lin Mu's eyes widened. He definitely wasn't expecting a flavor explosion like this. Who knew his mysterious new friend was actually a 5-star chef in disguise? Fuel tank full, it was time to grind. He raided the lockers until he found the holy grail, a cauldron specifically designed for alchemy. Ingredients went flying in the pot, hit the stove, and within seconds the water was bubbling like magma. In went the ginseng root, the final piece of the puzzle. But while he's brewing magic, let's cut across the globe to Manhattan. News of the hit on Luo Bi-yun had already landed, and her father, the man, was absolutely seething. How could his elite security fail to protect his little girl? The bodyguards stood there, heads bowed, swallowing their pride and muttering apologies. They owned the screw-up completely. But they hadn't just been standing around. They'd already tracked down the assassin, and the puppet master pulling the strings. A hand reached for the intel envelope ready to spill the tea. But the boss wasn't focused on the enemies. He was obsessed with the variable, the guy who helped Biyun dodge a bullet, way ahead of him. The guards shuffled through their files hunting for the dossier on the mystery hero. Reading the name Lin Mu from the Donghai Lin clan didn't even make the old man blink. What actually floored him was the fine print. The kid had technically died and somehow clawed his way back to the land of the living. The guards relayed the hospital's theory, something about a temporary organ shutdown triggering a miracle reboot. But here's the kicker. After he woke up, the kid didn't just survive. He evolved. Taller, sharper, totally different vibe. Even crazier, his entire personality did a 180. Doctors were calling it a legit medical miracle, a historic first. Zero explanation. The bodyguard shrugged, suggesting maybe the trauma wiped his memory and rewired his brain. Intrigued by this anomaly, the father dug deeper. When did he meet my daughter? 5 days ago, sir. Shared a flight to Nanhai City, then crossed paths again during the attack. Safe to say they're tight now. The tension in the room finally broke. Bayun was safe. That's what mattered. But his voice dropped an octave, turning icy. If she's in danger again, it's on you. Message received. The guards spun on their heels and marched out. Left alone, the old patriarch sat in silence, staring at Lin Mu's file, trying to solve the riddle of this resurrected boy. Back at Lin Mu's crib, evening shadows were stretching across the walls as the real work continued. The concoction was bubbling away. He lifted the lid for a quick vibe check on the process. Perfection. The recipe held up. He wasted no time decanting the glowing liquid into a fresh container. It solidified on impact. Lin Mu got his hands dirty, rolling the substance into small, dense spheres. Sure, he could have used chi to mold them, but his energy tank was running on fumes right now. Manual labor it is. He ended up with a solid stash of medicinal pills. Now, for the moment of truth, time to be his own guinea pig. He popped one. Boom. Immediately, a strange sensation rippled through his system. Okay, the potency was a little mid, but he had quantity on his side to bridge the gap. It was clear the chi in this world was trash. But with his bank account looking healthy, nothing was stopping his climb back to god-tier status. Next morning, Lin Mu strolled into the university like he hadn't just been performing ancient alchemy all night. Tong Bei Bei, perched next to him, noticed our boy was glued to his screen. Whatcha looking at, she pried. Turns out he was just checking the stats on his latest exam. She peeked at the screen and gasped. Your grades skyrocketed after the hospital stay. Maybe I should swan dive off a balcony too if it makes me a genius, she joked. Yeah, terrible strategy. He shot that down real quick. Don't risk your neck for a GPA boost, trust me. Another classmate chimed in. Seriously though, everyone's whispering about how Lin Mu's luck is off the charts lately. Du Xiao. You sat nearby, practically steaming. She hated that her ex was stealing the spotlight. She snapped at her squad. Ignore him, she hissed. But her messy friend smirked, reminding her. Technically, honey, isn't he still your fiancé on paper? Throwing subtle shade that she could easily handle this Tang Bei Bei hanging around him, the girl kept up her act, pretending these papers were totally irrelevant and claiming she wouldn't waste a single breath fuming over some guy like Lin Mu. Meanwhile, a literal goddess pulled up to the university entrance in a flashy sports car hunting for our main man. Luo Biyun was on a mission, stepping out of that luxury whip with zero hesitation and strutting straight toward the gates. The campus gossip mill instantly alerted our guy that a mystery baddie was asking for him. Lin Mu immediately clocked the situation. The second he saw who was standing there, greeting her with a look of pure shock, the girl just flashed a dazzling smile, laughing at the fact that he definitely didn't expect to see her pulling up to a spot like this. She wasn't wrong, so the young man, totally thrown off, stammered out a question about how Luo Biyun even found his campus. She casually explained she just got a phone call, didn't even have to lift a finger to track down her savior herself. Our boy got flustered, apologizing for being MIA lately, though truthfully, he had completely ghosted Luo Biyun by accident. Her radar immediately went off because Lin Mu definitely didn't look like he was drowning in work. When he started chatting with his friend, Lin Mu kept his cool, explaining they had just wrapped up a lecture. They were just talking shop. Luo Biyun couldn't care less about the small talk, because she was here to drag our hero out for a dinner she was fully funding. The guy immediately shut it down, explaining the family drama. Today was his grandfather's 80th birthday, meaning he had to clock in at home on time. Right then, the girl immediately sensed a party vibe and boldly invited herself to tag along with Lin Mu. The main character tried to pump the brakes, explaining his family was a total circus, and he was worried Luo Biyun would cringe hard at their antics. She didn't see the issue and radiated confidence. Sure, she could handle whatever chaos they threw at her. Eventually, the young man realized resisting was futile, so he gave in, mentioning he had one last class before they could head out. Luo Biyun finally turned to leave the auditorium, telling our hero to hit her line when he was free. Lin Mu scanned the area, praying that, by some miracle, nobody noticed that interaction. But of course that was wishful thinking, the whole class was already buzzing. discussing how our guy managed to bag such a stunning girlfriend. Realizing the situation was spiraling, he decided to bolt from the room to dodge the barrage of stupid questions coming his way. He ducked over to a vending machine to grab a quick snack, relieved he managed to escape the interrogation just in time, because honestly, he had no clue how to spin this story. Suddenly, Tang Bei spawned behind him, clearly salty that her friend dipped, without saying a word. Truth is, the guy was speechless, because he had literally only seen this girl twice. They were barely acquaintances. He explained the first time he and Luo Biyun crossed paths was on a flight, and they didn't even speak. The second time he ran into her in an alley near his crib, and saved her from a crew of hitmen. His friend called Cap immediately, thinking the story was way too wild, considering this girl showed up personally after just 2 meetings. She teased that Luo Biyun was probably trying to repay her savior with a marriage proposal, but the hero shut that down. She's from a high-profile family, so that scenario is literally impossible. Tong Bei couldn't see any other reason for a girl to track a guy down and act that friendly. Our protagonist was baffled why his friend was so pressed about someone he barely knew. She immediately got super flustered, trying to claim she was just looking out for Lin Mu, because she was scared this pretty girl was playing him. The guy immediately clapped back, emphasizing he wasn't some naive kid who could be tricked that easily. He suggested they head back to the auditorium, since class was about to start. Tang Bei was visibly annoyed that the main character was just trying to dodge her interrogation without giving a straight answer. Meanwhile, the rest of the class kept spilling tea about the mysterious scene that went down during the break. Du Xiaoyu's friend was still spiraling, because that girl walked right up to Lin Mu and invited herself to his grandfather's birthday bash, which seemed super bold. The girl kept her composure, refusing to crack because she didn't want to leak that she had any feelings for the hero. Her friend couldn't believe she wasn't going to lift a finger, even with some random girl rolling up to Lin Mu's house. Du Xiaoyu wasn't about to make a scene because she had zero claim on this guy now. And besides, they were going to cancel the engagement anyway. The friends. It felt like a total slap in the face since their breakup wasn't even officially confirmed yet. Du Xiaoyu had to tell her squad to chill out because the professor was seconds away from walking in. Once the bell rang, the students flooded out of the university, desperate to escape the grind. The second our protagonist stepped off campus, a horn honked. It was Luo Biyun, who had been planning to pick up our boy in her whip from the start, idling at the exit. She rolled down the window asking if he wanted to drive since she preferred him behind the wheel. Our MC didn't mind taking the keys to a luxury ride, so he agreed instantly. Turns out, she actually needed a driver, because she had zero clue how to get to his place. They swapped seats, and Lin Mu slammed on the gas. The car roared to life, tearing down the road. Suddenly, Luo Biyun leaned over, inspecting her ankle. She was rubbing the same spot she twisted the night they first met. Lin Mu caught the movement immediately, and asked about the nasty bruise forming there. Biyun played it cool, claiming she was totally fine, just a little sore from the killer heels. Our guy suggested she swap them for sneakers, but she shut that down fast. The fit looked way better with heels. Plus, they made her legs look miles long. He honestly couldn't wrap his head around girls who would put themselves through torture. But today hit different. The guy was totally clueless, completely missing the vibe she was throwing his way. Zero reaction. They pulled up to the Sevenling mansion in no time, where the whole clan was already buzzing, hyped for the big birthday bash. The butler's face lit up instantly. He was ecstatic to see young Master Mew finally back on home turf. Our guy tossed him a quick greeting but played it cool, keeping his lips sealed about who his stunning +1 was. Poor Uncle Chung was left scratching his head and had to ask who the mystery girl was. Lin Mu finally introduced her as just a friend, named Luo Biyun, someone he figured deserved a front-row seat to his grandfather's birthday drama. The old man didn't blink an eye, rolling out the red carpet to welcome Miss Luo into the family estate with open arms. But Lin Mu hesitated at the threshold, dark memories of his last visit flooding back. His gaze drifted up to that balcony, the exact spot where he'd taken a mysterious plunge that landed him straight in the ICU, and triggered those bizarre mutations in his body. Luo Biyun, sharp as a tack, caught the shift in his mood instantly and asked what was up. He flashed a reassuring smile to mask the tension, and urged her to head in. Step inside and boom, they were hit by a wall of noise from the crowd gossiping without a care in the world. The girl strutted in like she owned the place, noting that Lin Mu's crib was actually massive. Meanwhile, eyes were already darting their way. The family realized Lin Mu hadn't shown up solo, but they couldn't quite place her face. That is, until the realization started rippling through the guests. It was her, the Luo family matriarch herself. One relative stiffened, realizing the powerhouse behind Haoyu Corp was standing right in their living room, and couldn't wrap his head around how his nephew snagged a connection like that. To make things messier, Du Xiaoyu was in the crowd, jaw-dropping when she saw her fiancé standing next to Luo Biyun, the family members plotting Lin Mu's downfall. They froze. Seeing him allied with the Luo family sent a chill down their spines. They started to sweat, suspecting. that all their dirty schemes were about to crumble thanks to this heavy-hitter interference. His aunt was the first to break the awkward silence, plastering on a fake smile to welcome her nephew. She immediately threw shade, asking why he decided to grace them with his presence so late. Lin Mu shrugged it off, claimed he had class and booked it over as fast as possible. But the second he finished speaking, Auntie made a beeline for the Luo family. VIP totally blindsided that a girl of her status would actually show up for the patriarch's 80th birthday bash. Luo Biyun felt the cringe of the formality and quickly clarified that she wasn't repping Hao Corp today, she was just rolling as Lin Mu's +1. Auntie put on her best fake smile, insisting that the family was thrilled to have her regardless of the title. Our MC cut through the fake pleasantries, demanding to know where Grandpa was. Since the old man was noticeably absent, the woman threw some shade, hinting that Lin Mu had probably forgotten that Grandpa's mind was fading due to Alzheimer's, meaning the head of the house was in no condition to party. Ignoring the dig, Lin Mu ditched the guests to go find the old man, with Luo Biyun trailing right behind him. Back in the circle, one of the uncles whispered, asking if Auntie got the tea on the Hao heiress. Auntie shook her head. That girl was playing 4D chess, way too guarded, so digging up dirt on her was a dead end for now. The uncle pressed on, wondering what kind of connection a powerhouse like her had with their nephew. Auntie was clueless, though. She was 100% certain they weren't banging. Meanwhile, our protagonist slipped into his grandfather's room, announcing his return. The once mighty patriarch was now frail, relying on help just to swallow a spoonful of soup. Grandpa's eyes were empty, his mouth opening like a robot. Suddenly, he twitched, gripping the maid's wrist and refusing the next bite. The maid finally noticed young Master Mu standing there and froze up. The boy gently released her grip, telling her to chill, he just needed a moment with his grandpa. She read the room instantly and bolted for the door. Lin Mu crouched down before the old man, whispering a soft birthday wish. He took those weathered hands in his, asking if the old man recognized him, channeling his energy, trying to force a spark of life back into those glassy eyes. And it worked. Grandpa remembered his favorite grandson Mu was right there. Just then, Luo Biyun stepped in, flashing a warm smile and wishing Mr. Lin a life that would outlast the South China Mountains. Our hero introduced her as the friend, helping him crash the party. Grandpa seemed to drift back into the fog, offering nothing but silence and a slow nod. But then a smile crept onto his face as he squeezed his grandson's hand, a silent acknowledgement. Lin Mu knew the score. He just watched over the old man quietly. The moment was shattered when a servant burst in, warning the young master that the main event was starting and Du Xiaoyu was waiting downstairs. That name hit him like a truck. Surprised, he rushed out to investigate, leaving Grandpa in the maid's care. He stormed into the hall to find his so-called fiancé, who looked about as happy as a funeral attendee. Lin Mu didn't waste time asking her point-blank why she was there. Turns out, Du Xiaoyu's grandfather had ordered her to show face and drop off a gift. She signaled her assistant, who unveiled a vase that screamed old money, a legitimate antique from the Du family vault. It was a Yongjung-era masterpiece, painted with exquisite flowers. The crowd gasped, recognizing the treasure immediately. Whispering that old man Du was flexing hard, that thing was worth 8 figures easy. Our hero thanked them for the gesture but shut it down cold, refusing to accept the vase, claiming it was way too bougie for their humble family. Du Xiaoyu got salty, reminding him that she was still his fiancée, so dropping gifts like this was standard protocol. Lin Mu looked at her like she had taken a nosedive off a balcony, shocked that she was actually taking this engagement seriously now. She doubled down, emphasizing that this marriage was arranged by the heavyweights of both families, so it wasn't dissolved until they said so. That's when it clicked. Our protagonist realized he had fumbled the bag. He realized that if he had just officially nuked the engagement earlier, Miss Du wouldn't be here causing a scene. The guests were shook, buzzing with gossip about who actually wanted to call off the wedding. Figuring it definitely wasn't the Alzheimer's-ridden old man Lin, Auntie jumped into the drama, demanding to know why the kid wanted to torch this alliance. Our hero didn't flinch, explaining calmly that Miss Du thinks he's trash, which is why she's been begging him to break it off for ages. Sure, Du Xiaoyu's grandfather didn't want to discuss it, but that was beside the point, because Lin Mu was stepping up to handle this personally. She was clearly nervous, but she nodded, submitting to whatever her fiancé had planned. Meanwhile, Luo Biyun decided to steal the spotlight, announcing she'd also prepped a surprise gift for the patriarch, praying it would score her some points. Lin Mu immediately cut in, insisting that she absolutely shouldn't have dropped a dime on something so extravagant. He gingerly lifted the nondescript box, its contents, a total mystery. All eyes were glued to him, especially the guest who was watching like a hawk, dying to see the shock value of her gift. The suspense was killing everyone, until Lin Mu finally cracked open the wooden lid, revealing a stunning green gemstone ring nestled inside. Now Lin Mu isn't just some amateur. He's got an eye for high-tier artifacts, so he clocked its value instantly. But the girl couldn't help herself. She started flexing the details before he could say a word, explaining it was crafted from top-tier Qi Huayang jade. Even Du Xiaoyu had to admit the rock was legit, but honestly, that was beside the point. The room was thick, with skepticism about the ring's authenticity, but Luo Bi-yun locked in immediately. She had an eagle eye for spotting top-tier jade. The girl figured the rock had to be legitimate because, honestly, who has the guts to pull a scam on the powerful Luo family? Du Xiaoyu decided to drop the beef with her rival, pivoting to congratulate Grandpa Lin on snagging such an insane gift. Despite the heavy atmosphere, our main character kept his cool, flashing a polite smile and thanking the guests for their generosity. He accepted the Du family's offering on his grandfather's behalf, but then dropped a bomb next time he was coming to talk business. Specifically canceling the engagement, he told her straight up to stop wasting time on these charades, leaving Du Xiaoyu looking visibly pressed. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and she gave a stiff, singular nod, making it crystal clear she was done with this conversation. Auntie finally jumped in, completely baffled that her nephew thought he could just make executive decisions like that. The guy kept it 100, explaining that forcing a vibe between them was a recipe for disaster. Breaking it off now was just efficient, saving everyone the headache and the wasted years. Aunt Rong realized the kid was standing on business, so she backed down, deciding not to fight a losing battle. Post-party, Lin Mu was already cruising away from the family estate in his acquaintance's ride. The girl started hyping up Du Xiaoyu's looks, asking if he was absolutely sure he wouldn't regret fumbling such a beauty. Our hero remained unbothered. If his fiancée wasn't feeling it, he wasn't going to force it. Her looks and brainpower were irrelevant now. Luo Bi-yun played devil's advocate, suggesting he stick around to actually gauge her vibe first. Maybe feelings would shift, but right now Lin Mu wasn't exactly dying to put a ring on it. He shut that idea down. Glancing at the driver, he dropped a smooth line about not chasing things that weren't his. He was content leaving behind what wasn't meant for him. The girl laughed, calling him out for having such a silver tongue. She teased him for dropping deep philosophy so casually. A moment later, she announced that young Master Mu had reached his drop-off point. Our hero hopped out of the car, fingers already flying across his phone screen. An instant later, a notification ping echoed from Luo Bi-yun's phone. Lin Mu had airdropped his digits, telling her to hit him up if she ever needed a save in the future. Luo Bi-yun flashed a genuine smile, waving goodbye to the protagonist. Her whole demeanor screamed that she was vibing with how this meeting turned out and the unexpected turn of events. She peeled out of there towards her place, leaving the young man standing there before he could even wave back. Lin Mu didn't rush inside. Instead, he started digging through his jacket pocket. He pulled out a note from his grandfather. Turns out the old man was faking the Alzheimer's. Total plot twist. He was playing 4D chess to dodge the family drama and the vultures fighting over the inheritance. The protagonist stood there, shook. He didn't realize the family head was capable of such a high-level finesse. The next day, the guy pulled up to the Du family resort to handle his main objective. 2 security guards blocked him at the liner's entrance, looking like they weren't about to let some rando onto their master's turf. He explained he was from the Lin clan and needed a face-to-face with Grandpa Du. Security radioed it in, confirming the kid was flying solo. Finally, they cleared him to board. They let him know the old master was expecting him. Lin Mu smirked, thanking them for the intel. He jogged up the steps to the massive Du family liner, where a crowd was already chilling by the pool. Among the vacationers was Grandpa Du himself, lounging on a deck chair and soaking up some rays. He greeted the protagonist, curious why the kid was crashing his relaxation time. Lin Mu kept it brief. He asked point-blank how close the master was with his granddaughter Du Xiaoyu. Grandpa instantly went rigid. Panic flashed in his eyes, thinking the girl was in trouble. The young man quickly de-escalated, saying it wasn't that deep. He told him straight, she hates the engagement. Mr. Du brushed it off, claiming it's just normal for kids to have beef. He told Lin Mu to stop tripping over it. The protagonist realized these people were trying to simplify a complex issue. If Du Xiaoyu wanted out, he wasn't going to be a burden. Suddenly, a Du family member got salty about the kid's audacity. He couldn't believe this kid was making big moves on his own. But grandfather immediately stepped into the crossfire. He barked at the man to zip it, shutting down that disrespectful tone instantly. The entire deck went dead silent, every guest freezing in place, because nobody expected the family patriarch to be such a stone-cold wall when push came to shove. The old man grilled him one last time. Was he seriously here just to nuke the engagement? Our MC didn't flinch. He doubled down, making it crystal clear that after today, he and Du Xiaoyu would be total strangers. Mr. Du read the room. Realizing he was fighting a losing battle, he let out a heavy sigh and agreed to kill the marriage contract. Lin Mu thanked him for not making a scene and promised to take the heat for the breakup before turning to leave. Not wanting to waste another second of the old man's time, he spun around and dropped a cold goodbye to the entire Du clan, leaving them completely shook. No one could wrap their heads around why the master let this breakup slide without a massive war. They were terrified the gossip would spread like wildfire. But the old man was already fuming that anyone dared question his judgment. This was way above the pay grade of the ordinary family members. Plus, he wasn't blind, he knew exactly what kind of shady deals were going down, especially regarding the Luo family. He calculated that the Luos were a way bigger power player than the Lin clan, so marrying Xiao Yu into that dynasty would level up their status instantly. Mr. Du knew exactly how the game was played, so with the engagement toast, the masks came off, no point hiding the agenda now. Meanwhile, our protagonist was already cruising downtown. Fresh off rejecting his father-in-law, fate threw him a bone. He bumped right into his mentor on the busy street. Miss Song. Lin Mu was stoked to see a friendly face and immediately stepped up to carry her heavy shopping bags. She was thrilled at the timing and happily dumped the heavy load onto her apprentice without a second thought. Lin Mu clocked a gift box in the mix and couldn't resist asking whose birthday was on the calendar. Turns out it was Song Liangju's own big day. He assumed she was flying solo for the party, but the teacher shut that thought down real quick. She was planning a chill hangout with neighbors, and plot twist, she invited our hero to tag along. Lin Mu was totally blindsided. He definitely didn't see that invite coming, and stammered for an answer. But suddenly, Li Guangju crashed the scene, flanked by his goon squad interrupting their moment. He couldn't wrap his head around why Song Liangju would settle for such a lame birthday. He insisted she let him throw a real rager, but she shut him down cold, telling him she already had a squad to celebrate with. Li Guangju assumed she meant her bestie, Zixi, so he offered to drag her along too, flexing some trivia about birthdays being huge in Korea. Song Liangju wasn't buying his smooth talk though. She's Chinese and couldn't care less about Korean customs. She tried to pivot and leave, only to find one of his massive bodyguards blocking her path. The vibe instantly shifted. She tensed up at the intimidation tactic and demanded to know what the hell Li Guangju was doing. The creep just gave her a cryptic smirk, letting the question hang in the air. He'd been chasing Song Liangju for ages, putting in serious work, so there was no way he was letting her walk away without giving him a shot. His ego couldn't handle the fact that she'd pick some random scrub over him. Lin Mu was getting annoyed that he was being dragged into this drama, even though it had nothing to do with him. Then Song Liangju dropped the bomb. Compared to Lin Mu, Li Guangju was actual trash. The arrogant jerk wasn't backing down. He claimed the only reason he was tolerating this disrespect was because he was totally into her. He sneered at our hero, telling him not to catch feelings because Song Liangju would just kick him to the curb the second he wasn't useful anymore. Song Liangju was furious this guy was way out of line, and she told him to stop talking, smack. But the guy just shrugged it off, completely convinced that she would ditch Lin Mu sooner or later. Song Liangju warned him to walk away peacefully because if he didn't, she wasn't going to let this stunt slide. Li Guangju just stood there with that cocky grin, absolutely sure of himself. She had absolutely zero chance against him, but she snapped, couldn't take the disrespect anymore, and took a wild swing at the guy she knew. Slick move, he sidestepped that effortlessly. Loving that fiery energy, he actually smirked and dared the beauty to take another shot. Said he'd even give her a few pointers. That's when our main character realized trying to be the nice guy, it's a total trap. All he did was help carry some bags, and boom, he's knee-deep in drama. Suddenly, one of the hulking bodyguards decided he was done wasting breath on a nobody and lunged straight for Lin Mu. But our hero saw that coming a mile away. He locked onto his opponent's movements, reading every twitch, and reacted with lightning speed. Wham! He drove a fist straight into the guy's face. Even a seasoned brawler like that couldn't handle our hero's raw power, crumpling to the floor like a sack of potatoes. His partner, he got sent flying right after. Lin Mu shut his lights out with a single surgical strike. Dust settles, and our boy hasn't got a scratch on him, while the opposition is laid out flat on the pavement. Song Liangru stared, totally shook by this insane plot twist, and terrified she stammered, asking if he was okay. Our hero just flashed a chill smile and started spinning a tale. I saw them cornering me. Then I blinked and boom, they were kissing the concrete, straight up lying through his teeth. He claimed some mysterious master must have swooped in to save him. Miss Song wasn't buying it, though she hadn't seen a soul nearby. Whatever she was, just relieved Lin Mu was in one piece. The details could wait. Just then, the bald bodyguard groaned, trying to struggle to his feet, ready to snitch that the kid was definitely the one who wrecked them. Our hero wasn't about to let his cover get blown, so he casually but brutally stomped on the guy's hand, silencing him before he could spill the tea. Meanwhile, Song Liangru was begging him to dip, saying the whole vibe here was toxic, thanks to these clowns. But Li Guangju, oh, he wasn't about to let them walk away that easy, especially after Lin Mu dared to damage his crew. The girl was convinced his goons got wrecked by some invisible force, so she told her acquaintance to go hunt down this mysterious master instead. But the guy hated these hidden pros, calling them rats who hide in the shadows. He sneered, wanting to see if this phantom savior would show up again. The protagonist sensed the temperature rising. He locked eyes with Li Guangju, realizing this guy was absolutely relentless. Song Liangru felt the static in the air and immediately blocked her student. This opponent was way out of his league. We're talking about a guy with a shelf full of taekwondo trophies, a legitimate threat. Meanwhile, Lee Guangju kept baiting our hero, trash-talking him as a coward who could only hide behind a girl's skirt. That did it. The protagonist couldn't just stand there and take that. His pride was on the line. Time to play a little game with this loudmouth. He turned to Lee Guangju, voice dripping with confidence, and told him to bring it on. The bad guy was actually hyped that Lin Mu had the guts to step up. Lin Mu just wanted to wrap this drama up fast and see if this guy's skills could actually back up all that trash talk. Lee Guangju wasted zero time, launching a high-speed blitz at our hero. He figured the kid would be begging for mercy in seconds, convinced Lin Mu would crumble under his overwhelming power. Song Liangru realized she couldn't intervene, so she hung back, shouting for him to watch out. Even our guy could see this opponent wasn't just another scrub. Still, the protagonist knew Lee Guangju was dreaming if he thought this was going to be a walk in the park. But the Taekwondo pro was blinded by confidence, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Lin Mu, who was weaving through them like a ghost. Finally, Lin Mu didn't just dodge. He caught a heavy roundhouse kick, staying planted like a tree. Lee Guangju smirked, actually impressed. He never expected some random kid to tank his signature turning kick. He paused, sizing him up, curious about the kid's next move because Lin Mu was definitely in a tight spot. Song Liangru had seen the impact of that kick, and panic set in. Was her student okay? Even Lee Guangju was shook. That kick, usually, snaps boards in half, yet this kid tanked it. Lin Mu just dusted himself off, saying he was chill, though he admitted he didn't expect the guy to actually have hands. The teacher noticed her student was standing his ground, and asked when the hell he got so tough. He replied it happened after his discharge, back when he realized how weak he truly was. Seeing them chatting, Lee Guangju decided to play dirty, launching a sneak attack while Lin's guard was down. Too bad our hero was already 5 steps ahead. Lin Mu shoved his palms forward, baiting the trap. His opponent clocked the move instantly. Assuming Lin was diving for a leg takedown, there was no way he was letting that happen, so he scrambled for a counter strategy right then and there. Mid-air, the guy switched up his style, snapping a kick toward Lin's ribs instead of defending. There was zero time to block. Song Liangru gasped, terrified, thinking it was game over for Lin Mu. But the guy's reflexes were absolute god tier, and even with no margin for error, he managed to weave out of the danger zone. Finally, he snapped his trap shut and snatched the overconfident jerk's leg out of the air. Lin Mu was beyond annoyed with this guy, so he decided to teach him a brutal lesson in humility. He wrenched the guy's foot with savage force, until a sickening crunch echoed through the air. The pain was unbearable, making even this tough fighter scream like a banshee. Standing over him, the protagonist dropped some cold advice. Don't try fancy moves if you don't have the skills to back them up. You look like a clown. With those final words, he turned his back on the scene, walked over to Miss Song, and together, they strolled away, leaving the humiliated loser in the dust. Once they hit the main street, the teacher admitted she was totally shook by that twist. She couldn't believe Lin Mu had leveled up this much in just a few months, but our hero just shrugged, claiming it was all for his health. Song Liangru couldn't shake the vibe that she was talking to a completely different person, noting that he had only gotten sharper. Suddenly it clicked, her roommate was also a beast at martial arts. The protagonist guessed she was talking about Zixi, the name Lee Guangju had dropped earlier. The teacher decided to spill the tea her friend had been training since she was a toddler, wielding a sword like it was literally attached to her arm. Lin realized she must be elite, so he asked what pros like that actually did for a living, but Song Liangru was clueless about the details. Finally, she suggested Lin Mu come over for tea since the roommate was actually home right now. The protagonist had to pass, because he had his own grinding to do, so he wished them a chill evening. He said his goodbyes and turned to leave, but Song Liangru called out one last time, making him promise to swing by next time. Lin Mu was just vibing, walking through the city streets, when the sound of frantic footsteps shattered the peace. Some idiot had snatched a purse, in broad daylight, and was sprinting to escape the heat. The crook wasn't about to give up, screaming for pedestrians to get out of his face as he barged through. He made a mad dash across the road. Right as a police cruiser screeched to a halt in the middle of the street, a female officer bailed out of the car instantly, launching herself into a pursuit to tackle the guy fleeing the crime scene. The thief tried to parkour over a fence, but his footing failed completely. He wiped out, hitting the dirt hard and dropping the stolen bag with a loud clatter. The cop vaulted the fence effortlessly, refusing to let this scumbag slip away. Her voice was ice cold as she warned him that resisting was useless. The thief hissed in frustration, realizing he was cornered with nowhere left to run. Desperate, he whipped a knife out of his pocket and started slashing at the girl to keep her back. The officer barked at him to drop the weapon, warning him that assaulting a cop would land him in serious trouble. In his twisted logic, he wasn't a criminal until the cuffs were on, so he could do whatever it took. But with sirens wailing in the distance, his luck was running out. The officer offered him a deal if he surrendered right now. She would look the other way regarding the assault charge, but the guy wasn't hearing it, so that offer went straight out the window. She realized this perp was too erratic to reason with, leaving her zero choice. She moved in to take him down, but he started swinging the knife wildly, to keep her at bay. The girl was a total pro though. She saw an opening and snatched his wrist, slamming him face first into the pavement and pinning him down. She reminded him that he'd had an option. Before things got ugly, she asked why he had to make it difficult because now he had just earned himself another felony charge. Suddenly, a shadow loomed and a vicious kick came flying at the policewoman, accompanied by a warning that she better stay out of their business. The officer instantly realized the thief had backup. Relying on her elite fitness, she rolled away just in time to dodge the blow. Now it clicked, this wasn't just a random theft. An organized gang was pulling the strings. One of the men sneered, telling her some things are better left unseen. He suggested a girl shouldn't go looking for trouble on her day off. As a cop, being told to look the other way made her blood boil. She wasn't the type to turn a blind eye to crime, but her grit just painted a target on her back. The thug's patience snapped. He was done playing nice. She managed to weave past the first haymaker, but her body suddenly betrayed her. Legs failing, she staggered back, slamming hard against the fence. Trapped. No exit. The goon didn't hesitate. He whipped out a blade and lunged, aiming to end this right then and there. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. A stranger stepped in, lecturing the killer about how everybody messes up and he should just chill out. It was our main character arguing that turning a petty robbery into a murder scene was totally unnecessary. Surprisingly, the criminal actually listened. He agreed to let the cop slide this time, but dropped a heavy warning. Mind your own business or else. Lin Mu grinned, feeling like a total boss for talking them down, watching the gang bounce. But my guy was vibing so hard he didn't even feel the cold steel of handcuffs clicking onto his wrists. The MC couldn't wrap his head around the drama, but the girl insisted he needed to own up to the chaos he just caused. Our guy was totally lost. He didn't see the issue. He was just trying to save a cop from a tight spot. But she wasn't buying it. She refused to believe Lin Mu wasn't tight with those criminals. This attitude seriously ticked him off, because for real, he had never seen those dudes before in his life. But she still didn't trust him, mainly because those thugs listened to him way too easily. Lin Mu was clueless. He figured they only dipped, because they knew they'd get absolutely wrecked in a fight. Officer Wang, however, seriously doubted this kid could solo 3 robbers, so she decided to haul him to the precinct and file a report to sort this mess out. It finally hit him that things were getting serious. He started sweating bullets not because of the law, but because he had a massive list of plans left for the day, which were literally getting nuked in seconds. Just then, another cruiser rolled up and an officer stepped out. Immediately recognizing Officer Wang, the young man realized she was the one who called for backup, and the new cop saw that his colleague had seemingly handled the perp all by herself. Then, she clarified that he wasn't the robber, but things were sus. She suspected this guy might be an accomplice to the bandits. The officer agreed to transport the suspect to the station himself, letting Miss Wang head back to the office. Things got a bit awkward. Wang needed help getting into her ride because she had twisted her ankle during the scuffle. While the officer rushed to help his clumsy coworker into the car, he tried to explain that the situation just accidentally spiraled. Suddenly, Miss Wang froze dead in her tracks, witnessing something impossible. Lin Mu had somehow slipped his cuffs like a magician and completely vanished from the car. Now the police realized this wasn't just some average Joe they were dealing with. Meanwhile, our boy was thinking he should have just minded his own business when a voice called out to him. The MC was shook. He looked up and saw Song Liangru, who definitely should have been home ages ago. She explained she forgot to grab some condiments, so she made a quick run to the store, and suggested Lin Mu walk back with her to hang out with a friend. He agreed instantly, seeing it as the perfect cover to hide from the cops. Pretty soon, they hit the store and bounced back to the crib where Zixi was waiting, surprised they made it back so fast. One of the girls hyped up the seasoning Song Liangru found, then immediately asked for the name of this handsome, young man standing there. Another friend told Zixi to chill out, before her thirst scared the poor guy away. The main character dropped a hello and smiled, saying he was hyped to meet them. The girls were losing patience, practically begging their friend to introduce them already, until she finally introduced Lin Mu, dropping the bomb that he was her disciple. Zixi guessed that this guy must be the teacher's favorite if he got an invite to the house. Song Liangru then revealed that he helped her teach Li Guangyo a lesson, so she invited him over to return the favor. One of the girls was stunned. She didn't even know Li Guangyo was back on his nonsense. Zixi asked if she could call our hero Ah Mu, and mentioned that while their acquaintance was a scumbag, he was a beast in a fight. The MC took a seat next to her, admitting his skills were definitely mid compared to the legendary girl he'd heard so much about. Zixi figured her friend had already spilled the tea on her powers, otherwise the guy wouldn't have a clue. She also dropped a hint that their friend Meng Xuan was currently overseas, meaning there was a spare room open. Lin Mu didn't expect a move-in offer so fast, and he already had a spot to crash, so he didn't really need it. But the girl insisted he take the room downstairs and help them haul stuff upstairs when needed. Song Liangru backed up her squad asking him to stay and help them out. Since the girls were pressing him so hard, the protagonist decided to just roll with their sudden offer. They warned him immediately, the second floor is for girls, only a total no-go zone without permission. Also, he had to clean up his own mess and wash dishes if they ate together. Lin Mu was getting stressed by all these rules, but Zixi explained it wasn't that deep, just asking her new neighbor to pay attention to the details. Finally, she finished listing the house laws and suggested they get this party started. The whole squad knew the drill. Everyone had gathered at this spot to throw a birthday bash for Song Liangju. Fast forward 2 days, and our guy had already learned the hard way that dealing with girls is a full-time job. And the shopping spree, total nightmare fuel. After what felt like an eternity, our protagonist finally played Tetris with the bags, jamming them into his trunk. Just then, a presence crept up behind him, radiating pure chaotic joy. Lin Mu spun around, totally spooked. Lo and behold, it was that same feisty cop, already twirling cuffs like a fidget spinner. He froze, looking shook. He definitely didn't have run-in with the law on his bingo card today. Thinking fast, our hero pulled the oldest trick in the book, gasping at something imaginary over her shoulder. Like, whoa, look at that. Talk about an amateur move, she actually fell for it, whipping her head around like a distracted puppy. By the time she looked back, he was ghosted. The officer let out a scream of rage that probably woke up the neighbors. She caught a glimpse of him peeling out on his bike at the very last second. Wasting no time, she dove into her cruiser and slammed on the gas, chasing Lin Mu down like he was public enemy number 1. Meanwhile, Song Liangju was left scratching her head, wondering where Lin Mu vanished to. Nearby, a lovey-dovey couple strolled the sidewalk, totally oblivious to the incoming chaos. The girl was yapping away to her boyfriend about some random drama. Suddenly, zoom, something blurred past them so fast her brain couldn't even process it. Then tragedy struck. Her ice cream had vanished from her hand. Before they could react, a cop car screeched past, chasing this mystery speedster. Her boyfriend stood there, completely baffled. I mean, since when do cops chase bicycles like they're in an action movie? Up ahead, our protagonist was getting majorly ticked off. This lady cop was relentless. She had zero chill. He also realized his bike tires were about to melt from the friction. Lin Mu knew he had to switch up his strat immediately. He spotted a sketchy alleyway, perfect for a shakeoff. But the officer, she was reading his mind. She swerved just in time to cut him off, a smug grin plastering her face. Because she was 100% certain this slippery eel wasn't getting away. The protagonist, however, was blissfully unaware that his master plan had already flopped. He strutted down the street, mentally high-fiving himself for losing that maniac. But not even a second later, click, the cold steel of handcuffs snapped onto his wrists. The guy had to keep it real. This lady was seriously obsessed with him, considering she'd been tailing him for ages. The officer, though, she didn't see the issue at all. She just wanted to drag this fugitive downtown. Our hero started pleading his case, swearing he hadn't done anything. Shady screaming, "Yo, there's a literal robbery happening right behind you." She wasn't buying Lin Mu's nonsense. A second time. But his face was dead serious. She threatened to turn him into a corpse if he was lying, but something made her hesitate. Actual screaming and commotion nearby. She told him to stay put while she investigated the chaos. Yeah, right. The protagonist wasn't about to play nice. He immediately started picking the locks. He was ready to bounce, but then he overheard that the perp had taken a hostage. Suddenly, his interest peaked. He'd never seen a bad guy use a human shield in real life before. A massive crowd was swarming the mall, everyone freezing in panic. The psycho was waving a gun, threatening to zero the defenseless hostage he had in a chokehold. As our hero got closer, he realized the hostage was actually a cop. But the whispers in the crowd revealed the truth. The maniac originally grabbed a little girl, and this brave officer had traded places with her. Lin Mu was actually stunned. He didn't think the annoying cop had that kind of hero complex to sacrifice herself for a kid. Even with a gun to her head, she stayed ice cold, ordering Lan Zidong to stand down since he was surrounded. The guy wasn't folding. He screamed at everyone to back off and get him a getaway ride, or the hostage was history. Our protagonist started getting salty about the whole vibe. This criminal was way too loud and annoying. Out of nowhere, he just flopped onto the floor in the center of the crowd. The bandit was so confused he stopped, shouting his demands. Lin Mu didn't explain the weird flex. He just casually fixed his hair before launching phase 2. The policewoman looked horrified, signaling him to get lost as soon as possible, because things were getting lethal. Turns out, our hero decided to troll the situation, pretending he was a hardcore stan of Brother Lon and wanted to give him a fan gift. Just then, a Karen in the crowd shrieked that Lin Mu had swiped her purse. He totally ignored the drama and kept his eyes on the prize. He kept rambling, practically worshipping the thug, claiming the guy had been his role model since day one. The female officer was fuming, absolutely losing it over his fanboy act. Convinced he was trash, she glared until Lin Mu shoved a gag in her mouth, snapping that he was talking business with Brother Lan. Adults are talking, he implied. Meanwhile, the thug was getting twitchy from all the chatter. Get me a ride, the bandit barked, promising to chat later. Our guy didn't hesitate, jumping into errand boy mode. He mentioned the cop's cruiser parked nearby, then casually strolled toward the exit, taking his sweet time. Sniper, 3 o'clock, he shouted. The criminal froze, totally rattled. Say what? The thug scanned the area, realizing a split second too late that he'd been played. No sniper, just a bluff. But that split second was all our hero needed. He hurled his bag like a missile. Lan Zidong wasn't slow though. He swatted the projectile away just in time. Click. The gun jammed. A total misfire saved Lin Mu's skin, and his reflexes kicked into overdrive. He ducked low, locked onto the thug's arm, spun around, and delivered a savage blow to the skull. An elbow strike, right to the dome. Lan Zidong's vision blurred, and gravity took over. He hit the pavement hard. Our MC didn't let up, pummeling the guy while the thug screamed bloody murder, swearing revenge. The cop finally ripped the gag off, furious. She was done with games and ready to take down this intruder herself. But before she could snap, he tossed a look her way. Hey mind, returning that purse to the victim. As you can see, I'm a little tied up. She paused, caught off guard, then moved. She started collecting the scattered belongings. Meanwhile, Lan Zidong was already in cuffs. Dragged away by 2 officers, the humiliation burned him. He was already plotting how to make them pay. 1 hour later, Lin Mu slipped back home, acting like he hadn't just taken down an armed criminal. His roommates were clueless. Song Liangju ambushed him at the door. Where the hell have you been? He let out a long, tired sigh. Don't ask, he muttered. Just a string of bad luck. But the girls weren't buying the brush off. Their anxiety was spiking. They were genuinely worried. So he spun a story. Nothing crazy, I swear. As he walked past, something on the screen caught his eye. It was a concert broadcast. We'd kill to go, they whined, but snagging tickets is basically impossible. Zixi finally clocked his return, crossing her arms. You gonna apologize for vanishing, or what? Lin Mu knew he looked shady, so he played his card. I'll make it up to you. Promise. Give me a sec, he said, stepping aside for a critical phone call. The girls exchanged confused looks. Back for 5 minutes and already dealing with drama, he waved them off, promising to spill the tea later. Zixi narrowed her eyes. This guy was way too shady to be just an average college student. Song Liangju nodded, noting he carried himself with way too much swagger for his age. But Zixi sensed something even weirder. Surprise. While they were doubting him, he'd already locked down seats for Yao Xianxian's show. Clear your schedules for 3 days from now. Zixi flipped out, screaming, how did you even pull that off? He kept Old Man Wang's involvement on the down low, just shrugging with a smirk. I know a guy. Next day, the squad hit a local spot for food, but Lin Mu sensed the vibe shift instantly. It was dead silent, suspiciously so. Then the girls gasped. Someone familiar had just walked in. The newcomer felt eyes boring into her and snapped her head toward Lin Mu's table. Lin Mu focused and his jaw dropped. He could feel actual chi energy radiating from her chest. A fellow cultivator here. That was like finding a needle in a haystack. Zixi assumed he was just ogling a pretty girl. He didn't deny it, but added, it's not just her looks. She's got this intense calm about her. Zixi clearly didn't appreciate him hyping up another girl. Stomp. She crushed his foot with her heel. The pain shot through him before he could even react. Ouch. What was that for? He yelped. Zixi glared, hissing that his eyes were practically falling out of your head. Now, go get us food. Lin Mu started to piece it together. This wasn't just jealousy. That mystery girl had history with Zixi, and it wasn't pretty. Song Liangju leaned in. She didn't trust this rando at all, leaving our hero standing there totally confused by this plot twist. The kicker, she actually assumed this guy was pulling some twisted love at first sight stunt to pick her up. Lin Mu tried to explain, swearing. She gave him major déjà vu, like he knew her from somewhere. He kept rambling about her special aura. Miss Song was 0% impressed by his game, letting out a massive, annoyed sigh. Realizing he was in deep water and the mood was crashing fast, he panicked and flashed his ultimate get-out-of-jail card, front row VIP tickets to tonight's Yao Xianxian concert. Snatching up the gifts, the girls decided to let the guy off the hook for now. Song Liangju beamed, hyping up the squad with promises of an epic concert experience. Classes wrapped and they bolted straight to the venue, which was already swarming with a massive army of fans. The girls were shook. Lin Mu actually scored them killer VIP seats. Their respect for Yao Xianxian just skyrocketed. The security was insane, with what looked like over 1,000 cops locking down the perimeter. For Zixi, it made total sense this singer wasn't just famous. She was the queen of the industry. Our main man was totally clueless about who they were even seeing. Suddenly, the moment everyone had been thirsting for arrived. The idol exploded onto the stage, flashing a dazzling smile and screaming out how hyped she was to be performing there. The entire stadium in Dunhai instantly lost its mind, roaring in support of their goddess. Screams of love filled the air as she grabbed the mic, telling the crowd they were the only reason she existed. She announced that she was dedicating her opening track to every single loyal fan in the building. She dropped the beat for To the Descendants of True Love, and the vibe stayed electric for over 3 hours. Even though the idol looked wiped out, she wasn't done yet. The real show was just getting started. Yao Xianxian grabbed the mic and dropped a bombshell. She was pulling a fan on stage for a duet. She signaled the lighting crew to sweep the spotlight across the sea of faces to find the lucky winner. Zixi immediately started waving like a maniac, trying to summon the light toward their squad. Watching the beam inch closer, she was 100% convinced it was her moment to shine. Yao Xianxian yelled, "Stop," locking eyes on her target. But plot twist, the lucky pick wasn't Zixi. The light blasted right onto our protagonist, catching him completely off guard. The singer beamed at the crowd. She beckoned the lucky fan to come up, but Zixi was baffled seeing Lin Mu glued to his chair. The guy wasn't budging. Lin Mu looked around, totally confused about why he needed to go anywhere. His friend had to spell it out for him. He just hit the jackpot and got picked to sing with the star. Shocked, he still refused to move, knowing full well he was completely tone deaf. Zixi hissed at him, warning that leaving the idol hanging would be a total disaster. Lin Mu couldn't care less. Zixi realized pushing him was useless and let him make his own call. Up on stage, Yao Xianxian focused on the guy in white, asking why he was leaving her hanging. Our hero grabbed a mic and claimed he had crippling stage fright and zero vocal skills. He offered to pass the blessing to someone else, and the crowd went wild, respecting his humble move. Now everyone was screaming for a chance to sing with Shanshan. She laughed it off and scanned the crowd behind Lin Mu. The spotlight swung to a new target, landing on a fan who looked like he just won the lottery. Dude sprinted to the stage and wasted no time belting out a duet with his idol. They shared a hug as the song ended, and she thanked him for the love before addressing the whole stadium again. Thunderous applause shook the venue as the concert wrapped up, and our group started filtering out. Everyone was buzzing from the show, except for Zixi, who was salty that Lin Mu ruined her shot at stardom. It would have been the perfect night. Suddenly, 2 massive bodyguards rolled up on Lin Mu. One suit dropped the news their boss wanted a private meeting. Lin Mu was visibly confused. When he asked who was asking, the guard didn't play games. It was Miss Yao Xianxian herself. Now our hero was totally baffled, trying to figure out why a superstar would summon him. The guards shrugged, they were just following orders. With no other choice, Lin Mu agreed to go. He told the girls to head back without him. Song Liangju smiled, telling him to just make sure he got home safe. Zixi chimed in, joking that he better not forget his real friends after rubbing elbows with a celebrity. With a nod, our protagonist told the guards to lead the way. 5 minutes later, he was standing outside a room, hearing Yao Xianxian yell for him to come in. She shouted that the door was unlocked, but inside, the idol was in the middle of changing out of her stage gear. She looked up, startled that he arrived so fast, while Lin Mu froze dead in his tracks, getting an eyeful he definitely wasn't expecting. Panicking, he slammed the doors shut, stammering out an apology for crashing the party at the absolute worst second. Yao Xianxian didn't even flinch, waving off his panic like it was nothing. She claimed she'd mistaken our hero for a servant, threw on some clothes, and invited the silent Lin Mu to step inside. Still reeling from the shock, he finally managed to ask what exactly Miss Yao was doing there. She flipped the script asking why he skipped the stage, but the protagonist just stared at her, terrified she might actually bite if he spoke. Instead of answering, he begged the singer to sit a little more, modestly pointing out he couldn't think straight with her flaunting it like that. Xianxian cracked up, teasing that while he looked like a total gentleman, she sensed a wild beast hiding underneath. Lin Mu muttered an apology and turned to bolt, assuming the convo was dead, but she wasn't about to let her prey escape that easily. She sprang from her chair, the sharp clack-clack-clack of her heels echoing against the walls as she closed the distance between them. In a move nobody saw coming, the singer leaned in and planted a bold kiss right on his cheek. Pulling back instantly, she smirked at the frozen Lin Mu and asked if his heart could handle it. With a sugary laugh, she admitted she just wanted to chat since he was trying to ghost the party so early. Sporting a fresh lipstick mark in total confusion, our MC couldn't grasp why a mega celebrity would waste time on a regular guy like him. Then she dropped the bomb. He was the first man to ever reject her, and that made him irresistible. Lin Mu kept it 100% real. She was gorgeous, sure, but he wasn't about to simp just because she was famous. That hit her ego hard since she was actually interested, and seeing her reaction, our hero felt a twinge of guilt. He apologized if he'd been too harsh, but he made it clear he still wasn't sticking around for an encore. As he speed-walked to the exit, the girl let him go, satisfied she'd at least managed to snag his name. Meanwhile, the young man dashed to the restroom, scrubbing his face to destroy the lipstick evidence. That red stain was a red flag that would trigger a million questions he didn't want to answer. No way could he explain a celebrity kiss to his friends, so he booked a cab, desperate to get home before his roommates raged about his disappearance. Composing himself, the protagonist strode out of the building. He headed for the curb to meet his ride, but a suspicious rustle behind him made the hairs on his neck stand up. His gut screamed stalker, and sure enough, a mysterious stranger was right on his tail, skipping the small talk. The figure ordered Lin Mu to turn around nice and slow if he wanted things to go smoothly. Knowing better than to play hero, yet he threw his hands up, suggesting they talk it out instead of getting violent. The mercenary sneered, mentioning he usually grants a dying man the truth. But after seeing the protagonist's face, he lost all interest in chatting. In a flash, he revealed wicked, razor-sharp blades hidden in his palm. He lunged, launching the blades at the surrendering Lin Mu, catching the young man completely off guard. He hadn't expected projectile weapons, but panic wasn't an option. His reflexes took over instantly. Snatching the knives out of thin air like a boss, Lin Mu demanded to know who signed the check for this hit. The assassin realized instantly that this kid was no amateur. Deciding to retreat and try again later, the killer turned to leave, but the protagonist wasn't about to let him walk away scotangent-free. He flipped the script, aiming those very same blades right back at their owner. With a crisp snap of his wrist, he fired, but the blades clattered against the ground as the mercenary dodged just in time. The stranger barked at our hero to stay put unless he wanted to see what real power looked like. Lin Mu, never the timid type, smirked and told his opponent to come back when he actually had a chance of winning. As the mercenary vanished into the shadows, the guy realized that fighter was on his level, maybe even stronger. Whoever ordered this hit must have dropped a serious fortune to hire talent like that. Worse, the killer was definitely holding back, meaning a one-on-one rematch would be a nightmare. But our hero shook it off. His only option now was to grind harder and get stronger. Power was the only solution to this problem, so he decided to finally head home. While preparing to face his roommates, Lin Mu couldn't wrap his head around how he'd attracted assassins despite being so careful. Suddenly, a weird vibe hit him, a gut feeling that something else was terribly wrong. Scanning the crowd, his eyes locked onto a familiar face, that same girl from the cafeteria yesterday. But it wasn't just a coincidence. That intense aura was radiating straight from her. And yeah, she clocked him too. Recognition flashed in her eyes. She definitely remembered their encounter. A surge of raw energy rippled through her. She was shook. Why was her frosty chi going haywire right now? She sensed it had to be Lin Mu's fault. Meanwhile, the protagonist spotted her looking a little off pale maybe. Concerned she might pass out, he reached out and gently steadied her back. Figured now was the perfect time to shoot his shot, not for a date, but to ask about that insane chi energy. Bad move. She recoiled like he burned her, snatching her arm away in disgust. "What do you want?" she snapped, spinning around to bolt. Lin Mu stood there totally clueless about the boundary he just crossed. But he wasn't letting this mystery walk away that easy. Determined to get to the bottom of this, he sprinted after her. She dashed into a dark alleyway. He tried to yell out, "Wait, I just have a few questions." She didn't slow down. Instead, she launched herself upward, defying gravity with a series of sharp, precise jumps. Lin Mu's jaw dropped. He'd never seen moves like that in this world, pure, superhuman agility. She was a master of Qigong, no doubt about it. In a heartbeat, she scaled the building walls like a spider and vanished onto the rooftops. Lin Mu was hypnotized by her lethal grace, but he snapped out of it and kicked into high gear, realizing he couldn't let this lead slip away. But eventually, reality hit. The girl was a ghost. He missed her. Panting heavily, he finally skidded to a halt. He looked around, total stranger territory. Then the deep resonant toll of temple bells cut through the air. Lin Mu spun around and faced a massive ancient shrine looming over him. Figuring he had zero to lose, he walked in to investigate. The place was packed with devotees praying for blessings. Suddenly, a massive wave of chi energy washed over him, radiating from the temple's core. Center stage sat an old man deep in meditation. Lin Mu froze. The vibe here was unreal. He could physically feel a Buddhist golden aura, saturating the air. It was so intense he rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. "You see it too, don't you?" The old man's voice broke the silence. Lin Mu blinked. He hadn't seen the guy move, it was like he just spawned right in front of him. The monk smiled, mentioning Lin Mu had been standing there frozen for an hour. "How can I assist a visitor?" he asked. Lin Mu quickly bowed, showing respect to the Grandmaster. "Sorry, just lost in the moment," he stammered. Internally, his mind was racing. This kindly old guy had the aura of a legit immortal. That energy pulled him here like a magnet. Sensing Lin Mu's pure intentions, the monk waved off the apology. "Come with me." This was his golden ticket to get answers. Lin Mu nodded and tailed the elder. "What is this place?" he asked. The monk replied, "My sanctuary for enlightenment." The whole vibe felt like a fever dream. Was he even awake? Then reality warped. He stared directly at the true manifestation of the legendary Buddha, a sight that would blind a normal human. The entity drifted closer, staring into his soul. "Your karma is heavy with sin," the voice echoed, "but I have a technique to cleanse your cultivation path." Lin Mu was hyped. "Thank you." A blinding light gathered at Amitabha's fingertips, condensing raw, holy power. Boom, the orb of energy slammed straight into Lin Mu's forehead. Even the Grandmaster gasped. He never expected the Buddha to gift such ultimate power to a random kid. But who was he to question the divine? He bowed his head and continued his chants. Cut to 24 hours later. The scene shifts back to the temple floor. Lin Mu jolts awake, sweating and terrified, shaking off the remnants of that insane vision. Reality snaps back like a rubber band, leaving him dazed and reeling. His skull is throbbing a migraine from hell, triggered by an overload of spiritual data and raw cognition. He stumbles out of the temple, blinded by the morning sun, realizing he's been in a trance the entire night. Suddenly, the great monarch materializes behind him, a ghostly VIP. Lin Mu drops to a bow, showing mad respect for the ultimate power-up. The old master drops some wisdom. Kindness is infinite, so he better guard this Buddhist knowledge with his life. Our main character knows he just unlocked a top-tier skill tree and vows to use these new abilities. Cut to noon, Dunhai University. He's stuck in a calculus nightmare, and the lecture on derivatives is already in full swing. But Lin Mu is zoning out hard, his brain stuck on the temple, and those mystic seals designed to firewall bad luck. He finally gets it. Respect and kindness aren't just fluff, they're currency. But there's a glitch. The technique he downloaded is S tier, way too OP for his current stats since his spiritual chi tank is running on empty. Still, our hero is convinced this intel is going to be a game changer. He's already speedrun his way to the spirit accumulation stage, shattering the usual timeline since that grind usually takes a year or more. Thanks to the residual chi carried over from his rebirth, he bypassed the foundation formation realm like it was a tutorial level. With this new technique, Lin Mu instant levels straight to spirit accumulation. If everything follows the meta, hitting the spirit gathering stage means his power scaling is now exponential compared to his peak in the previous realm. The guy is absolutely geeked. He's so hyped about this lucky break that he lets slip a creepy suppressed chuckle. Reality check, he suddenly remembers. He's sitting in a silent lecture hall and needs to chill. The professor shoots a death stare at Lin Mu for giggling during the lesson, but our boy doesn't explain, just drops a quick, "my bad," and keeps it moving. Class dismissed. Lin Mu storms outside and slams his fist into a wall to vent the adrenaline. He's ticked off at himself. Getting giddy over small gains isn't exactly the vibe of the strongest cultivator. Suddenly, that familiar radar ping goes off in his head. Lin Mu knows that energy signature. It's her. He scans the crowd, eyes locking onto a silhouette weaving through the busy street. Hitting the spirit gathering stage unlocked his sensory range, letting him track her from blocks away, and he senses a serious glitch in this beauty's aura. The girl, however, looks annoyed, assuming Lin Mu is just another creeper stalking her. He decides to de-escalate, approach peacefully, and finally get the scoop on this mysterious stranger. He drops the truth. Whenever they get close, their chi starts reacting like magnets, and he asks if she wants to solve this energy mystery together. The beauty skips the intros but admits he's just as clueless as she is. She realizes they can't keep ignoring this weird connection. She tells Lin Mu to tail her to a secluded spot where they can run some diagnostics on their reacting chi. They hike through the woods for 30 minutes until she signals that they've reached the zone. Lin Mu stops on a dime asking for the game plan, but his partner is flying blind too. He suggests they hit the dirt, sit down, and try to manually sync their chi to see what happens. With zero better ideas, the beauty agrees. She drops down next to him, enters a meditative state, and focuses on her breathing to link her server with the protagonist's aura. Instantly, the feedback loop is way more intense than expected. The girl feels it too. Her ice chi is suddenly crystal clear, purified. Our hero realizes it's a two-way street. His aura is getting a detox as well. He's trying to figure out her build. What technique is she running? It's got this chill, icy vibe. They break the connection, both feeling their ki has leveled up in purity. The girl flashes a rare smile, noting that her frosty chi feels supercharged. Lin Mu finally clicks on why her aura is freezing cold, and he suspects this is just the beginning. This fusion training is a cheat code for both of them. She wants to run it back, telling him to crank up the output this time. Their hands touch again, and that pleasant energy surge ripples between them instantly. Round 2, they lock in, actively pumping chi back and forth to max out the gains. For one solid hour, they sat locked in position, palms glued together. The energy connection intensified until, boom, reality shifted. The cosmic alignment triggered a teleport, sending Lin Mu and Ji Qinglan straight into another realm. The chi in this zone was insanely dense. Lin Mu felt like a super sensor, picking up every single vibration in the atmosphere. He cracked his eyes open, totally new scenery. Meanwhile, the girl was still clueless, just vibing with the energy flow. She felt a breezy sensation, but Lin Mu, he took one look at his partner and almost choked from sheer embarrassment. He whipped his head around frantically, pretending he didn't just see everything. But Ji Qinglan finally sensed the shift in the air, looked down at their meditation stance, and yep, surprise turned into pure shock. Her face went 0 to tomato in a split second. Then the realization hit her like a truck, and the dam broke. She let out a scream that probably shattered windows 3 miles away. Fast forward to them clothed and whack, Lin Mu caught a slap to the face. Totally undeserved, by the way. But the sting made Lin Mu realize this wasn't some fever dream, it was actually happening. It felt real, but it was just a high-level illusion. He started shaking Jiqinglan, trying to snap her out of the trance, and explain the mechanics. She finally blinked her eyes open, realizing the physical world hadn't changed. Even though the vision felt hyper-realistic, Lin Mu pieced the puzzle together instantly, the chi fusion. They had accidentally hacked into the divine consciousness too early, triggering that super cringe wardrobe malfunction. She looked at him like he was speaking alien, she'd never heard of this. So our MC broke it down. Look, chi fusion has 3 stages. We jumped straight past chi, gathering into the divine territory. He explained that the mental link connects souls, not clothes, hence the sudden birthday suit situation. Thank God for his encyclopedic cultivation knowledge, or he would never have talked his way out of this one. Jiqinglan still couldn't even make eye contact, but she suddenly murmured, "What was your name again?" "Lin Mu," he confirmed. Then she dropped the bomb. "Do you have a soulmate?" He froze, calculating his answer, wondering why she needed to know that. His hesitation ticked her off immediately. "Answer me," she snapped. Lin Mu, terrified of getting slapped again, stammered out that he was totally single, but she hit him with the skeptical stare. "Don't lie to me. If you're playing games, you won't leave this forest alive." Lin Mu was sweating bullets, still trying to figure out where this interrogation was going. Then she dropped the lore. Her grandfather always said she had to marry the man who had her all to himself. Lin Mu nodded along. He actually respected that old-school loyalty vibe. Then the realization hit him. She was talking about him. She was planning a wedding, and they hadn't even dated. Her aura turned demonic instantly. She pointed a finger at him. "You saw everything. You're taking responsibility." In her eyes, he had taken her innocence. Lin Mu started panicking, arguing. It was an illusion. It wasn't physical. He claimed technicalities, but she wasn't hearing it. She stood her ground. To her, that spiritual vision was more real than the physical world. He saw her soul and her body. "My family has a divine territory master," she countered. "I've seen the ancient notes." She knew the rules. He couldn't bluff his way out. She was locked onto this marriage idea like a pit bull. Marriage. They barely knew each other. Lin Mu was terrified they were a total mismatch. But she just quoted her grandfather again like it was absolute law, causing our hero to turn to stone. He was officially doomed. He just nodded weakly, admitting the old man taught her well, but now he was terrified of what other crazy rules she had stored up. Then she offered a lifeline. Grandfather also said, "I shouldn't marry too young. We wait until graduation. Until then, we build a connection." Lin Mu nearly collapsed with relief. He thought she was dragging him to the altar right this second. Before he could say another word, she vanished into the trees like a ghost. Lin Mu was left walking home solo. He was over the drama. Time to focus on the grind he needed to hit the initial peace stage fast. But his train of thought got derailed. He sensed someone barreling toward him at maximum velocity. Is it that assassin again? Nope. Just some random stranger screaming. Out of the way. The guy was yards away and showing zero signs of braking. He was on a collision course with our MC. Our boy barely managed to swerve out of the way, just relieved he wasn't the target. Lin Mu watched the stranger booking it down the street, assuming the guy was just late for something important. Suddenly, our hero clocked a familiar policewoman hot on the stranger's heels. Still oblivious to the danger, he figured the girl was just getting her cardio in. The young man actually pitied her, thinking police work must be brutal if it involves sprinting marathons every day. But as the guy picked up speed, Lin Mu finally realized the vibe was totally off. He felt a chill run down his spine. That stranger's stare was cold, digging straight into his memories. Our MC recognized that look immediately. Back in his world, only the fiercest warriors carried eyes like that. This stranger wasn't on a cultivation master's level, but he was definitely leaking pure, unfiltered killing intent. The pieces finally clicked. Lin Mu realized the cop wasn't exercising. She was hunting down a dangerous criminal. Bang gunshots shattered the silence. He realized with a sinking feeling, he'd let the perp slip right past him. Cursing his own cluelessness, Lin Mu snapped out of it and sprinted full throttle. He rushed toward the noise, tearing into the alleyway, only to find the policewoman already down. The shooter loomed over her gun in hand, screaming that she was an idiot for risking her life to catch him. She was bleeding out but clinging to consciousness. She was lucky, but Lin Mu was terrified for her. He didn't hesitate, rushing to her side and gently lifting her to inspect the bullet hole. Scanning the damage, he realized the shot had drilled a path terrifyingly close to her heart. It was critical, but judging by the blood flow, the bullet had miraculously missed the vital arteries. It was the best-case scenario in a nightmare situation, but she definitely wasn't out of the woods yet. The young man looked her in the eyes, promising she'd survive, and watched a flicker of hope return to her gaze. Weakly, the officer begged our protagonist to run and stop risking his neck. But fleeing wasn't in his script. He told her to keep pressure on the wound and stood up. She watched in confusion as Lin Mu walked unarmed toward a maniac holding a loaded weapon. The girl thought our hero had lost his mind taking a risk like that. putting his life on the line for a stranger. Even the villain laughed, mocking Lin Mu for playing the noble hero. The criminal figured this kid watched too many action movies and clearly didn't fear death. Deciding to give the kid a reality check, the gunman didn't hesitate and fired point blank at our protagonist. But the killer froze, realizing a second later that somehow he hadn't hit a thing. Panic set in as he realized his clip was empty, but he also started doubting Lin Mu was even human, because the kid had dodged the bullet with supernatural ease. Without a word, Lin Mu buried a fist into the guy's gut. He put his whole weight into it. The man coughed up blood folded like a lawn chair and hit the pavement cold. Lin Mu knew the crook would live, so he shifted his focus instantly. Remembering the officer was fading fast, the young man scrambled back to her side. She'd passed out from the blood loss. Needing to track her vitals, our MC checked her pulse immediately. It was thready and weak. She needed a hospital now. It was a race against time. Fortunately, surgery went smooth, and when she finally woke up, our hero filled her in on the drama. Wanting to keep his powers on the down low, he lied and said a man in his underwear had swooped in chest, bumped the criminal into oblivion, and saved the day. The injured girl actually chuckled. Hearing the description, she asked if this briefs-wearing savior had a red cape, refusing to buy that obvious cap. It sounded like a bad superhero flick. She wanted to scold Lin Mu for lying, but the pain made her cough. Seeing her struggle, the guy urged her to save her breath so she wouldn't tear her stitches. Our protagonist was actually surprised this world had superhero tropes, realizing she'd seen right through his story. Still, he was glad he'd done a good deed. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some prepared medicine. He offered the pill to Miss Wang, telling her to take it quick. She hesitated, eyeing the mysterious drug. Lin Mu told her to chill, promising he wasn't trying to poison her. Finally, she decided to trust our hero. He crushed that thought instantly. No way he was crossing that line. Right then, the door swung open and a doctor strode in. The doc announced that Officer Wang's relatives were there to check on her. Our protagonist read the room immediately, time to bounce. He was already edging toward the exit to avoid the drama. The girl thanked him for the medicine and waved goodbye. Lin Mu promised he'd swing by to check on the officer in a few days. Meanwhile, the parents were absolute wrecks, bombarding the doctor with questions about their precious daughter's condition. The officer quickly stepped in, telling them to chill. She assured them she was totally fine and invited them to see for themselves. Meanwhile, our hero tried to slip away, but Dr. Zhou wasn't letting him off the hook that easily. She was confused, but suspicious. She had clocked him, slipping the patient a mysterious pill earlier, and now she demanded to know exactly what that substance was. To her, it was reckless behavior. Seriously ill. Patients shouldn't just be popping random things. The protagonist told Dr. Zhou to relax, lying through his teeth that it was just vitamin C. In reality, he'd given Officer Wang a legendary purifying pill with god-tier healing properties. He kept the details to himself and simply warned the doctor that he'd be back at the hospital in a few days. The doctor studied him closely, sensing that the guy standing in front of her was nothing like the Lin Mu of the past. She couldn't help but wonder if this was really the same person. Cut to the next morning, where our hero was digging into breakfast with his housemates. Song Liangju was absolutely loving the meal that Lin Mu whipped up himself, praising his unexpected culinary skills. On the flip side, Zixi pressed him on why he came home so late last night. He had to think fast, claiming he just bumped into an old classmate and got caught up chatting. The girls sensed he was hiding something, so Zixi stared deep into his soul and asked if that was the honest truth. The protagonist tensed up, realizing his roommates were starting to see through his poker face. The other friend just laughed, telling him to ignore Zixi, since she loves asking dumb questions. Song Liangju decided to switch up the vibe and suggested they all go out tonight, reminding Lin Mu that their squad was heading to a classmate's birthday bash. The girls told our hero to stop overthinking it. They were convinced everyone would click instantly after meeting. Lin Mu still wasn't feeling it, trying to throw out a few weak excuses to get out of it. The girls weren't having it, emphasizing that his attendance was mandatory. They had already decided his evening plans for him. 2 hours later, the whole crew was piled into a car cruising toward the party venue. The girls chatted about how it had been ages since they saw this friend, wondering if she even remembered them. Back in high school, they used to talk about everything. But because of her family's massive business empire, they had slowly drifted apart. Song Liangju admitted there was nothing to be done about it. They just lived in two completely different universes now. By evening, they pulled up to the destination, which turned out to be an insane luxury mansion. Zixi double-checked the location, confirming the invite definitely said the Princeton Restaurant Hotel. They hopped into the elevator and hit the button for the 19th floor. The protagonist was shook that their classmate, Situ Xiu, was loaded enough to fund a party like this. The girls explained that the Situ family had been stacking wealth for 500 or 600 years, so throwing money around was effortless for her. Just then, the elevator chimed, signaling the group that they had reached their floor. The vibe inside was electric, with guests chattering loudly and creating a buzzing atmosphere. Our protagonist finally admitted this was definitely a top-tier noble family considering the massive turnout for a simple birthday. Suddenly, Song Liangju's admirer spotted her in the crowd and shouted out hyped that she actually showed up to Miss Situ's party. She wanted zero parts of that conversation, so she pretended the guy didn't exist. Our hero, however, completely ignored the drama next to him because a strange sensation just hit him like a truck. He felt the true king's aura and couldn't believe someone in this room was actually radiating such terrifying power. He scanned the room and locked eyes with the girl who was the source of that pressure. Lin Mu was baffled, wondering how this woman possessed the aura of a true king. She caught him staring, and suddenly her gentle voice echoed in his head, warning him that it's rude to stare so blatantly. The young man was floored. She was actually using telepathy. He never imagined a soul in this realm could wield such a high-tier technique. Suddenly, this world just got a whole lot more interesting, because it turns out true masters are hiding in plain sight. Song Liangju immediately caught the vibe check. The guy was totally zoning out. She pressed him on what had grabbed his focus, but he kept his lips sealed tight. Instead of answering, he pivoted, hunting for a spot to crash. Finally, the squad spotted an empty table and claimed it. Zixi immediately started roasting. Lin Mu convinced he was ogling some random hottie. She teased that the girl must be drop-dead gorgeous to have him mesmerized. Right on cue, the star of the show stepped onto the stage. Her attendant silenced the crowd with a single gesture. That's when it clicked. Our main character hadn't been staring at a random girl. He was fixated on their hostess, Situ Shu. The guy was actually pumped. He'd finally tracked down the source of that mysterious true king aura. He just didn't expect that overwhelming power to belong to Miss Situ herself, the night's VIP. Up on stage, the girl stiffened. She could feel his gaze piercing through her disguise, realizing this young man was sniffing out her hidden potential. Panic set in. Could this stranger actually expose her family's darkest secret? Shaking it off, the birthday girl regained her composure to thank her guests for carving out time to celebrate her big day. She wished everyone a legendary evening and slyly unleashed her powers to amplify her charm. The crowd ate it up, absolutely hypnotized by everyone's favorite idol, Miss Situ, and flooded the room with birthday wishes. The protagonist saw right through it. The birthday girl was a grandmaster of manipulation, judging by the glazing look in everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, the MC announced it was time for the gift presentation lineup. Like a tidal wave, the guests abandoned their tables, scrambling to be the first to hand over their offerings. Whispers filled the room about Miss Situ's god-tier beauty, but the girl played the humble card, insisting they were hyping her up too much. Even big-shot CEOs were there, sweating bullets, hoping the birthday girl would give their lavish tributes a nod of approval. She couldn't stop thanking everyone for their generosity and time. The protagonist turned to his crew. "Yo, where are your gifts? Why are we still glued to these chairs?" Song Liangju broke it down. Only the elite high-tier treasures get hand-delivered on stage, while basic gifts get dumped with the receptionist. Lin Mu couldn't believe the bureaucracy involved in just saying happy birthday. He wasn't having it. He told the girls to sit tight while he went to deliver his prepared gift to Miss Situ personally. The girls were floored because it was obvious. The dude had walked in with absolutely zero items in his inventory. Zixi begged our hero not to be cringe, knowing for a fact he hadn't brought a thing. He agreed the rules were stupid, but he insisted on delivering his gift to Situ Shu face to face. Situ Shu, sensing a potential rival, signaled to let it play out. She needed to gauge his level, but the security guards intercepted him instantly, refusing to let a random stranger near their princess. The protagonist didn't flinch, calmly explaining that he had a few words of wisdom for Miss Situ, something she actually needed to hear. The crowd erupted in laughter, thinking it was a joke. Words for a birthday gift. How pathetic. Zixi was dying of secondhand embarrassment, convinced their friend was crashing and burning. But then the lady of the hour stepped in, announcing she was grateful for the gentleman's sentiment and agreed to hear him out. Truth was, she just wanted to see what tricks this weirdo had up his sleeve. Lin Mu stood tall, completely immune to the judgment and mockery from the crowd. His confidence was bulletproof. He finally stated that this convo wasn't for public consumption. Miss Situ needed to hear this privately. The servant looked ready to explode at this kid's audacity. He was stealing the spotlight and disrespecting protocol. Situ Shu narrowed her eyes. This guy wasn't a rookie. His energy was legit, and she couldn't read his endgame. Curiosity won. She ordered her staff to let the guy up on stage for a one-on-one. The old servant couldn't defy a direct order, so he stepped aside, grinding his teeth, and let Lin Mu pass. Our hero gave a quick nod and strutted up the steps while the birthday girl waited in silent anticipation of this unique present. He refused to let the mic pick it up, leaning in close to whisper the secret directly into her ear. The crowd went livid. Who was this scumbag daring to be so brazen, invading Miss Situ's personal space like that? But up on stage, Situ Shu's expression shifted from arrogance to pure shock as our hero finished his message. Stepping back, Lin Mu explained that those words were his gift to Miss Situ for her birthday, and he hoped she'd actually use them to level up. A beat passes, then boom, a radiant smile lights up the birthday girl's face, and she profusely thanks him for opening her eyes and putting on a killer show. No one had ever seen such an intense reaction from her before, leaving the entire room buzzing and dying to know what he whispered. Afterward, our hero strolls back to his squad, but the vibe is off. The girls are looking straight up pressed. A flustered Song Lingju explains that he nearly gave them a heart attack. They were stressing hard over his safety. Zixi was convinced that he was about to cause a massive scene that would end in total disaster. Lin Mu feels the guilt and immediately apologizes for making them panic. Right then, the birthday star herself glides over to the group to say hey to everyone. Situ Shu instantly clocks the connection. This mystery guy who stunned her with his gift is actually their buddy. She demands an introduction as soon as possible. Lin Mu rises from his seat, ready to make a proper impression on the lady. They both clasp their hands in a traditional salute, exchanging respectful greetings like seasoned pros. Zixi is totally lost. She cracks a joke asking if her friends are auditioning for a martial arts movie or something. Our main character freezes for a few seconds because he literally doesn't know how to respond. She's actually spot on. Situ Shu just laughs it off, commenting that her friend hasn't lost her sense of humor one bit. After saying her goodbyes, she heads straight for the Situ family estate to catch up with her old man. Her dad turns to her immediately asking if she enjoyed her big birthday bash. She gives a quick, yeah, it was great, then cuts straight to the chase to drop a bomb on the head of the family. She wraps her father in a hug and confesses she's done with Kyoto. She wants him to bring her back to Dunhai. She wants to enroll in the local university. The old man is baffled. Wasn't she the one begging to go to Kyoto before? Situ Shu hits him with the puppy dog eyes, claiming she just wants to stay close to her dad here in Dunhai. That answer melts his heart instantly, erasing all doubt. He squeezes her tight, letting out a hearty laugh, because she really made his day with those words. But here's the tea, Shushu is only doing this to get closer to Lin Mu. He's the only one who spotted her 4 fatal flaws. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the karate dojo, where things are heating up. A man named Luzian Shojiro warns his students he's coming for them, letting out a ferocious battle cry. He spins into a crushing strike. The students throw up full guards, but the impact is way too heavy to handle. Bodies go flying everywhere. They are getting absolutely ragdolled because they can't hold their ground. Luzian Shojiro whips his leg around, declaring he's just getting started. The students are totally caught off guard and fail to react to their president's speed. Bam! The kick connects with 2 fighters simultaneously. They barely manage a last-second block, but they still crumple. He is not impressed by how weak their defense is against a light tap. All they can do is apologize for being weak. Lucian Shojiro doesn't just watch from the sidelines, though. He helps his disciples back to their feet to keep the grind going. The guys shake it off, ready for more. As they prep for the next round, the president's tone suddenly drops deadly serious. He announces it's time to pay someone a little visit. Meanwhile, our MC is chilling, completely oblivious to the danger coming his way, just living that normal student life. During a break, he runs into a familiar face and is shocked to see her on campus. The other guys start whispering that the temperature just dropped because the Ice Queen Ji Qinglan has arrived, but she's only got eyes for Lin Mu and needs to talk about something urgent. He's totally confused about what's going on and why she needs to drag him somewhere private. Ji Qinglan gets annoyed with his 20 questions game. She grabs his arm and drags him away, snapping that she's not going to eat him, so he needs to just shut up and follow. The bystanders are floored. The ice lady has feelings. They can't believe Lin Mu actually bagged another beauty. Eventually, they just accept it. The guy's riz is on another level, and he can do whatever he wants. While the rumor mill spins, the protagonist is trying to figure out why this conversation requires so much secrecy. Then she drops it. Her dad wants a sit-down with Lin Mu. He's expected at their house tonight. Lin Mu tenses up immediately. What is the angle here? Ji Qinglan blushes, admitting she spilled the tea to her dad about that incident, and now he wants to meet his future son-in-law. Our hero is not thrilled she went running to her family so fast. They were supposed to keep it low-key. She starts yelling, assuming Lin Mu is getting cold feet about the engagement. She thinks he's backing out. But the young man isn't ready to sign his life away just yet. He can't just roll over and accept this setup. Their intense argument got cut short by a stranger showing up hunting for Mr. Lin Mu. Fresh off that awkward encounter, our MC was power walking away so fast, the girl practically had to jog to keep up. She was low-key panicking, dropping stats about how this Liu Sheng Xiaojiro was undefeated at Tokyo University. She was convinced Lin Mu would get crushed. But honestly, that just got him hyped. Ever since his temple power-up, he hadn't found anyone strong enough to test his new limits. He was praying this Xiaojiro wouldn't be a total letdown. Let's rewind the tape 30 minutes to when this whole beef started. Enter Liu Sheng Xiaojiro, president of the Tokyo U Karate Club. He rolled up and straight up challenged Lin Mu to a brawl. The girl was pressed about the interruption, making it clear she had zero interest in who he was. Xiaojiru, whatever. The guy apologized for barging in, but he wasn't backing down from the duel. He was seconds away from threatening Lin Mu. Ji Qinglan stepped up, dead serious. What exactly are you planning to do to my fiancé? Lin Mu cut in before things got ugly. He blocked the guy's path, looked him in the eye, and accepted the challenge. The karate prez bowed, classy move, and dropped the details. School stadium, 6 o'clock, sharp, be there. Our hero could feel it too. This opponent wasn't a scrub, he radiated actual power, but he flashed a smirk at Ji Qinglan. Don't sweat it. I'm taking the W guaranteed. She wasn't buying the confidence. Don't jinx it before the sun's even set, she snapped, still anxious. Fast forward to the stadium. The place was packed, every eye glued to Liu Sheng Xiaojiro. The tension was thick. The fighter sat in total silence, meditating, channeling his chi before the storm. The locker room gossip was wild. The karate squad heard the guy their prez challenged today was supposedly strong, but against their leader, please. They were convinced it was going to be a massacre. Then the main character walked in. Heads turned. The girls immediately clocked him. Dude was a certified heartthrob. He strolled in with Ji Qinglan, glued to his side. She was stressing out, refusing to leave him alone for a second. Lin Mu felt the awkwardness. He couldn't figure out why the entire crowd was staring daggers at him. The karate club members looked disappointed. They sized up the opponent and saw nothing special. To them, he looked like a total wimp. Before throwing hands, Lin Mu had one question for Xiaojiro. Why the rush? The club president's face went stone cold as he prepared to drop his reasons. It was personal. He explained that he was friends with Mr. Li Guanzhuo. He heard Lin Mu had wiped the floor with Li, which proved Lin Mu was on a different level. Liu Sheng Xiaojiro needed to clear the air. Don't get me wrong, he clarified. I'm not here for revenge. It clicked for the protagonist, Li Guanzhuo, that creep, who was grooming Teacher Song. The karateka respected Lin Mu's strength and spirit, figuring he was the real deal. He just wanted to trade blows and gain experience. Lin Mu finally understood what this was about, so he decided to go easy sparring mode only. Jiro sensed the hesitation instantly, and he hated it. He wanted a real fight, no mercy. When this karateka fights, he goes 100% or nothing. It was about respect. Lin Mu heard him loud and clear. All right then, let's do this for real. The president dropped into a combat stance. You first, come at me. But Jiro didn't wait. He launched the first strike fast, surgical. Lin Mu was actually shook by the raw power. He almost froze. At the very last split second, our hero managed to weave out of the way. That fist was lightning. Confirmed Xiaojiro was leagues above that scrub, Li Guanzhuo. Dealing with Li was child's play. Jiro was tough, but let's be real, he still wasn't on Lin Mu's god-tier level. Jiro was a vet in the ring. He unleashed a relentless combo, forcing Lin Mu to stay on the defensive, blocking blow after blow. But despite the insane speed, our MC was dodging like he was in the Matrix. No sweat. The karate crew. They were screaming for their president, waiting for the KO. Ji Qinglan watched closely. To a rookie, it probably looked like Jiro was dominating and Lin Mu was fighting for his life. But look closer. The main character's movements weren't chaotic. They were calculated. He was toying with him, testing the waters. He effortlessly ducked under a massive, bone-crushing kick. That strike, it looked like a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Lin Mu had to admit that was way too close for comfort. The karateka's fist practically grazed his nose. But right then, Liuchen Shojiro freezes up. His gas tank is empty and he is wheezing like he just ran a marathon in a sauna. He is totally confused. Why is Master Lin Mu just blocking Shojiro figures? The guy must be mocking him, looking down on his skills. Our hero actually gets flustered and apologizes, dropping the truth he was too busy analyzing his opponent's moveset. He legit forgot they were in the middle of a match. The club president is shook. This kid had time to download his techniques while actively dodging punches. That is some next-level multitasking. Meanwhile, Lin Mu shifts into a proper battle stance and announces it is his turn to go on the offensive. Liuchen Shojiro is exhausted, but he braces himself to tank the hit. He barely has time to blink before he feels a massive impact slam into his gut. The Karate Kid cannot process why our hero paused earlier, but that hesitation is gone now. Lin Mu strikes with such force that he literally launches his opponent through the air like a ragdoll. Liuchen Shojiro is helpless. He crashes to the floor with a loud thud, his pride shattered. The audience is dead silent, they cannot comprehend what just went down. 1 second Lin Mu was standing there, and the next he teleports right in front of the karate club president. Even Ji Qinglan is stunned. She knew her future fiancé was strong, but that speed, that is god tier. The Karate Kid is just as baffled, scrambling to get back on his feet, while his brain tries to catch up with his body. He realizes he underestimated this fight big time. Summoning every last drop of willpower, he forces himself up. Our hero looks genuinely surprised that his opponent is struggling this much. Lin Mu only used a tiny flick of his chi, barely a warm-up. Now he is actually bummed out, because he wanted to test his accumulated power on a worthy target. Looks like he will not get the chance today. But Liuchen Shojiro, he is not quitting. Even though he knows the power gap is wider than the ocean between him and Master Lin Mu, the Karate Kid's fighting spirit is redlining and he screams out that he refuses to fold this easily. The protagonist is shocked by this sudden burst of adrenaline, but he knows it is futile. Shojiro winds up for another desperate, crushing blow. Determined to land at least one solid hit on his opponent, he is convinced this is the one that connects. The fighter lunges forward with precision, but nothing. He hits empty air. The Karate Kid is horrified by this twist and cannot figure out how he missed. Turns out the main character is already gripping his shoulder, leaving Shojiro wondering what kind of monster he is fighting. Lin Mu gives a casual reply, claiming he is just a regular guy like him simply studying at Dunhai University, then deciding to act cool. He apologizes to his opponent one last time. With a firm grip on the Karate Kid's shoulder, our hero tosses him aside like a sack of potatoes. Ryuchin Shojiro's head smacks the floor with a brutal crack. It is over. He is definitely not getting up from that one. The Karate Club president finally accepts the truth the protagonist possesses strength that is straight up inhuman. Scene shift. The protagonist heads to the G family mansion, arriving by evening. The girl's grandfather wastes no time asking what the endgame is with Ji Qinglan. Lin Mu is stumped. He honestly does not have a master plan, right this second. This makes the old man furious. He assumes the young man is just stringing his granddaughter along, planning to ditch her eventually. The guy tries to clarify that that is not the vibe at all, explaining that he needs to secure his college degree first. But the old man is cynical. He thinks his granddaughter has zero future. With this kid convinced it is all just a childish game of house, Ji Qinglan jumps in to defend him, begging her grandpa to chill. She promises that in just 2 years, her fiancé will have his diploma. The head of the family counters that the timeline is not the issue. It is the guy's attitude. He calls his granddaughter naive, warning her that after graduation, people drift apart and her so-called fiancé might just ghost her. Meanwhile, the main character is getting annoyed. Ji Qinglan dragged him into this mess, and now he is the one being painted as the villain. The old man is baffled why she picked a guy with seemingly zero ambition or drive. The granddaughter desperately tries to explain that her fiancé is built different. But Mr. G is done listening and drops the hammer. He will not bless this marriage. That is the final straw. The main character decides to step up. He apologizes for the drama, but keeps it real. He has no scripted plan, and he will not make excuses for it because he is actively building his own future. He realizes that coming here today just caused a headache for everyone. He takes the blame and promises to stay out of their hair. Dropping the mic, Lin Mu spun on his heel, tossed a cold goodbye to the G clan, and stormed toward the exit. The girl wasn't having any of it. She scrambled after him, begging the groom to pump the brakes. Grandpa's voice dropped dead serious, swearing this guy was a total zero and telling his granddaughter to just trust his gut. Ji Qinglan ignored the old man, completely pleading with the hero to stay until she finally snapped and burst into tears. Realizing Gramps was totally tone-deaf to her feelings, the girl turned and sprinted out of the hall. The old man stayed ice-cold, silence filling the room. Finally, his son snapped, raising his voice because that last comment was way out of line. The family had realized that, sure, the Lin clan had muscle, but compared to their bloodline, no contest. He claimed he was just running a stress test, trying to see if the kid actually loved his granddaughter or just wanted a payday. If the groom had ulterior motives, he would have folded and played nice immediately. But the kid cracked under the tiniest bit of pressure. Still, the dad felt Lin Mu's reaction was valid. Nobody vibes with getting talked down to like that. But the old man was convinced this guy was a lost cause. So even if he did put a ring on Qinglan, he'd never truly be part of the squad. Realizing his dad was stubborn as a mule, the man decided to just let it ride for now. He figured Lin Mu was actually a solid kid, and hoped his ego would chill out eventually. Meanwhile, our hero was deep in thought. He'd seen some crazy stuff in Suishan's world, but guilt never on the menu. He didn't expect to get this triggered today. Aside from the rage, he felt his chi starting to flicker out. He chalked it up to the fact that this body's original energy was incredibly weak and fragile. He couldn't wrap his head around the G family's audacity. Who were they to look down on him? Next time the gloves are coming off. Suddenly, the main character froze. Something blocked his path home. Some dude came barreling toward him, clutching his head and screaming for Lin Mu to save his life. Lin Mu squinted. This chubby guy looked weirdly familiar. After a few seconds, it clicked. This was Xing Weilong, the campus scumbag known for scamming dudes and harassing women. He wondered what kind of trouble a rugged bully like him could get into in the dead of night. The terrified bully gasped for air, thanking his lucky stars he ran into a familiar face. Turns out a pack of bloodthirsty bandits was hunting him down to end him right there. Our hero raised an eyebrow at the drama. Xing Weilong was spiraling, begging his classmate for a lifeline as he explained the mess. If Lin Mu walked away, he was dead meat tonight. The bandits made it clear they only wanted the big guy. They warned the protagonist to step aside unless he wanted a one-way ticket to the afterlife too. The classmate knew our hero had wrecked Liu Shen, so this gang was nothing. Lin Mu actually smirked. This was perfect. He was already in a foul mood, and these goons were the perfect punching bags. The bandits didn't expect the kid to stand his ground. They figured he had a death wish. Linmu shrugged, saying he had to clean up his classmates' mess. He couldn't just stand there. Eventually, the gangsters decided they were done yapping. The boss barked an order to bag both students, advising the young hero not to be so clueless. If he wanted to die that badly, they'd oblige. Linmu sized them up, total amateurs. These scrubs wouldn't even make him sweat, so he wasn't stressing the outcome of this brawl. Xing Weilong was still shaking, warning him that these psychos killed people without blinking. That just hyped the protagonist up. He was desperate for a real challenge, so he stepped into the fray with swagger. He was ready to school these bullies with a lesson they'd never forget, beating them half to death. Pain was the only language they understood. The bandits didn't hesitate, swarming the protagonist immediately. Linmu focused, channeling the chi through his body to secure the absolute win. He poured all that power into his hand, targeting the first fool reckless enough to rush him. He snapped his arm forward, planting his feet. Palm open a shield, ready to become a lethal weapon. Boom. The bandit went flying sideways before he could even touch the target. Xing Weilong was still freaking out, thinking the protagonist was gambling with his life. But the young man was ice cold. No fear, just pure, precise power. The thugs scattered like bowling pins, flying in every direction. Linmu finally exhaled, letting the tension drain out of his body. Mission accomplished. The wind surged through him like pure adrenaline. Meanwhile, the big guy was standing there, jaw on the floor, witnessing a scene straight out of a kung fu blockbuster. Fast forward to the next day. The dust had settled, and our protagonist was just vibing, cruising through the city streets, without a care in the world. Suddenly, a voice hollered from behind. Linmu paused, confused by the commotion, and spun around to see what was up. It was the husky dude from the brawl. He was rushing over to thank his savior, swearing he'd grant any wish like a personal genie. Linmu wasn't about that hero worship life. He cringed slightly, getting secondhand embarrassment from the overwhelming gratitude. But for Xing Weilong, this was serious business. His life had been on the line. Bam! The guy drops to his knees right on the concrete. He was pledging eternal loyalty to big brother Linmu. Linmu panicked, basically begging his classmate to get up before people started staring. It was way too extra. Linmu pivoted to the real question. Why were those goons hunting you down last night? Xing spilled the tea. They were with the Anji gang. Turns out Xing had trash-talked their leader Pai Hongxin. Big mistake. He basically painted a target on his own back. Just then, two students sprinted past them, hyping up some major drama going down on campus. Right near the school gate, Xing Weilong went full bouncer mode, snatching one guy by the collar. Yo, what's the rush? The gossip, the Ice Queen Ji Qinglan is about to throw hands, and her opponent, another 10 out of 10 stunner. Lin Mu's eyebrows shot up. The Ice Queen starting a street fight, that was completely off-brand for her. Xing's eyes lit up with excitement. Bro, we gotta see this cat fight. He practically begged Lin Mu to check out the spectacle. Lin Mu hit him with a hard pass. Not interested in the drama, he said, telling his classmate to go enjoy the show solo. But Xing knew our hero's schedule was empty. There was no way he was letting his savior miss out on the entertainment. So he literally dragged Lin Mu along. Dude, stop manhandling me, Lin Mu protested, realizing resistance was futile. I have legs, you know? They arrived at the scene, but the crowd was confused. The two queens were just staring daggers at each other. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, and the crowd was thirsty for action. Chants started erupting from the sidelines. Lin Mu and his new sidekick Xing shoved their way to the front row. Finally getting a clear view, Lin Mu spotted the enemy. No way. It was the familiar face of Sister Situ. She spotted him too. The death glare vanished instantly, replaced by pure shock at hearing his voice. Why are you at this uni? Lin Mu asked immediately. Situ completely ghosted her rival in a split second. The duel was forgotten. She beelined for our main character just to say hello, leaving everyone bewildered. The crowd went silent, jaws dropping everywhere. How does this guy know absolutely every top-tier beauty on campus? The Ice Queen stepped in protective mode, engaged. Watch out, Lin Mu. I don't trust her, she warned, eyeing her rival. Turns out Situ had been asking around for Lin Mu, and Qinglan assumed she was here to settle a violent score. Situ smirked, looking between them. Protected by the Ice Queen? You really are a hit with the ladies, aren't you? Lin Mu tried to de-escalate the situation. Chill, Qinglan. We're cool. She's not a villain, I promise. Meanwhile, Xing started clearing the area, like crowd control. Show's over, folks. Nothing to see here. Keep it moving. With the audience gone, they could finally talk. Seriously, Lin Mu pressed. Why did Sister Situ transfer to Donghai? I just transferred from Jingdu University, she dropped casually, as if it wasn't a huge deal. Qinglan was floored. Jingdu was the Ivy League of China, the best of the best. It didn't make sense. Why downgrade from such a prestigious spot? Situ's answer was blunt. I wanted to be classmates with Lin Mu. I need his advice. Boom. By the next morning, the campus rumor mill was absolutely on fire about the new girl. Boys were drooling over Situ's leaked photos, speculating that the campus hierarchy was about to shift. The Ice Queen had a worthy challenger for the throne. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's squad met up with their old friend, huddled in the cafeteria, debating the origin of this mysterious new goddess who just appeared. Song Liangru dropped the lore. Her target is Ji Qinglan, the one everyone calls the Snow Queen. Snow Queen, hearing the nickname Situ, assumed this rival would be stuck up and colder than liquid nitrogen. To the world, maybe. But to the main character, Ji Qinglan was trying to be a sweetheart, even sliding him a homemade bento. Lin Mu appreciated the hustle and thanked her for the VIP treatment. But looking at the mountain of food, he had to be real. I can't eat all this. I'm not a vacuum cleaner. He was grateful for the care, but he had to break it to her gently that portion size was enough to feed a small army. Zixi called it out immediately. That girl was simping hard for her man, but she'd have turned anyone else into a popsicle. It clicked for Siduxiu instantly. This beauty was a love rival, gunning for Lin Mu, just like her friend. The girl turned beet red, totally mortified by the accusation, and begged them to quit talking trash. The rest of the squad tried to cap, claiming there was zero reason for them to crush on the main character, but their excuses were weak and nobody was buying it. Siduxiu cracked up at their panicked reactions, telling them to chill out. She was just messing with their heads. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's vibe was killed by a stranger rolling up on him. Ji Qinglan flared up instantly, furious that someone had the nerve to crash their lunch. The guy apologized for the intrusion, explaining that his boss needed a word with Mr. Lin right now. Lin Mu noticed the stranger was built like a tank, but he didn't seem hostile, so he calmly asked for a name. Ji Qinglan demanded to know why this mysterious master didn't show up himself, if he wanted to talk to Lin Mu. The protagonist told her to stand down and stop making a scene. If there was real drama, he'd handle it in a heartbeat. The bodyguards gave a respectful nod, thanking him for being cool about it, and signaled him to follow. The girl warned Lin Mu to watch his back, but he just smirked, surprised. She still doubted his skills after everything. The suits escorted our hero to a luxury whip and asked him to hold on, while they radioed ahead. They updated their boss on the situation, and the order came through to let the young man in. The man inside asked if Lin Mu recalled him from their last run-in. The protagonist's brain clicked instantly. It was Officer Wang's father. The gentleman looked impressed, noting that the kid had a razor-sharp memory to recognize him, after just one brief encounter. But he didn't waste time on small talk, cutting straight to the chase to emphasize that Lin Mu was their last Hail Mary. The guy made it clear that since Wang was his homie, he was down to help with whatever, and asked how she was holding up. The father reported that her rehab was cruising along perfectly, and invited our hero to swing by the house whenever his schedule cleared up. Lin Mu was stoked about the offer, and promised he'd definitely pay the family a visit in a few days. Finally, the lad asked what the old man actually needed him for right now. The man realized there was no point in dancing around the issue, so he started spilling the tea on the crisis. He finished the briefing just as they pulled up to the location, stressing that this was code red. He wouldn't be hunting Lin Mu down otherwise. The protagonist started sweating a little, because sure, he agreed to help, but he wasn't exactly a licensed doctor. The old man didn't care about the technicalities, begging the young man to just bring his A-game, promising him literally anything under the sun as a reward. Waiting in the room were some high-ranking military officers pacing around, confused as to why their contact was ghosting them. Their faces lit up when they saw Mr. Wang finally arrive on the scene. The man's voice was heavy with concern as he asked for a status report on their leader. The soldiers dropped the bad news. The chief was still in a coma, and it was looking grim. The tension in the room was suffocating, because the old man wasn't just anyone. He was a pillar of the nation, critical to China's stability. Mr. Wang explained the stakes. If this leader dies, the whole country faces a catastrophe. The protagonist told him to breathe easy, and promised to give it everything he had. He cleared the room, ordering everyone to wait outside, while Wang emphasized that the leader's fate was now entirely in the kid's hands. The soldiers were throwing skeptical looks, unsure if trusting a teenager with a national crisis was the right move. But Wang stood his ground, reminding them that this kid had already pulled his own daughter back from the brink of death. Inside, the protagonist began his assessment, hunting for the root cause of the collapse. He focused, channeling a thin thread of chi energy through the patient's pulse, letting it drift slowly through the body, scanning every single cell like a human MRI. After a thorough sweep, he finally flagged an anomaly in the leader's system. Lin Mu noticed there was zero organ failure, which was weird for someone supposedly at death's door. The situation was a puzzle, and he suspected he'd missed a clue. The protagonist refused to quit and decided to run the scan again. This time, he flooded the patient's body with a heavier dose of energy. He zeroed in with laser focus, desperate to pinpoint the malfunction. Finally, he struck gold. The old man had a hidden heart condition. The right atrial artery was clogged with massive amounts of ancient impurities, and it had been festering there for a long time. Chronic oxygen deprivation had triggered a total system crash. But while the body was shutting down, Lin Mu shifted gears and locked in completely. A confident smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He figured it out. If he mainlined chi straight into the heart, He could speedrun the recovery instantly. Outside, the squad was sweating bullets, convinced their leader was already a goner. The tension was suffocating, especially since right at that moment, the bedroom door swung open and our MC stepped out, looking cool as a cucumber. He dropped the bomb immediately. The big boss was in the clear and would be waking up any second now. The crowd went absolutely wild, of course. Relief, washing over them like a tidal wave, but you could see the shock on their faces. Nobody expected a miracle to happen that fast. But one guy wasn't popping champagne just yet, grilling Lin Mu on exactly how much time the leader had left on the clock. Our hero didn't sugarcoat the diagnosis, explaining that while he'd ripped out the root of the disease, the old man's engine was already running on fumes. If he burned through his remaining energy, he was looking at 6 months tops. Smash, cut, to the future. 3 days after, the kid pulled off the impossible and saved the nation's leader. The old lion was already back in his throne room, absolutely fuming at the mess that went down, while he was out cold. Commander-in-Chief. Duan Fuxiang was livid, realizing that his enemies had started circling like vultures before his body was even in the ground. Mr. Wang stood by, soaking up the rage, begging his teacher to keep his blood pressure in check, because stress was basically a death sentence right now. The old man took a deep breath, forcing himself to chill, calculating in his head that he needed at least a few more years to clean up this disaster. But in the back of his mind, the grim reality hit him. He was fighting a losing battle against time. Wang tried to play the optimist, swearing up and down that the worst was in the rearview mirror. The commander cut him off cold, telling him to save the pep talk, because he knew his own body better than anyone, and he felt it deep in his bones. He wasn't going to make it to the finish line. Still, putting the doom and gloom aside, he was genuinely impressed that his savior was just a young kid, wondering aloud if Lin Mu was swinging by today. Mr. Wang confirmed the schedule, saying the VIP meeting was all locked in, and the Prodigy would be walking through those doors any minute. Right on cue, the doorbell chimed, and the assistant didn't miss a beat, announcing their guest had arrived. The man shot up from his seat, welcoming the main character with a knowing grin, noting the irony, they were literally just talking about him. And boom, here he is. Talk about perfect timing. Without skipping a beat, he beamed, introducing the kid, who single-handedly snatched the commander-in-chief from the jaws of death. Lin Mu didn't hesitate, bowing low in total respect, and formally introducing himself to the big boss. Duan Fusheng waved off the formalities, urging the guy to grab a seat, eager to dive into everything that went down over the last few chaotic days. The old man insisted that since our hero wasn't in the military, he could drop the titles and just call him Grandpa Duan. The commander cracked a joke, admitting that if Lin Mu hadn't stepped in when he did, this old bag of bones would be 6 feet under right now. The kid looked a little flustered, feeling like Grandpa Duan was hyping him up too much, since the treatment was basically a walk in the park for him. Plus, he hadn't even managed to fix the root of the problem yet. But Duan Fusheng wasn't hearing it. He thought our hero was being way too humble, considering he literally kept the man breathing, which is a massive win in anyone's book. He explained that when you get to his age, you stop sweating the small stuff, and honestly, death just doesn't scare him anymore. Our MC gazed at the old man with genuine reverence, blown away by his wisdom and that chill perspective on life, where even the Grim Reaper doesn't make him flinch or lose his cool. Just then, Mr. Wang chimed in. Dinner was served, suggesting they keep the chat going. Over at the table, the leader instantly declared that tonight was about celebration and suggested cracking open a bottle to lift the mood. But Mr. Wang shut that down fast, reminding him he just recovered, so reaching for the booze was definitely off limits. Night fell as Miss Sidu stormed back into her estate, obsessed with digging up dirt on our mystery main character. Her intel officer didn't come empty-handed, finally having an update on her top-secret request. Her eyes lit up. This was the breakthrough she needed, and she leaned in, laser-focused, hanging on every word her underling was about to drop. The report was spicy. Lin Mu was spotted, rolling up to the War Ministry that very afternoon. He didn't take a cab either. Military transport escorted him in, and he was behind those fortified doors for 3 whole hours. Sidu Shu demanded the details instantly. What exactly was he doing in a high-security zone for that long? But the aide froze. That part was total classified black box. That non-answer made her snap at her staff, barking at them to get back out there and breach that wall of silence immediately. Terrified, the assistant didn't dare argue, gave a quick bow, and scrambled to execute the mission. Left alone, Situ Shu felt a chill run down her spine, realizing this guy wasn't just some random nobody. He was a walking enigma wrapped in a riddle. The burning question of why he had access to the War Ministry's inner sanctum lived rent-free in her mind all night, making sleep impossible. Cut to the next morning. Dunha University was buzzing with chaotic energy as a massive crowd circled some bold simp clutching a bouquet. Nobody recognized the dude, posturing at the main gate at the crack of dawn. but the gossip mill was already churning. He had to be gunning for the campus queen bee. The whole student body was glued to the scene, thirsty for some morning drama. Phones out ready to record the cringe. But the target of his affection was a no-show. Suddenly heads turned as a brand new Lamborghini screeched to a halt right at the entrance, leaving the onlookers stunned by the flex. Out stepped Situ Shu looking fierce, totally oblivious to the circus, unfolding right in front of the school. Scanning the sea of people, she frowned, confused why the paparazzi treatment was happening, before classes even started. Then the guy, spotting the girl he was obsessed with, his whole vibe instantly shifted to high energy. Knuckles white around the bouquet, he sprinted straight for her. Situ Shu was caught completely off guard, totally shocked to realize the guy was none other than Yan Lanchi. She couldn't wrap her head around how he tracked her down here. He claimed he just couldn't handle the distance, hoping to impress her with those rare oriental blue roses. She played it cool, acting flattered by the suitor's effort, and thanked him for the sudden pop-up gift. But then came the grilling. He demanded to know why Situ Shu abruptly transferred to Donghai University, without giving him a single heads up. She quickly lied, claiming she came to Donghai just to spend quality time with her parents. Spoiler alert, Yan Lanchi wasn't buying that story for a second, and Situ Shu was confused by his sudden aggression. He bet everything it was because of a specific guy, spinning around because the target was literally walking right past them. Situ Shu's eyes widened in sheer panic. Her mouth hung open for a split second. Her acquaintance had just ripped the mask off, exposing the real trigger behind her sudden transformation. And wouldn't you know it, right on cue, our main character was strolling down the block, with his new ally, Xing Weilong, right by his side. He called out the obvious tension, noting their conversation was way too intimate. Between Situ Shu and this dude, back at her birthday bash, demanding to know exactly what he whispered to her. Situ Shu's eyes flared with rage. How dare this guy have the nerve to pry into her personal business? Yan Lanchi clapped back, reminding her that she's basically his fiancée, so asking questions is totally within his rights. She thought, wife or not, she doesn't owe him an explanation for anything. The so-called groom frowned, his stare turning dark and heavy with suspicion. Suspecting Lin Mu was catching feelings for Situ Shu, he pressed until she finally admitted it was true. She straight up told him to quit hitting on her, trying to keep things from getting any more awkward. Yan Lanchi froze, completely paralyzed. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull, and his voice cracked as he demanded to know if she truly grasped the heavy consequences of the words she just spat out. Situ Shu was officially done tolerating her ex-fiancé, so she fired back instantly, letting him know she wasn't playing games. Meanwhile, the MC and Xing Weilong rolled up, instantly sensing the weird vibes drifting from the gate. Lin Mu was shook by the terrifying qi radiating off this guy. He had never felt an aura quite this intense before. Fatty immediately clocked his buddy's mood swing, confused why he was suddenly grinning like a maniac. The protagonist didn't bother explaining his sudden hype and just wanted to bounce, but Xing Weilong refused to budge. Knowing the drama was far from over, Yan Lanchi was seeing red, furious that this punk dared to even look at his woman. He wasn't about to let Lin Mu slide, not when he had the guts to chase his fiancée. Later that evening, the MC was racking his brain trying to guess where Fatty had dragged him, because the whole place gave off major mystery vibes. Xing Weilong told his bro to chill out, promising it wouldn't be long before the secrets were revealed. Right at the entrance, they were intercepted by two guards, who swung the doors open in perfect sync, flashing polite smiles. Lin Mu figured his buddy just dragged him along to sit through some boring high society charity gala. Honestly, Lin Mu never pegged the guy as someone who gave a damn about philanthropy projects. The big guy puffed out his chest, dropping the truth bomb that this shindig wasn't just some boring charity gala, and hinted that our boy was about to get red-pilled on the real situation. As they ventured deeper into the hall, something wild went down. A freakish pulse shot right through our MC's hand. He froze, totally confused, brain scrambling to process the glitch, cause a mystical ring from his past cultivation life just materialized out of thin air on his finger. Xing Weilong clocked the vibe shift instantly, realizing things were getting sus when he saw his buddy go ghost white for zero reason. Our guy shoved his hand behind his back, panic mode engaged, and desperately asked for the nearest bathroom, faking a sudden stomachache like a bad actor. The big dude pointed straight ahead, buying the lie, and Lin Mu begged him to hold the fort for 5 minutes. Our MC bolted, crashing into a vacant stall, struggling to contain the magical chaos radiating from that spontaneously spawned ring. He stared daggers at his hand, racking his brain on what the heck set this off. Lin Mu realized the artifact was trying to go rogue, and if he didn't put a lid on it right now, things were going to go sideways fast. He nearly got deleted back in the cultivation world, just to score this legendary loot, so screwing up now wasn't an option. But then boom, A familiar girl's voice echoed through the tiles, calling him out point blank. No way, it was Situshu, who somehow just strolled right in. Our hero gripped his glowing hand, tight sweating bullets, and stammered that this was, the men's room. She didn't even blink, acting like it was no biggie, since the place was a ghost town anyway, and instead, she pivoted, totally shocked that Lin Mu was suddenly all about that charity life. Lin Mu quickly explained. His chubby friend dragged him along, and tried to flip the script asking if Situshu didn't show up just to hang out. She skipped the pleasantries and didn't bother explaining why she crashed the party this evening. Instead, she dropped a bomb that guy from this morning. Totally misread the vibe between her and our hero. But don't panic, she was already doing damage control. Lin Mu played the innocent card, assuming the dude, lurking outside the university gate, was just trying to shoot his shot with her. Situshu wasn't having it. She couldn't stomach his blatant acting anymore. She knew for a fact he'd clocked, the killer intent radiating off Yan Lanchi. Our MC finally dropped the act. Yeah, he sensed that dark energy. But honestly, he had zero clue how to process that intel. The girl was still visibly shook, fully aware that her ex-fiancé was a master manipulator with a bag of dirty tricks. Engaging him meant playing 4D chess. One wrong move was fatal. Lin Mu paused. He hadn't realized Miss Situ was actually losing sleep over his safety, which, not gonna lie, was a massive ego boost. Situshu let out a heavy dramatic sigh. Keeping it real, she wouldn't be doing any of this if it wasn't for the guidance the protagonist dropped on her birthday. With the serious talk wrapped up, our boy thanked her for the heads up and swore he'd watch his back. The girl signaled that she'd said her piece, dropping one last plea for our hero to stay alive. Then came the walk of shame, exiting the men's restroom together, which looked absolutely suspect. The protagonist wanted the ground to swallow him whole, knowing exactly how cringe this looked to bystanders. One dude clocked their hasty exit and immediately jumped to the wildest conclusion about the scandalous business that just went down in the stalls. Smash cut to the main stage, where the charity auction was already popping off, with bids hitting a cool 10 million. The auctioneer hyped up the crowd, counting down to lock in the winning number for the lot. Boom. The gavel slammed down with finality. The hammer slams down. Sold. That final bid seals the deal. And the lucky winner taking home the prize, none other than Miss Lin. The auctioneer beams, thanking her for dropping serious cash for a good cause. Lin Mu is completely shook. $10 million for a vase. The math isn't even mathing in his head. His buddy leans in to drop a truth bomb about the crowd. Relax, bro. Everyone here is loaded and looking to flex their wallets for charity. But the show's just getting started. The spotlight hits the next item. An ancient necklace glows with an eerie orange hue on the display stand. But this isn't just some dusty old jewelry. It's a complete enigma. Nobody knows how old this thing actually is. Scientists threw everything at it, even carbon-14 dating. Total failure. The material composition, it's like nothing found on Earth. Completely unidentified. It's a geological ghost. And get this, rumor has it, it's indestructible. Nothing on this planet can put a scratch on it. Our MC freezes. His eyes lock onto the stage, intense focus taking over. You can practically see the gears turning in his head. Meanwhile, Xing Weilong is just rolling his eyes. He thinks it's all marketing hype. Indestructible. Yeah, right. But Lin Mu senses something else entirely. His ring is going crazy, vibrating harder than ever before. The second that necklace came out, the energy spiked off the charts. It clicks for Lin Mu. There's a link here. A secret tether. His ring and that necklace. They're calling out to each other. The bidding opens. A suit in the front row jumps in immediately. 5 million, he shouts without hesitation. Xing Weilong chokes on his drink. 5 mil for a rock. He can't believe people are throwing money around like this. But our hero knows better. This is just the warm-up. That price is about to skyrocket. The auctioneer points to the first bidder. It's Mr. Liu flexing his bank account. He set the pace, but he won't hold the lead for long. Do I hear more? Who wants a piece of mystery? Boom, a challenger appears. A woman steps up to the plate. 6 million. She ups the ante instantly. It's absolute chaos. In mere seconds, the bid blasts past $15 million, and the hype train isn't slowing down anytime soon. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Mr. Liu isn't backing down. He drops a massive $20 million bomb. The host is losing his mind with excitement. He scans the room, hungry for more action. 20 million going once. Anyone got the guts to top that? Xing Weilong was absolutely floored. Who in their right mind drops that kind of cash on a tacky piece of jewelry? But then it clicked for our hero. It's all a flex for charity. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. An elder in the crowd casually bid 50 million, going all in for the prize. The room went dead silent, shocked that the competition just spiked the price to such an astronomical level. The auctioneer didn't miss a beat, shouting, "Do I hear a challenger for Mr. Ao?" The countdown began. 3, 2. The window to snag this legendary loot was slamming shut. Bang. The gavel hit the block. The host congratulated the victorious Ao Xiaolong for being the night's biggest philanthropist. But look at Xing Weilong, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. And our protagonist instantly caught the vibe change. Realizing his buddy definitely had a history with this winner, Fatty leaned in, whispering the tea that man is the patriarch of the Ao family, a massive player who pulls the strings, in both the corporate world and the criminal underground. Our hero realized that if a heavy hitter like that was desperate for this specific necklace, it wasn't just bling, it was something powerful. That's when the memories hit him. The cultivation world holds 6 other artifacts, connected to his own ring, parts of the legendary ancient armor of immortality. He immediately deduced that this necklace had to be a fragment of that god-tier set, but finding it here, in a place like this, that's wild. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows of the VIP suite, we find the rest of the banquet guests. Specifically, Yan Lanqi, who was practically steaming, obsessing over our hero. Having the guts to flirt with his Jewer, right at that moment, Lin Mu felt a cold shiver crawl down his spine, sensing the killing intent radiating from his rival. A subordinate stepped up to his master, ready to take orders. Let's be real, this guy. Yeah, this guy is trouble. But then, there was Qing Shi, radiating pure icy menace, with a vibe that screamed serial killer, and skin looking pale as fresh snow. Yan Lanqi didn't mince words, he wanted that kid. In the white suit erased from existence, his goons caught the drift immediately, locking in the kill order and swearing that the target wouldn't live long enough to see the sun rise tomorrow morning. However, the boss dropped a warning. Our hero actually has hands, so he told his assistant to stay sharp and not get cocky against this enemy. Qing Shi just scoffed, telling the boss to chill, because he hasn't taken a single loss in his entire life. Meanwhile, the host finally wrapped things up, announcing the charity dinner was officially closed, and thanking the high rollers for dropping cash on the cause. Our protagonist still didn't get it, grilling the fat man on why he even guided him to this fancy joint, but Fat Man told him to zip it and watch his mouth, reminding him that plenty of people were dying to get in, but never got the VIP access they had. Xing Weilong admitted that he originally planned to cop some loot for himself and needed his friend as backup to secure the goods, but the whole plan went sideways in the end. The guy explained he walked in with 5 million, thinking he was balling enough to win. Turns out he didn't even have the budget to raise a paddle. He realized the rich elites from Donghai are on another level of chaotic and unpredictable, which made the bidding war absolutely brutal. The young man insisted that dropping 50 million on a necklace is straight up insanity. Doesn't matter if it's the holy grail of jewelry or the rarest gem on earth. Our hero guessed that Ao Xiaolong must be splurging on that item as a gift for a special lady. Fat Man, however, started sensing something else, suspecting the guy might have been pulling a power move to help someone out by snatching that expensive piece. Out of nowhere, Lin Mu announced he had urgent business and had to bail on the spot, totally ditching his partner. Xing Weilong, without a second thought, he's totally confused by the urgency, considering he was literally just about to ask our main man out for a bite to eat. But our hero stresses that this mission is do or die, so he takes a rain check on the dinner plans. Trusting his gut instincts, Lin Mu moves, tracking the scent all the way to the underground garage. And there he is, Mr. Ao, flanked by 2 beefy bodyguards getting ready to roll out. The plan, simple. Our boy is here to liberate that $50 million necklace from his possession, but he plays it cool, watching from the shadows as the target vehicle exits. He doesn't have to wait long though. The moment Mr. Ao hits a red light, Lin Mu is already closing the distance. He knows he has to play this smart. First step, pinpoint exactly where that necklace is stashed. He can't go in blind, so he resists the urge to rush in and snatch the loot immediately. Besides, he's got a tactical advantage. This mountain road is crawling with stoplights, making it a total breeze to shadow the car without being seen. Suddenly, he skids to a halt, the hair on his neck. Standing up, he feels a familiar, chillingly murderous intent locking onto him. There are shadows lurking behind him, but this energy isn't coming from some low-level street thugs. Lin Mu spins on his heel instantly, staring down the strangers and demanding answers, with absolute steel in his voice. But these mercenaries aren't here to chat. They launch a lethal assault in a split second. Lin Mu scoffs a frontal attack amateur hour. He sidesteps the strike with 0 effort, but that was just the bait he didn't see. The 3 hidden blades whistling from the dark, aiming straight for his blind spot. Seeing his split-second panic, the assassins know they've got him exactly where they want him. The trap has snapped shut. Cool as ice, Lin Mu straightened his tie, flashing a cocky grin as he noted that one wrong move, and those goons might have actually landed a scratch. But almost doesn't count in the big leagues. The bandits stood there totally glitching out, because their brains couldn't process how this guy ghosted every single one of their shadow blades. Suddenly, a lethal glint flashed at his 6, triggering his reflexes to snap into overdrive. Turns out these so-called pro-mercenaries We're done playing the waiting game, and switched to dirty tactics to take him down. Our boy caught the sneaker mid-strike, looking absolutely disgusted that his enemies were basic enough to rely on cheap ambushes. Linmu only needed one surgical hit to completely disarm the clown, who thought backstabbing was a solid strategy. The mercs finally realized the hard truth. They were way out of their depth against this monster, so they tried to scramble and scatter. Too bad the protagonist smacked his opponent so hard. The guy literally defied gravity and went airborne. In a blink, he closed the gap on the other mercs, mocking them for moving in slow motion. The villains didn't even have a single frame to react to the lightning-fast combo. The protagonist was unleashing, and they got ragdolled in every direction. The last bandit watched his entire squad get folded in an instant, completely unable to comprehend what kind of demon they were messing with. But our hero wasn't pressing pause. He was already locked in, ready to delete the final mercenary. He swung but felt zero impact against the body, punching straight through empty air, even though his aim was dead center. Right before contact, the mystery boss made a move. He had already vanished, reappearing instantly in a completely new spot. A smirk played on his lips. He was pretty hyped about his own reflexes. Our hero owned the title Jack of all trades, but playtime was officially over. No more slip-ups. Right at the clutch moment, his strike whiffs, completely passing through the void, his fist carving through absolutely nothing but air, and the bandit just glitched out like a ghost, totally untouched. A split second later, the merc boss rallies his squad, warning them that this target is actually a massive grind to deal with, but he claims he has already cracked the code to beat him. Boom. All three evaporate into thin air like smoke. Now it is a blind guessing game. Zero clue where the ambush is spawning next. Linmu has never faced a move this broken before, so his brain is scrambling to process exactly what kind of skill set these guys are spamming. He focuses scanning the area, and suddenly the mechanic makes sense. They are manipulating the airflow around him to hack his senses and scramble his brain, triggering straight-up hallucinations. While our MC is analyzing the data, the bandit spots a vulnerability window and rushes in for a cheap shot, twist ending the mercs phase right through Linmu, leaving them completely stunned at this reversal. A savage smirk instantly curls on the young master's lips because he realized the catch. This ability gets nerfed hard by anger, and these three scrubs learned the skill way too casually to know the drawbacks. The protagonist decides to weaponize this intel immediately, mocking them for swinging at empty air, intentionally tilting them into a rage. The bandits are shook that he decoded the shadow technique so fast, convinced that only someone with the true blood of the elite could know that lore. Our guy did not expect them to mistake him for an ally so easily, so he flips the script and demands to know who hired them. He was shooting to kill. Sudden panic washed over the squad as they realized they might have just jumped a VIP. Terrified, they begged our hero to come back with them, just to clear the air before heads started rolling. But Linmu wasn't having it. He shut them down cold. He had bigger fish to fry. The leader of the pack got right in his face, stressing that they were dead meat if Linmu didn't roll with them. Then he dropped the bomb. A total of 9 assassins were dispatched. On this hit, the kid just laughed it off, telling them to chill. He knew for a fact that these low-level goons were nowhere near his league. He was 100% sure he could solo the whole crew without breaking a sweat. But while they were yapping, looming on the rooftop above was Qingxi, the puppet master who pulled the strings on this entire operation. The man was actually shook. He never expected that the protagonist would master the shadow technique that fast, let alone mop the floor with the first wave of killers, like it was nothing. A twisted grin spread across his face as he licked his blade, readying himself for the main event. He knew he would need to unleash some god-tier skills, that this kid had zero chance of surviving. The protagonist blasted off, sprinting like a maniac to catch up to Mr. Ao's ride. But desperation started to creep in, because he realized he had completely lost the tail on Shaolin's car. He needed a plan B fast. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure sliced through the air right in front of him, forcing Linmu to skid to a dead stop. It was over before it started. He didn't stand a chance against that lightning fast blitz and took a brutal hit. Qingxi stepped out of the shadows, looking disappointed. He didn't think the kid would be slow enough to walk right into his opening strike. Our MC's instinct screamed danger the second he saw the guy. This wasn't some street thug, this was a tier 1 pro, but even with his guard up, he never saw it coming. A cheap shot from the shadows, straight up ambush style. The man's voice was absolute zero as he dropped the truth: he's a straight up murderer, which means he'll cross any line to secure the win. Linmu was already kissing the pavement, completely gassed out. He wheezed out a question: had Qingxi been shadowing him? Ever since that brawl with the mercenaries, the assassin didn't even cap. He confirmed it. He admitted he had to play dirty because of the kid's insane power levels. A sneak attack was the only way to level the playing field. Then he dropped a dark flex Lin Mu was only the second target to get deleted with this specific technique, running on fumes. Our hero demanded a name. He needed to know exactly who was sending him to the afterlife. Qing Shi turned to bail, but froze for a split second. That dying wish actually hit him. Lin Mu's mind raced. Was this guy seriously that savage? That he wouldn't even grant a final request for a guy on death's door? Finally, a glitch in his cold programming, he found a shred of humanity. Qing Shi, he stated flatly. Lin Mu was fading to black, so he just whispered that he'd locked that name in his memory bank. Qing Shi spun around and walked off into the distance, leaving our guy sprawled on the concrete, drowning in a pool of his own crimson. But suddenly, the assassin felt a disturbance behind him and realized this game wasn't over. Plot twist. Our MC wasn't ready to respawn just yet. He surged up with a second wind for a ferocious surprise attack. But Lin Mu was shook. The killer somehow weaved past the fatal blow. Even though that resurrection play was totally unscripted, he was sure that strike was max-level stealth. So it made no sense. How did the guy sense the bloodlust and react with that god-tier speed? On the flip side, Qing Shi was absolutely floored. The kid had played possum perfectly, even after taking a precision stab straight to the vitals. Meanwhile, our boy wasted 0 seconds launching another ferocious assault. But the mercenary was slick, dodging just in the nick of time. That's when it clicked for Lin Mu. This wasn't some random thug. This guy had maxed out his stats in the spiritual realm, a true master who had already unlocked both his middle and lower dantians. But even facing that kind of insane power level, the protagonist didn't even flinch, locking in with a mindset that losing was absolutely not an option. Mid-clash, our hero roared with everything he had left, declaring that the only body dropping, right here right now, was going to be Qing Shi's. You could actually see the assassin start to sweat, totally shook that Lin Mu was leaking blood but still standing. And his punches, they were still landing with bone-crushing force. In a split second, Lin Mu smashed right through his opponent's guard, closing the gap instantly to get up close and personal. He channeled every ounce of chi into his fist, charging up a strike meant to be the final curtain call for this assassin. Qing Shi couldn't handle that level of speed or precision, letting out a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. The protagonist dumped his entire soul into that impact, literally folding his opponent in half like a lawn chair. A spray of crimson painted the air from his mouth as his eyes bugged out in total shock. And just like that, Qing Shi collapsed into the dirt, completely drained, because even a master couldn't tank a hit like that from Lin Mu. Clinging to his last moments of consciousness, he wheezed out a question. Who exactly are you? The brave warrior himself was barely holding it together, running on pure adrenaline. So with a voice shaking from the strain, he told his defeated foe to take the name Lin Mu with him to the grave. Qing Shi's brain couldn't process it, unable to comprehend how the tables had turned, because he knew for a fact his blade had pierced our hero's skin earlier. As he staggered away from the fallen killer, the young man finally started to feel the burn of the lethal poison coursing through his veins. The steel had already minced his heart and lungs. He couldn't wrap his head around it. After surviving that absolute hellscape of a battle, he was going to die here, just bleeding out on the cold, hard asphalt. Finally, Lin Mu's adrenaline crashed. His legs gave out and he collapsed into a heap, cursing himself for the fatal miscalculation. He completely underestimated the brutality of that fight. His vision blurred, darkness swallowing him whole. But right before the lights went out, he caught a glimpse. A pair of shoes standing directly in his face. Cut to nightfall. Same day, different vibes. We're inside a quiet temple now. Lin Mu is actually alive. Against all odds, someone dragged him back from the brink. He drifted back to consciousness, but his body was still, screaming in absolute agony. Looking up, he saw his savior. The girl was kneeling deep in prayer for her late master. Flashback to 10 years ago. When Unia was just a kid, a tragic accident occurred, and she injured an old man, sending him to an early grave. But on his deathbed, the master dropped some truth. A healer's one job is to snatch the dying from the jaws of death. Even if it meant trading his life for hers, he'd do it in a heartbeat. Zero regrets. He told his student to keep living to survive, and to use her gift to save everyone else. Tears streamed down her face as the memories hit. He took her in, adopted her, but then that mysterious illness struck. The old man was her shield, saving her over and over again. But the cure came at a price. The master withered, draining his own life force bit by bit, sacrificing everything, just so Unia could breathe. Now she had to execute a high-level technique. This wasn't rookie stuff. It required insane control and precision to pull off. She snapped open the wooden case. Inside lay a set of gleaming silver needles, and a final note trusting her to live up to the legendary title of Divine Medic. Unia wasn't about to let that legacy die, and she definitely wasn't letting our hero check out today. With surgical focus, she drove the needles, deep into his pressure points. Her hands were a blur, moving with lethal precision. "Stay with me," she begged silently. "Don't you dare let go." Lin Mu was fading fast, slipping into the void. Reality twisted into a dark, suffocating haze, and a raw, guttural groan tore from his throat. Panic clawed at the girl's throat. This forbidden technique was draining her life force like a vampire. If she didn't wrap this up right now, she'd be the one ending up in a body bag. Dr. Joe bit her lip, forcing down the terror. She couldn't let him die. Not today. But her body was screaming for her to stop. Then a memory cut through the chaos. Her master, the man who raised her, loved her like his own blood, and sacrificed everything to keep her breathing. That sacrifice wouldn't be for nothing. She locked in. No turning back. No fear. She channeled his spirit, begging for the strength to see this through. Zhou Xian could almost hear the old man's voice, guiding her hands, demanding perfection. A sudden calm washed over her. She resumed, driving the silver points into his meridian lines. Focus, speed, precision. Every strike had to be lightning fast. Hesitate for even a heartbeat. Linger on a pressure point for longer than half a second. Game over. The entire treatment would collapse instantly. She chanted a silent mantra, willing success into existence. "I can do this." Needle after needle pierced skin following the ancient rhythm, while our hero convulsed fighting the agony. Then a shift. Dr. Joe caught it. The deathly black pallor on Lin Mu's face began to fade. It was working. The toxin was retreating, but for a split second, relief clouded her focus. Seeing him pull back from the brink made her guard drop. She got sloppy. She rushed, and the needle slipped right through her fingers. Instant panic triggered a memory. Her master's warning echoed in her skull. One wrong move with the acupuncture needles, and he's straight up dead. But letting the MC flatline. Not on her watch. She taps into her supernatural reserves, desperate to stabilize his crashing condition. Zhuo Xian threads her spiritual energy deep into Lin Mu's core, fighting to lock down his volatile yang essence. The strain is unreal. It's taking everything she has. Her breath comes in heavy, ragged gasps. Finally, she crashes onto the bed, totally drained. But she did it. She pulled the protagonist back from the edge, and he's officially out of the danger zone. Meanwhile, across town, Situ Shu is deep in dreamland catching some Z's. Suddenly, her phone starts blowing up, wrecking the vibe. She jolts awake instantly, brain still foggy, trying to figure out who has the audacity to buzz her at this ungodly hour. She's barely conscious, but seeing Liang Ju's name snaps her back to reality, because he wouldn't call unless it was critical intel. Miss Situ goes from 0 to 100. The second she hears Lin Mu has been MIA. For 3 whole days, the gravity of the situation hits her hard, and she orders her assistant to scour every corner of the city for the guy. See, this isn't just concern, it's a strategic investment. Her entire cultivation level-up plan rides squarely on this young man's shoulders. So letting him vanish, simply not an option. She forces herself to cool down and starts mentally profiling potential enemies. It doesn't take long. Situ Shu locks onto a prime suspect. Her jealous suitor Yan Lanqi has to be behind this. She wastes no time and hits dial. With pure fury in her voice, she skips the small talk and goes for the throat, demanding to know if her ex-fiancé had a hand in making Lin Mu disappear. Little does she know this whole time, the protagonist has been off the grid with Dr. Zhuo, who nearly depleted her own life bar to save him. She had literally put everything on the line to keep him breathing. The healer was totally out cold, her body practically shutting down to recharge that drained life force. Suddenly, Zhou Xian's eyes snapped open, completely convinced that her time was up, and she had crossed over to the other side. For a split second, she honestly believed she'd woken up in the pearly gates. She bolted upright from the bed, frantically scanning the room until the familiar furniture clicked into place. It wasn't until the brain fog finally lifted, and a wave of warm relief washed over her, that she realized she was actually still alive. First instinct, find Lin Mu. She figured he'd already ghosted and left her place, but turns out our main character was still hanging around, just chilling in the yard to get some meditation in, and top off his chi levels. The guy let out a massive sigh of relief the second he heard his savior's voice, knowing she'd basically fought the Grim Reaper just for him. To be honest, Zhou Xian never expected him to bounce back this fast, but seeing him up and moving, that was a huge win. However, the girl herself was definitely running on fumes, because she barely got a few words out before a violent coughing fit racked her entire body. The protagonist didn't hesitate. He rushed over and supported Dr. Zhou, ignoring her weak attempts to play it cool and act like she was fine. He begged her to stop stressing over him, making it clear that he was already back to 100%. Lin Mu sat her down at the table and got serious, thanking Dr. Zhou for saving his life, with absolute sincerity, swearing on everything that he would definitely settle this score and repay her in the future. But she just brushed it off, acting like a true pro, insisting that saving lives was just part of the job description, so she wasn't looking for any kind of reward. Still, the protagonist had to ask how she managed to purge that lethal poison from his system, because he was literally convinced he was a goner. That is when she dropped the lore, revealing that she saved him using a high-level acupuncture technique, straight out of a secret manual left by her master. This master was a legend, saving countless lives, with nothing but his needles. But here's the kicker. Qiao Yun had barely scratched the surface of his teachings, making the technique way too advanced for her current level. Right then, Lin Mu clocked how pale she looked. She was practically a ghost, so he told Dr. Qiao to chill out and stop trying to rush around. She tried to play it off as just having a weak constitution, but that only made our hero stress out more, racking his brain for a way to help her. Then Qiao Yun dropped the lore about how her master snatched her from death's door during a serious illness by burning through his entire life force. The MC couldn't wrap his head around it. What kind of disease could render a master helpless, especially if a rookie with basic skills could still trigger the secret technique? Suddenly, her body hit its limit. The room started spinning, and she broke out in a cold, heavy sweat. In a split second, she collapsed right onto the table. Panicked for his savior, the protagonist leaped to her side instantly. He scooped her up in his arms to carry her into the inner room, realizing she had definitely burned way too much energy saving him, basically gambling with her own life. After tucking Qiao Yun into bed, our guy took a moment to scope out the surroundings. Scanning the room, the protagonist realized it was spotless, like military-grade sterile. It told him everything about her perfectionist vibe. Then, something caught his eye. Some sketchy-looking bricks on one of the walls that totally clashed with the rest of the vibe. He immediately knew this was set up on purpose, since the bricks weren't cemented in. Lin Mu carefully pushed one of the blocks, and what he saw left him speechless. Our MC stopped dead in his tracks, eyes wide with total disbelief. Who would have thought there was a secret compartment rigged inside the walls? He reached in and pulled out a stack of weathered documents, stashed away in the sketchiest hiding spot imaginable. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots. These were the final words left behind by the master, intended for his apprentice's eyes only. The old man finally dropped his docs. His true identity was Mu Gencheng. Turns out he spent years trying to pass down the ultimate legacy, his clan's forbidden acupuncture art, a technique capable of perfectly harmonizing yin and yang within a patient. Back in his prime days, he was a legendary healer, roaming the globe, saving lives left and right. But he messed with the wrong shadow organization, a crew that tried to hijack his family's sacred artifacts, forcing him to go off the grid and stash everything on Donghai. The tragedy hit when Zhao Shiyun fell ill. The master was already battered from battling his enemies, so he pulled a desperate move sealing her meridians to buy her exactly 10 years of borrowed time. But the clock was ticking. If she wasn't cured by the deadline, it was game over. The master prayed someone would eventually show up, capable of wielding this intense yang extraction method to save his beloved disciple. But there was a major catch. Unless your cultivation stats were absolutely god tier, attempting this treatment was basically impossible. Lin Mu knew the score immediately. He had to get this intel to Dr. Zhao, like yesterday. But for a split second, he just stood there, mind racing through the implications. A technique this broken, this powerful. It really did demand a master-level cultivator to pull it off. Cut to later, our hero kept vigil at Zhao Shiyun's place, watching over her while she remained out cold until sundown. Finally, her eyelashes fluttered open. She was back, but completely clueless about the drama that just went down. Lin Mu was camped right by her bedside, wasting zero time checking her vitals. She seemed stable, the color finally returning to her face. Without missing a beat, he handed over the secret stash. You could see the realization dawning on the doctor's face. He nudged her gently, urging her to read the master's final words and process the heavy truth for herself. Instantly, the waterworks started flowing. The weight of the memories was crushing her, forcing her to face the raw truth of his story. Zhou Xiun never imagined her teacher held such deep affection for her, so much that even from beyond the grave, he was still looking out for his student like a guardian angel, leaving her feeling completely unworthy of such a debt. Fighting back tears, she turned to Lin Mu, voice trembling, asking how he possibly unearthed these priceless letters, meant for her. The young man kept it casual, explaining that he stumbled upon a secret hollow in the wall while he was busy tidying up the place. The pieces finally clicked for the girl, but guilt washed over her. She hadn't found a single prodigy talented enough to inherit the master's ultimate technique. That's when our main character dropped a bomb, hinting that he might just be the chosen one the old man described. Zhou Xiun shot him a look, begging him not to joke around, because she knew that despite his raw talent, he lacked the specific foundation to cultivate this art directly. It was physically impossible for someone like him. But the guy didn't even flinch, radiating pure confidence, telling her to just chill and trust him. She stared at him blankly, unable to decode his vibe. He knew for a fact that as a doctor, she could recognize the flow of energy, So he decided to stop talking and start flexing, letting her witness his actual power level firsthand. Her jaw hit the floor because focusing raw chi into a single fingertip was a feat reserved for only the highest tier masters. After successfully pulling off the move, they stepped out into the fresh air. But Jo Hyun couldn't let it go, rambling about how our hero was way too secretive with his skills, still skeptical that even he could cure her condition. Flipping the script, the guy insisted that there was always a fighting chance to beat the disease, even without hitting the absolute peak of cultivation. The protagonist was a firm believer that, as long as there's a pulse, there's hope, and nobody should throw in the towel that easily. Those letters from the master served as a brutal reminder of how fragile life really is. Meanwhile, Jo Hyun's mind drifted back to earlier events. She figured she'd pull a few more souls back from the brink, and then call it a wrap on her life's ultimate mission. But that grim diagnosis she just received, yeah, that flipped the script entirely. Lin Mu preached that karma always comes full circle, dropping a heavy hint that, since she saved his hide today, he basically owed her a massive solid for the future. Her mind drifted back to the old man's wisdom, that saving a stranger is really just saving yourself. A vivid memory hit her, her teacher's hand gently patting her head, and his voice, lecturing on the sacred burden of a healer, flooding her thoughts instantly. Anyway, our MC dropped a quick thanks to his savior, and decided to bounce, seeing as he'd pretty much vanished from everyone's radar. The girl totally read the room, knowing she had to clock back in at the hospital anyway, so she kept the goodbyes short and sweet. 30 minutes later, Lin Mu was already hiking across the bridge near his crib. He couldn't help but geek out over the insane power levels hidden in this world, realizing whoever invented the yang extraction must have hacked the code of human biology, standing on a level no mortal could touch. Suddenly, he clocked a massive mob of people swarming the riverbank, eyes glued to the water like it was a train wreck. Turns out some luxury whip had taken a nosedive straight into the drink, and the gossip mill was buzzing about how the driver was absolutely cooked in a situation like that. The crowd was convinced that sports car was the owner's pride and joy, but nobody expected she would meet such a twisted, ironic end in a place like this. A bad feeling started creeping up on our boy. Terrified the victim might be one of his own crew, he grabbed a bystander asking, "What the hell just went down?" A guy dripping wet from a failed rescue attempt gasped out that some girl had launched her car right off the bridge. But fighting water pressure to smash a window, that's next level difficult. Still, our MC realizes he can't just stand there like an NPC. With pure confidence, he strides straight toward the deadly water. The crowd goes wild, screaming at Lin Mo that it's a suicide mission. Wait for the pros, they yell. It's pointless. But Lin Mo knows every second is a death sentence. He's going in, and he's doing it right now. Because if he waits for the rescue team, they'll just be fishing out a corpse, not a survivor. He doesn't even waste time stripping off his gear. He just launches himself straight into the river, ignoring every survival instinct screaming at him to stop. Instantly, the freezing cold hits him like a freight train. He shakes it off and dives deep into the murky abyss. Luckily, the depth isn't too insane here, small mercy. His eyes scan the gloom, hunting for the wreckage. Boom. There it is, a flash of red cutting through the darkness. Seeing the car sparks a massive rush of adrenaline. Hang on, Lin Mo begs her silently. Just one more second, I'm coming. But as he closes the distance, the reality check hits hard. It really is his acquaintance trapped in that driver's seat. Luo Biyun is slumped over, totally lights out. She's been under way too long without air. No struggle, no movement, just eerie stillness. But our main character, he's built different. He channels every ounce of his power, winding up to shatter the glass. He realizes fast this isn't normal glass. It's likely bulletproof because of course it is. No wonder the crowd thought it was impossible. An average dude would have shattered his hand, not the window. But for Lin Mo, this obstacle is nothing. With one explosive strike, the window blasts into a cloud of glittering shards. Access granted. He reaches in and yanks Luo Biyun free from her metal coffin, finally giving her a fighting chance at survival. But he senses her life force fading, she's on the brink. He needs to transfer energy to her stat. With zero hesitation, the hero pulls her close in the weightless dark. He seals his lips over hers, locking them together. Not for romance, but to snatch her back from death's door. Let's rewind the clock just a few minutes. Right to the moment, Luo Bingyun plunged into the icy depths and started spiraling into an existential crisis, drowning in pure hopelessness. She figured everyone chased different dreams, like scrambling to bring glory to their family name, or building some massive business empire. But as the freezing water surged into the cabin, reality hit hard. There was absolutely zero chance of escape. Tears welled up, instantly lost in the rising flood. Her lungs began to burn as she choked, yet her mind furiously rejected the truth, refusing to accept she was about to die in such a pathetic way. Then a vision flickered before her eyes, Lin Mu, and she was totally shook, unable to grasp why her brain chose to focus on him during her final fading heartbeat. Snap back to reality, she gasped awake on the riverbank, realizing the main character had gone full hero mode and dragged her from the abyss just in time. Our guy was visibly relieved the second her eyes fluttered open, while the crowd of onlookers let out a massive breath, having been on the edge of their seats fearing the worst. The girl was completely disoriented, mind glitching on what was happening, convinced it was game over, and that Lin Mu must be stuck in the afterlife with her. The young man, chill as ever, told her to cut the nonsense, explaining he'd actually pulled off the rescue. Suddenly, Luo Bingyun launched herself into his arms, overwhelmed by how badly she had missed him. Lin Mu knew she was running on pure trauma after a brush with death like that. So, he gently tried to ground her, reassuring her that the nightmare was over, gripping him like a lifeline. She finally asked the million-dollar question, how did he find the car, buried deep in the river bottom? Our hero broke down the timeline, explaining how he spotted this massive mob, staring at the sunken wreckage, and immediately needed to know how she ended up taking a swim. The girl was still reeling, totally unable to process how the crash even went down. 1 second she's driving, the next, the car goes rogue. It didn't feel like an accident, it smelled like straight sabotage. Lin Mu stepped up, guiding Luo Bu away, to get out of her soaked gear and dry off. He told her to chill and take a breath. Seeing she was still shaking from the adrenaline dump, the crowd erupted, going absolutely wild, cheering for the absolute legend, who just snatched a helpless girl from the jaws of death. Talk about a hero moment in a nightmare scenario. Cut to the next morning, sunrise hitting the pavement, as students started dragging themselves onto campus. At Dunhai University, the place buzzing with life, Zhao Xian was on a mission to find our boy, but she was low-key panicking. He was online earlier, but now, radio silence, straight to voicemail. Just then, Lin Mu's neighbors rolled up on the scene. They'd already caught wind of the rumors. Some mystery girl was asking around for him. Zhao nodded, realizing she'd stumbled upon his actual crew. She figured these guys were the key to finding her savior. Song Liangju didn't waste time with pleasantries. She demanded to know why this stranger was hunting for their guy, dropping the bomb immediately. Lin Mu had been MIA for days. Even his own squad had zero clue where he was hiding. Then the girl spills the tea for the last few days. He wasn't missing. He was crashing at her place until this morning. You could hear a pin drop. The girls were floored. Their jaws basically hit the ground when they realized their neighbor had been shacked up with this absolute stunner. For the entire time he was gone, Zhao Xian cut the drama fast, clarifying that the guy was wrecked, seriously injured. She wasn't hooking up with him. She saved his life and kept him safe while he recovered, just to catch his breath and heal those wounds. Zixi was straight up spiraling though, especially after catching wind that Lin Mu had waded into some serious deep water. She spilled the tea, revealing she already knew that our main character had been jumped by a lethal hitman, going by the name Qing Shi. Suddenly, the math started mathing for the neighbors, because this guy never just ghosted people without a proper send-off. Joshian, however, was still high-key stressing about the fact that their boy hadn't made an appearance, terrified that something tragic went down. On his commute to campus, cut to the villain's lair at Mr. Yang's crib, where fresh intel had just dropped from their mole. The lackey broke the bad news to Ahi. Qing Shi, the guy hired to flatline Lin Mu, had totally botched the mission, and the target was already safe and sound back home. The boss was fuming. This was absolute clownery. Considering that assassin was a legit cultivator, a beast, the servant tried to beg Yan Chengqing to keep his cool, insisting it was just some random punk kid. The old man scoffed, saying talk is cheap, so he dared his subordinate to step up and personally wipe out this Lin Mu. The aide immediately folded, panic in his eyes, stressing that he wasn't built for that kind of violence. Yeah, definitely better to outsource that to a pro. Finally, the Lord made the call, send in pie this time, and no slacking off, because it was crystal clear by now that their enemy was no average teenager. Back at the apartment, our guy casually stepped over the threshold, and the girls froze like deer in headlights the second they spotted their missing neighbor. Lin Mu, playing it smooth, dropped a quick apology to the ladies, claiming he just had a messy situation to handle over the last few days. Zishi wasn't just mad, she was fuming because our hero drifted back home, completely unannounced without saying a single word. She snapped, yelling about how the whole squad had been sick with worry. The other girls backed her up instantly, claiming they'd been tearing the city apart, searching for him, while he just quietly slipped back inside like a ghost. Before the drama could escalate, Song Liangru stepped up to defend her student, telling her friend to take a breath and remember that the guy's wounds were barely healed. Lin Mu froze completely, caught off guard, because he couldn't wrap his head around how they even knew he was hurt in the first place. Turns out the neighbors had spilled the tea. They mentioned running into Sister Zhao earlier, and she had filled them in on the entire situation. That triggered Zixi. She went full savage mode, unable to bottle up her emotions a second longer, demanding to know exactly what kind of relationship he had with this girl. Our protagonist went into damage control, trying to explain, insisting that Dr. Zhao was literally his savior. From that time, he took a nosedive off the balcony. But she wasn't buying it. She refused to believe that Lin Mu played house with her for that many days, without anything spicy going down between them. The interrogation was cut short instantly, when a sharp buzz from the protagonist's pocket broke the tension. He signaled his girlfriend to chill, asking her to stop throwing shade at his character, and dropped a quick apology before answering the call. Speak of the devil, it was Dr. Zhao, finally managing to get a hold of Lin Mu, since his phone had taken a swim earlier and had only just been patched up. The girls were absolutely over it, green with envy over the guy and this mysterious woman, so they started mocking his phone voice in the background. Suddenly the vibe shifted. He realized something was horribly wrong on the other end, because the only thing coming through the speaker was her screaming. A stranger's cold voice cut in, warning him that he needed to drop everything and get to the third floor of Yinghuang Chaoji immediately if he wanted to keep Zhao Xiu breathing. The threat hung heavy in the air. Panic surged through our MC. He was terrified for Dr. Zhao and desperately tried to ID the voice on the other end, but the line went dead before he could get a lock. Just like that, the cryptic call cut out. He stood there frozen, staring at the black screen, mind racing as he tried to calculate his next move. Song Lanruo clocked his intensity immediately and pressed him on what exactly was going down with Zhou Xiu. Lin Mu's gut screamed kidnapping Dr. Zhou was in trouble, and he had to bolt right now to save her. But the girls weren't about to let him run off that easily. Convinced he was walking straight into a deadly trap, they insisted on the logical move first, dialing 911 and getting the cops involved. Lin Mu shut that idea down instantly, warning them that bringing in outsiders was a death sentence. If they saw flashing lights, those kidnappers wouldn't hesitate to get violent. With Dr. Zhou, 30 minutes of adrenaline-fueled driving later, our protagonist pulled up to the coordinates, where a stone-faced guard was already standing watch. Lin Mu scanned the perimeter, confirming that Ying Chuhan and Cao Jie were already on the scene. The bouncer at the gate, however, wasn't impressed by some random kid, blocking the path and demanding to see an appointment. Running on zero patience, Lin Mu glared at the hired muscle and laid it out plain and simple. He was there to see the head honcho. Now, the guy still wouldn't budge for this cocky attitude, asking who he thought he was, since you can't just waltz in on the boss unannounced. So our hero decided to let his grip do the talking, snatching the guard's arm in a vice-like hold, making it clear the boss personally requested this visit. Realizing he was physically outmatched, the bodyguard begrudgingly escorted him inside. Totally confused about where this powerhouse kid came from, he tapped nervously on the office door, announcing the arrival of a guest. Looming inside was the massive silhouette of a bald man. The thug instantly grabbed his attention, a menacing focal point, framing a chilling scene, a fragile doctor, tied up and helpless, while the girl's eyes screamed panic. She wasn't just terrified for her own skin, though. She was petrified for the young man standing right there. Lin Mu realized his contact was actually legit. This wasn't a drill. Zhou Shiyun had actually been snatched, and the vibes were straight up apocalyptic. But our MC, he looked about as stressed as someone waiting for a bus. He couldn't care less about the kidnapper's grand villain agenda. Instead, he dropped an ultimatum. Release Zhou Shiyun immediately. Only then would he even consider having a conversation. The ringleader was practically drooling with excitement. He'd been dying to meet this legendary thorn in his side. But seeing just some generic pretty boy kid, what a letdown. The boss grinned. This was going to be the easiest payday of his life. On cue, the goon squad tightened their circle around the protagonist, ready to bag themselves another hostage to add to the collection. Lin Mu didn't even flinch, his voice dripping with ice-cold confidence. He announced that he wasn't here to speedrun a boring conversation, so he gave the bad guys a simple invitation. Come at me, all of you. That level of disrespect triggered the fighters instantly. Furious at Lin Mu's audacity, their egos took a massive hit. They rushed in, desperate to teach this arrogant punk a lesson in pain. But before the head guard could even finish his tough guy speech, thud, crack, the sickening sounds of impact cut through the air. The guard froze his brain, struggling to process the glitch in reality he just witnessed. Nobody expected the situation to go from 0 to 100 that fast. In the blink of an eye, the scene had shifted. Every single thug who dared to lunge at the protagonist was already flattened on the pavement, looking absolutely helpless. A symphony of groans echoed through the warehouse, leaving the remaining guards shook. They were paralyzed by this impossible turn of events. Their minds couldn't even track the speed of what just happened, or comprehend the absolute beatdown Lin Mu just delivered. Even the bandit leader looked rattled, confusion written all over his face. But panic set in, and he barked orders at his subordinates, commanding the rest of the trash mob to dogpile their main target. Lin Mu looked at these amateurs with pure disgust. Zero technique, zero discipline. They didn't even know the basics of combat. He scoffed, calling them nothing more than a herd of sheep waiting for the slaughter. Meanwhile, Pai was losing it on the sidelines, warning Lin Mu. screaming at him to check his ego before he got clapped. To Pai, the math was simple and terrifying. There was no way one guy could remain standing against an entire army of veteran brawlers. But within seconds, the reality of the fight shifted again. The wave of bandits closed the distance, swarming the protagonist, launching a chaotic, synchronized assault, blocking every exit, giving him zero room to breathe or escape. Cornered, please. The guy smirked and triggered his trump card, the shadow technique. He leveled up from that last brawl, vanishing into thin air like a glitch, a split second before the fist connected. The goons just stood there buffering, brains completely unable to process the magic trick they just witnessed. Main character was already chilling behind them, asking who exactly they were staring at so intensely. Josh Yoon kept his eyes glued to the unfolding chaos, absolutely convinced that for a god-tier cultivator, clearing out these trash mobs was basically a warm-up. The girl's hunch was 100% accurate, seeing as the guards barely had time to blink before catching a face full of Lin Mu's fist. Our boy looked straight up bored, bummed that these clowns couldn't tank a single hit, before hitting the floor, snoozing. After dusting off the entire squad, he strolled over to cut the girl loose, dropping a quick "my bad" for the delay. Pai realized he was completely cooked, mind racing, trying to figure out how some random kid just deleted his entire crew from existence. Meanwhile, Lin Mu just chuckled, roasting the guards for being made of glass, and betting that the big boss had to be packing way more heat. The dude panicked and leveled his piece at our hero, screaming that fancy martial arts moves don't make you bulletproof. The protagonist admitted he wasn't, quicker than a speeding slug, but he only needed to be faster than Pai's reaction time. To catch this dub, the bandit got triggered by Lin Mu's attitude, running out of patience, and squeezed the trigger. The kid walked the walk instantly, snapping his opponent's arm down with lightning speed, forcing the bullet straight into the guy's own leg. Pai never saw that counter coming, howling as the pain finally registered. The man slumped, accepting the reality that he just took a massive L, demanding to know exactly what kind of monster this Lin Mu character actually was. It was almost comical to our protagonist realizing that this bandit was the very person who had summoned him to this location. Yet the irony was absolutely suffocating, because the guy didn't even have a clue he was staring right at his target. Panic started to seize Pai's chest, terrified that the young man standing over him was about to unleash some serious brutality, so he started begging for his life, swearing on everything that he would pay back every single cent. Lin Mu just leaned in, a cold, predatory smirk twisting his lips, clarifying that he definitely didn't need anyone's money. He had zero patience for waiting around, so he decided to make the man settle his debt instantly, for every dirty deed he had ever committed. Channeling a surge of chi, our hero fried Pai's neural pathways, turning his brain into mush. The girl, who had been glued to the sidelines witnessing the whole beatdown, was totally shook, wondering what kind of voodoo Lin Mu just used. The young master casually broke it down, claiming he merely utilized a trace of yin energy to permanently lock down the man's yang. Right on cue, the doors burst open as a new squad entered the hall, sarcastically noting that the party seemed pretty wild in here. Boss music started playing. This was clearly a high-level leader, rolling deep with his entourage, who all had to admit that Lin Mu was a total beast, to have soloed that entire mob of fighters. Our protagonist's muscles coiled tight the second he spotted these new players, his mind racing to figure out who the main boss was. The man stepped forward, making no effort to mask his aura, and introduced himself as Shen Zhuguang, a close ally of the venue's owner. Annoyed that Lin Mu was out here wrecking his business flow, that name triggered an instant recognition, because Lin Mu knew the intel. This guy wasn't just a thug, he was Wang. She's direct, superior, and shockingly, the head honcho of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. One of Shen's uniformed lackeys stepped up, announcing they were hauling our hero downtown for a little interrogation session regarding the charge of inflicting severe bodily harm. Unfazed, our hero stood amidst the carnage and admitted that he had wrecked every single one of them by himself. "Let her walk," he demanded, voice cold as steel. "I'm the one you want. Taking me is enough." Zhao Xuan started to protest, panic rising in her eyes, but he cut her off with a calm look. "Hey, chill. I promise I've got this handled." The man in charge snapped, tired of the hero act. "I run this investigation, kid. You don't get to call the shots here." He barked at his squad. "Grab 'em all, clear the room." Our protagonist clenched his jaw, furious. They weren't letting the girl go, that wasn't the deal. But Dr. Zhao grabbed his arm silently, begging him to stand down. They were cornered. They had to play along. Shen Zhuoguang held all the cards right now. Flanked by enforcers, they were marched out. A heavy wave of guilt washed over Lin Mu. He never meant to drag Zhao Xuan into this nightmare, but she leaned in, whispering before he could apologize. "Don't. I haven't even thanked you yet. You saved my life. I owe you everything." As they were shoved down the hotel hallway, they ran straight into Xingwei Long. The guy froze, totally confused by the scene. Like, why is there a whole SWAT team here? Then the big guy clocked a familiar face. It was Brother Lin. But why did he look like a prisoner? Xing couldn't process the chaos. Who were these goons surrounding his best friend? Yo, where are you taking him? He shouted, stepping up. The whole vibe was way too sketchy. One of the agents stepped in his path. Police business. Back off. Your friend is a suspect. Step aside. Then came the threat. Mind your own business, or you're coming too. But Lin Mu smirked. This was perfect timing. Slyly, he slipped a crumpled note into his buddy's hand. He whispered urgently as he passed. Call the number on that paper. Tell them I've been arrested. Do it now. Moments later, the transport screeched to a halt. They were hauled into the belly of the beast. The Donghai City Public Security Bureau. The detective wrapping up the interrogation dropped a bombshell on the girl, her partner in crime, had already spilled the tea and confessed to everything, which meant she was free to walk. She admitted the facts were true, but insisted they were missing the bigger picture, desperately trying to flip the script and justify Lin Mu's actions. The officer cut her off mid-sentence, swearing they'd dig deeper into the case later. Joshian was practically vibrating with anxiety, demanding to know where they were holding the guy, and exactly what kind of fate awaited him. Meanwhile, over at the holding facility, our MC was tossed into a detention cell, where he wasted zero time getting into a brawl. Turns out, he'd already decided to school his cellmate, a guy who stood absolutely no chance against his overwhelming strength. The inmate couldn't even stay on his feet, after taking such a devastating impact, face planting hard onto the freezing concrete floor. Our protagonist made it clear he just wanted to chill, warning his new roomie not to ruin his nap. But the battered thug wasn't having it, furious that his crew in the back were just standing there freezing up instead of rushing Lin Mu. Finally, the other prisoners grew a pair and decided to jump the arrogant new guy all at once. Lin Mu decided to toy with his prey a little, offering them a free shot just to flex. He actually lunged forward, giving his opponent a clean target, while casually mentioning that this was a terrible idea. It was a total setup. Our hero had a secret technique, channeling all his internal energy straight to his forehead, turning his skull into a literal block of iron. The silence was broken by the sickening sound of shattering finger bones as the overconfident attacker instantly realized he'd messed up big time. A split second later, the guy was howling in pure agony, clutching his mangled hand as he recoiled. The entire cell froze, realizing that this fresh meat was actually a monster, and clearly not someone you want to throw hands with. Just then, the cell block's alpha dog decided to quit watching and start swinging. Time to humble this cocky rookie with a lesson in pain. But Lin Mu, his radar was already pinging. He clocked the hostile intent instantly, locking onto the threat before a muscle even twitched. With a savage roar, the thug spun around, launching a full-force assault on our MC. In a split second, Lin Mu dissected the move, a vicious surprise lunge aiming straight for the heart, chained into a gut-shattering kick. Definitely not an amateur move. This guy had legit skills. Whatever. Our boy just swatted him aside like he was nothing but a nuisance. He sighed, realizing this opponent was way too flimsy to even test his limits. The attacker hit the floor defeated, forced to admit that Lin Mu wasn't just tough, he was on a whole different level. The rest of the inmates stood there, jaws on the floor. Their invincible brother Juan, the king of the yard, just got folded like laundry by some random kid. Meanwhile, back in the quiet safety of his office, Shen Zhuo Guang was having a very bad day. He was getting absolutely chewed out for arresting Lin Mu. Shen was bewildered, insisting he followed every single protocol in the book. The guy hurt civilians, that's an arrest, right? But his boss had zero chill for regulations right now. He dropped the bombshell on his subordinate. That prisoner is untouchable. Period. Panic started to set in. The officer stammered, terrified that the powerful Yan family would riot if they released the culprit. The chief's eyes narrowed. So the Yans were pulling the strings behind this mess. Cutting him off, the boss delivered a chilling ultimatum. If a single hair on Lin Mu's head gets messy, not even 10 Yan families combined could save Shen's neck from the chopping block. The police chief froze, completely speechless against such a heavy threat. The gravity of the situation finally crashed down on him. Desperate, he mustered the courage to dial Mr. Li. But all he got was the cold, dead drone of a dial tone. That's when the horror hit him. Central Bureau Chief Li just hung up on him. He had been officially ghosted by the top brass. One phone call from the top changed absolutely everything. A cold chill ran down his spine as he realized he had no clue what kind of terrifying monster Lin Mu actually was. Scrambling out of his chair in a panic, he barked at Xiao Lu to move it, ordering him to sprint to the holding cells this instant. The confused rookie tried to ask what the emergency was, but the boss shut him down without spilling the details, only muttering that this time around, the Yan family had completely thrown them under the bus. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the assistant updated Mr. Yan, confirming the mission was technically done. But here's the twist: Central Bureau Chief Shen Jiguang had personally intervened, and because of that power move, Li Yaozhong had no choice but to cut our protagonist loose. The old man was completely blindsided, never expecting Li Yaozhong to have any connection to their target. It wrecked the entire scheme, but the aide clarified that the two men were total strangers. It only took a single phone conversation for Shen Jiguang to drop the hammer and demand the release. The master couldn't wrap his head around the fact that someone existed who could bark orders at Li Yaozhong. Desperate, he demanded a name who was shielding Lin Mu. But the aide came up empty-handed, reporting that the line was military-grade encrypted. Trying to crack that code would be a one-way ticket to getting exposed. But the old man didn't give a damn about the risks, because they were in too deep to back out now. It was endgame. They had to eliminate the protagonist. He snapped, ordering his crew to ring up the black spikes and put an immediate hit on the guy's head. Letting him walk away alive was not an option. Cut to the Dunhai Public Security Bureau, where the tension was thick enough to slice. Lin Mu strode out of the cell like a boss, while the officers scrambled to save face, claiming the whole mess was just a huge misunderstanding. Li Yaozhong was sweating bullets, totally rattled, practically begging Lin Mu not to hold a grudge. Unbothered, our MC simply asked if he was clear to leave, and the officer, keeping his head bowed low, gave the green light without hesitation. Fresh out of the lockup, word on the street was someone was already camping out for him. Stepping outside the detention center, the taste of freedom never felt so sweet. Turns out it was the big homie Xing Weilong. He'd heard our boy was crushing it inside, so he rolled up personally to pick him up. The big guy insisted on throwing a welcome home bash for our hero, but he wasn't talking fast food, he was talking the Hilton. That immediately made Lin Mu's Seuss meter go off. Was the big man plotting something shady? This level of generosity was kinda out of character. Xing Weilong swore he just wanted to show love and treat brother Lin like royalty. 30 minutes of cruising later, they pulled up to the Hilton Hotel in style, exactly where the big guy wanted to flex. The staff swarmed them like they were celebs, giving them the VIP walk straight to their table. As they slid into their booth, Xing Weilong tossed the menu to the protagonist, telling him to pick whatever set made him drool. The young man shook his head, admitting his ordering game was weak, so he passed the torch back to his buddy. The fat man chuckled, warning our hero not to come crying to him. If the food wasn't a vibe, cracking that menu open, his hunger went 0 to 100. He went full baller mode, ordering foie gras with caviar, crab drenched in curry sauce, and a massive steamed lobster. While they waited, Lin Mu needed a pit stop, and a waitress stepped up to guide him to the restroom. Our hero flashed a smile to the employee, giving props for the 5-star service, and trailed behind her. The girl paused in the hallway, gesturing that the boys' room was just ahead, on the left side. Meanwhile, the plot was thickening nearby. A high-stakes meeting was going down with Yao Shanshan in a private room of the hotel. They were locking down the lead role for a new blockbuster. The girl had already blazed through the script, and honestly, she was totally vibing with it. The contract looked clean, 0 red flags, so she cut straight to the chase. Who's landing the male lead in this blockbuster? The director admits they're drawing a blank on casting, still hunting for the perfect on-screen soulmate for her. So he throws the ball in her court. Any names on her radar? Judging by the script's raw intensity, Yao Xianxian figures they need a wild card here. Forget the veterans, she wants fresh blood for the lead. And wouldn't you know it, a specific face pops into her head, though the odds of him saying yes are pretty slim. The producer perks up, sensing a potential scoop, and demands the deets immediately. Who is he? She spills the tea, spotted him at her own concert, even tried to pull him on stage for a legendary duet, but the guy straight up rejected her. Major cringe moment. Cut to outside the venue. Our boys are rolling out bellies full of 5-star grub. Xing Weilong is already hyping the place up, swearing they gotta come back for round 2. Boom, fate intervenes, they run smack into Yao Xianxian. She freezes, total shock to see Lin Mu standing right there. Lin Mu slams on the brakes too. Didn't expect to bump into the diva, especially after ghosting her in front of a stadium crowd. Xing Weilong clocks the superstar instantly. His jaw hits the floor, it's the queen herself. Wait, she knows his bro, like personally. His brain is short-circuiting over the connection. She wastes no time turning to the big boss and points a finger right at our MC. That's him, the mystery guy I was hyping up. She asks for a vibe check. What does he think? The boss nods, impressed she's got killer taste. Kid's got the visuals sharp and clean, and carries himself with that effortless main character energy, literally born for the lead role. The director steps up, not letting this chance slide, and invites Lin Mu for a quick powwow, promising it won't take more than a minute. Xing Weilong intercepts before Lin Mu can even breathe, shouting, "We are totally free, schedule is wide open, let's talk business right now." Lin Mu hasn't even uttered a single syllable, while Fatty is already running his mouth, dreaming of them becoming certified big shots in the cutthroat entertainment world, meaning this little chat could actually pay off big time. So Lin Mu finally caved and agreed with his homie, even though he wasn't exactly hyped about attending this meeting. Next step, they upgraded to a deluxe suite at the hotel. Time to get down to business and talk cinema. Yao Xianxian rolled out the red carpet for the big shots, introducing the heavy hitters Huaxia and Mr. Wang, the moneymen funding this entire production. The crew exchanged pleasantries, keeping it professional, shaking hands and reading the room. She also brought in the creative squad screenwriter Huang Shuye, producer Wang Jiang, and the visionary director Feng Yufang. Once everyone settled around the conference table, she skipped the small talk and went straight for the jugular. They had a massive offer, and it was all about the main character. Yao Xianxian dropped the bomb. Mr. Wang is gearing up to shoot a brand new blockbuster, and her top pick, Lin Mu. She wants him front and center as the male lead. Xing Weilong was absolutely shook, hearing that his best bro was getting scouted for the silver screen. And not just an extra, but the star of the show. The director didn't hesitate to back that up. Based on his visuals and that mysterious aura, Lin Mu was the perfect fit. Like the script was literally written for him, but our guy wasn't jumping at the opportunity just yet. Honestly, he had zero clue how to handle this. The director got philosophical. Life is just a massive stage. It all comes down to how you play your part in reality. Acting is just remixing your real-life experiences. Lin Mu still felt the vibes were off. What if he choked? What if he couldn't deliver? The whole movie could turn into a massive flop because of him. Yao Xianxian looked him dead in the eye, pleading for trust. She was convinced 100% that nobody else could crush this role like him, and she promised the entire crew would have his back. He wasn't just standing by, he was ready to push him forward. Xing Weilong was dead set on getting his best bud to step up and audition for the film. This was the golden ticket, the perfect chance to finally unleash that hidden acting genius he'd been suppressing. Even the actress nodded along, backing up the hype. Truth is, plenty of Hollywood legends never even stepped foot in acting school. They just crashed the industry gates on raw instinct and skyrocketed to global stardom anyway. Ultimately, our hero decides to roll the dice and trust his crew, but he drops one serious disclaimer. If this goes sideways, don't come crying to me. The director is absolutely buzzing. Thrilled he finally locked in his leading man, swearing up and down that this project will be smooth sailing for their upcoming blockbuster. Switching gears, the director hits Lin Mu up about his availability for the next day. He's itching to get that contract inked immediately. Our protagonist is totally on board, so he shoots back, asking when and where they should link up. The director slides over a sleek business card, telling him to pull up to the address on the front. Around 10 in the morning, sharp. Lin Mu gives props to the production team for betting on an underdog like him and vows that come tomorrow morning, he'll be there ready to handle business. Cut to the next morning. Our MC proves he's a man of his word. The director slides the paperwork across the table, telling him to sign on the dotted line if the vibe is right. Our hero gives it a quick scan, confirming everything looks crystal clear. Since the terms are actually pretty solid, he confidently scrawls his signature. Lin Mu and the director clasp hands to seal the deal, both hyping up the potential of this epic collaboration. Just then, Yao Xianxian makes her dramatic entrance. Flanked by the school principal, they strut into the office, and she immediately throws a curveball at her new co-star, asking if he's down to jump straight into an audition. Since our guy's schedule is wide open, he accepts the challenge without flinching, flashing a confident smirk. He tells them to buckle up for a show. The principal is loving this alpha energy from Lin Mu, so he yells, "Let's get this show on the road." Meanwhile, the crew had the set fully prepped, lights blazing, cameras locked and loaded at every angle, just waiting for the main attraction to take center stage. Feng Yufan shoved the script into our hero's hands, challenging him to dive straight into the role, to deconstruct the character's psyche. The moment his eyes hit the page, sure, the guy had 0 screen credits to his name, but mimicking emotions and wearing a mask. In the real world, that was child's play to him. Yao Xingxian was right there hyping up her partner, radiating total confidence that he was about to crush it. Back at the dorms, the gossip mill was spinning. Lin Mu's roommates had just caught wind that he was about to headline a major movie. Everybody knew Wang Shoukun wasn't just an investor. He was the titan of Chinese cinema, a hitmaker whose projects turned into box office gold instantly. That meant our boy wasn't just getting a gig. He was on the fast track to becoming an overnight sensation. The girls admitted the investor had a unique vision, but they couldn't wrap their heads around why he'd pick Lin Mu. It just didn't make sense. Song Liangju was skeptical, pointing out that the guy wasn't a pro and had absolutely 0 experience in the industry. So she figured there had to be some shady conspiracy behind it. Even when it leaked that Yao Xingxian herself had recommended him, it only raised more red flags for the group. Why would a superstar need to drag a random student into her spotlight? Even Jishi started side-eyeing her own idol, because picking such an average dude, when the industry is crawling with gorgeous heartthrobs, seemed way too bizarre. And honestly, totally sus. Total weird vibes. The girl swore she'd school Lin Mu hard if he even thought about crossing the squad. Meanwhile, our MC was already deep in the zone. 30 minutes on the clock, no problem, it's showtime. Dude didn't just act, He became the role. Voice cracking with raw emotion, eyes screaming pure, unadulterated agony. The director was absolutely floored. He never saw that level of heat coming from a random rookie with zero creds. Dead silence on set. The boss just stared speechless. Yao Xianxian. She was a wreck, tears literally streaming down her face. Snap. Just like that, our boy's grinning like nothing happened, hitting Feng with a casual, "So how'd I do?" Yufan knew real talent when he saw it straight up genius level. But the guy pivoted, asking what Yao Xianxian thought of the audition. Was she down to share the screen with a player like him? She didn't hesitate. Dude was literally born for the spotlight. He could hold his own against anyone in the game. Fast forward to that evening. Dinner plans were locked in. His coworker kept it real, just a bite to eat, no need to be fancy. But Yao Xianxian was itching for answers. She needed to know his secret sauce. That morning's performance was insane. He shrugged it off, claiming it was all just experience. Yeah, right. She wasn't buying that humble act. Lin Mu had something else up his sleeve besides just practice. She told him to drop the modest routine. She knew the truth. He was a straight-up martial arts grandmaster. That caught him off guard. Exposing his biggest secret over dinner, he immediately demanded to know her source. Yao Xianxian kept it 100. Her family's got deep connections. Digging up dirt on people she likes is a piece of cake. She dropped another bomb. He's practically a celebrity now. That whole mess with the Central Security Bureau. Yeah, that put him on the wish list of every major power player in town. The protagonist. Totally blindsided. He was actually kind of flattered by the clout. But at the same time, he wondered if this whole storm started just because he asked Xing Weilang to ring up Bao Luntun. He underestimated the ripple effect. The girl kept spilling tea. Apparently the elite families were spiraling, trying to figure out who was pulling Lin Mu's strings. He tried to laugh it off, acting like the rumors were total fiction, swearing he was just a broke college student solo leveling. Yao Xianxian wasn't having any of it. No random student forces Yao Jun to stand down and release prisoners. That stopped our hero cold. He'd literally never heard the name Li Yao Jun. When he asked who that was, she practically jumped out of her chair. How could he not know? The guy is legendary. Once again, our boy was baffled by her intense freakout, asking if this dude was really that big of a deal. His co-star broke it down for him. A player like Li Yaojun can wipe his subordinate slates clean instantly. She stressed that this wasn't someone you messed with. He was the head honcho of the Central Public Security Bureau. The man literally controlled the nation's entire safety grid. Listening to her spill, the protagonist realized the truth. It was the Yao family stoking the fires of those rumors. She didn't deny it. According to her intel, the plot was even thicker. That assassin who nearly took Lin Mu out last time. An elite cultivator raised in the shadows by the Yan family. Situ Shu's warning checked out. He had to keep his head on a swivel around the Yan clan. It was obvious now where the hitman came from. Then she leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. Since the first hit failed, the family called in a heavy hitter, a master from Shuaizi. Finally, Lin Mu had to ask how Yao Xianxian was getting her hands on such classified intel. She dodged the question tight-lipped, not wanting to put a target on his back. So he pivoted. Why help me? The actress smirked. Simple. He's the male lead now. If he kicks the bucket, she's got nobody to star opposite her. Lin Mu wasn't buying the casual vibe. He had a sneaking suspicion there was more to it. Her family had likely clocked his real power level and was trying to draft him onto their team. Cut to the next day. At the Yinhuang International Hotel, where the dust was still settling from a brawl between the protagonist and Xiao Yun's goons. With more assassins inbound, he needed to lay low, but he couldn't just abandon his business to civilians. The two bouncers at the door blocked the path. VIP lockdown, nobody gets in today. Zero exceptions. The protagonist didn't see that coming, but honestly, it worked in his favor. Less foot traffic meant fewer eyeballs on the carnage to come. The security guards, though, not happy. Lin Mu stood there like a stone statue, totally ghosting their warnings. Right on cue, Leader Min burst out of the hotel entrance. He immediately started apologizing, sweating bullets, because his crew clearly didn't get the memo on who they were messing with. Wu Tianming was losing his mind. He couldn't believe his hired muscle actually had the nerve to block Mr. Lin. He barked at them to apologize to the VIP immediately. The guards dipped their heads low, stammering that they honestly didn't recognize Lin Mu. But Lin Mu wasn't tripping. He knew they were just doing their job. Once they stepped into the lobby, he turned to Wu. Wu asked if the big boss finally caught a break in his schedule to drop by. Meanwhile, outside, the security team was still scratching their heads, having zero clue who this Mr. Lin legend was. Back inside, Wu Tianming mentioned the timing was a little unlucky. A bunch of the brothers were currently arguing over turf redistribution. But for our MC, that chaos was actually perfect for his plan. Wu paused at a heavy set of doors, signaling that the gang leaders were right inside. You could tell Wu was hesitant to crash their meeting. Lin Mu didn't wait for an invite, though. He shoved that door open with pure confidence. Walking in solo, he kept it classy, looking more like a gentleman than a threat as he crossed the threshold. He casually apologized for interrupting the party. Before anyone could even process his face, he dropped the bomb. He told them he had business to settle with the whole crew. The thugs didn't appreciate some random kid crashing their summit. They immediately signaled their goons to waste him. But then a few eyes widened, recognition hit them like a truck. Anyone who actually knew Lin Mu realized this wasn't a social call, it was a bad omen. One aggressive thug saw his buddy freezing up and asked, "Who is this kid?" But inside, Brother Yi's head, alarm bells were ringing. He replayed Shen Ju's warning, "Never provoke this guy, unless you want no body left to bury." That memory hit him hard. He leaned over and whispered to the old boss, dropping the name that changed everything, "That's Lin Mu." He added that even Shen Ju bows to this guy. The room went dead silent. They couldn't believe this young kid had that kind of backing. The old boss instantly flipped the script, putting on a fake smile to butter up our protagonist. He practically begged Lin Mu to take a seat so they could chat like civilized people. A few of the lower-level thugs looked confused, wondering why the boss went from kill him to customer service mode, but they kept their mouths shut. Lin Mu caught their side eyes and told them to cut it out. He knew exactly what was running through their heads. One boss tried to play it cool, lying that they were all just tired from a late-night mahjong marathon. You could see their eyes twitching from the stress. Lin Mu told them to relax. He clarified he wasn't there to snatch their turf, just to ask for a solid. Brother Yi was still baffled. Why didn't the hero just call it in? Why come personally? Lin Mu reached into his jacket pocket. He explained that this wasn't exactly phone-safe conversation while pulling out a mysterious small box. He dropped the intel. A professional hitman from Europe was touching down in Eastport City. He needed their network to track this guy. The gang leaders immediately asked for a description or identifying marks. Our hero shrugged. He was flying blind. All he knew was the target was European, and he'd be arriving in the next few days. Basically, they needed to flag every foreigner entering the city. Hearing that, the room got tense. The brothers realized this was going to be a logistic nightmare. With tons of foreigners moving through the city daily hunting, a ghost without a face was like finding a needle in a haystack. Plus, hunting a pro assassin, that's a good way to get their crew killed. Lin Mu totally read the hesitation in the room. He smirked, hinting that high risks come with high rewards. He promised that if they helped him headhunt this killer, he'd hook them up with a special pill. The room went silent. Nobody knew what this medicine was about. Brother Yi finally asked, "What's the catch? What does it do?" Lin Mu scanned the room, asking who had the guts to test it. He wanted to demo the pill's power right there. The bandits exchanged nervous glances, nobody eager to be the guinea pig. Finally, one tough guy stepped up, willing to risk it for the experiment. He didn't look scared. He just looked at Lin Mu and asked, "All right, what do I gotta do?" Our hero, appreciating the volunteer, calmly told him to strip off his shirt and turn his back to the crowd. The group leader ripped his shirt off without hesitation, asking if Lin Mu was planning to fix up his battered skin. Seeing the roadmap of scars on the guy's back, Lin Mu instantly pegged him as a former soldier. That meant he was built tough enough to take a hit. Lin Mu warned him, "Brace yourself, I'm about to strike." "Just hold still," he commanded. The bandit braced himself, letting the young master do his worst. Slash. A jagged gash tore across the tough guy's back. He barely grunted, taking the pain like a champ. The rest of the crew watched in horror, totally clueless about Lin Mu's endgame. "Quiet," Lin Mu snapped, silencing the murmurs. "Keep your eyes glued to this." He shaved off a tiny crumb of the pill, barely a speck of dust. Sprinkling the powder over the open flesh, he smirked. "This pinch, that's all you need." The wound hissed, steam rising. Then whoosh, the gash vanished like it never existed. Jaws hit the floor. The skin just knit itself back together right in front of their eyes. Lin Mu scanned the stunned room. Any doubters left? "As long as you've got one breath left in your lungs," he declared, "this thing cheats death." He turned to his human test subject. "You're Wu Tianming, right?" The bandit nodded, still shaking. Recognizing a guy with true grit, Lin Mu tossed him the rest of the pill. Wu Tianming panicked, trying to push it back. "Young master, I can't. This is worth a fortune." An elder stepped forward, voice trembling. "You'd really drop a treasure like that on us, just for finding a killer?" "Absolutely." Inside, Lin Mu knew he had them hooked. He'd just proven how priceless this miracle cure was to guys living on the edge of a blade. Seeing the greed burning in their eyes, Lin Mu smiled. Oh yeah, they'd hunt down anyone for this. As Lin Mu walked out, Wu Tianming trailed him. "Got a minute?" Lin Mu shrugged. He had time. "Sure, what's up?" The bandit glanced around nervously. "Not here. Too many ears." Once they were clear, he asked, "You're a beast. Why hire us when you could just conquer this whole turf yourself?" Lin Mu didn't blink. "Power struggles. Boring. I don't want the headache." Wu Tianming got it. The young master thought their little gang wars were beneath him. But coming to them meant Lin Mu needed bodies. Sensing the stalling, Lin Mu's patience started thinning. "Spit it out," Lin Mu said. "Stop dancing around the point." Taking a breath, the bandit confessed. "I've been in this game for years. I don't do bosses. Me and my boys grind every day, but we're stuck at the bottom. Then you show up." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. He saw where this was going. Wu Tianming wanted to level up his crew. Exactly. The bandit's eyes gleamed. I want to run things, but I need a heavy hitter like you in the shadows. Lin Mu sighed. I told you I'm not playing gangster. No, listen, Wu Tianming urged. You don't have to lift a finger. I'll handle the dirty work. It clicked for Lin Mu, he just wanted the rep. Use Lin Mu's name as a boogeyman to scare off rivals. A total bluff. Lin Mu had to admit the guy had guts. And since it required zero effort, fine, Lin Mu agreed. Wu Tianming looked like he'd just won the lottery. Thank you, young master. Turning to leave, Lin Mu threw a warning over his shoulder. Keep my hands clean, got it. And don't call, unless the house is burning down. Wu Tianming nodded vigorously. Understood, leaving the bandit bowing. It was pitch black by the time Lin Mu got back to the apartment. The lights were on, his roommates were up. He kicked off his shoes at the door. I'm home, he called out. The girls lounging in the living room turned with raised eyebrows. Where have you been? They demanded. Lin Mu's brain scrambled for an excuse. Hit up some friends after the audition, he lied smoothly. Totally lost track of time. She's face brightened instantly. Celebration meant one thing, success. Did you get the part? Lin Mu gave a cool nod. Nailed it. Just waiting on the paperwork. They'll call soon. Before he could finish, she tackled him in a bear hug, screaming. I knew you were a star, she squealed, praising her idol's eye for talent. The other girls, not so impressed. Talk about a personality switch, she was preaching a totally different vibe just hours ago. Zixi told him to ignore Shuangrong's noise, swearing she'd personally school Yao Shangxian if that diva tried to mess with Lin Mu. But our main guy shut that down, insisting his favorite idol is strictly about the grind and professionalism. Her friend was shook. They've barely known each other 24 hours, and Lin Mu is already playing defense for her rival. She was salty, realizing the guy's heart was already snatched, leaving them zero chance against a legit superstar. Cut to Green Lotus Mountain, a peak swallowed by thick, ancient woods. Yan Lanqi pulled up, hyped for a reunion with Ling Shen, who was already on site waiting. The old friends brought it in for a crushed ribs kind of hug since it had been forever, since they last linked up. Hong Lingxian almost questioned his own vibes, shocked by how hard he actually missed his bro. But Yan Lanqi had a hunch the guy didn't miss him, but rather the goods he was carrying. Moving on, the young master introduced Lin Tianan, his travel buddy from the capital looking for some downtime. He hyped his friend up as a total legend, making Tianan get all bashful and tell him to chill with the praise. Yan Lanqi wasn't having the false modesty though, claiming he could spot a VIP from a mile away. Ling Shen cut the small talk short, itching to scale the mountain because he's been dying to sip that fragrant abode tea. Seeing the crew was travel-weary, he told them to follow his lead. A few minutes later, they conquered the summit of Green Lotus, standing right before the legendary fragrant abode. Ling Shen went on about how this tea is famous across the entire East Sea, telling brother Tianan he hit the jackpot today. Entering the spot, a stunner in traditional robes greeted them, asking if they were there to sample the goods. The boys confirmed the mission, and she beckoned them to follow. The hall was packed wall to wall. This joint was clearly the place to be. Every patron was vibing, absolutely lost in the flavor. Seeing everyone blissed out, Tianan was ready to dive in head first. They snagged a table, and the waitress asked what blend they were feeling for the session. Suddenly, another staffer approached and instantly clocked young Master Hong and Ling Shen. It was the boss lady herself, Xu Yu, owner of the fragrant abode, looking thrilled at this random run-in. Ling Shen mentioned it had been a hot minute, yet she hadn't aged a day, still absolutely glowing. She flattered them back, calling them smooth talkers, and decided to chop it up with them while the tea brewed. Once the session wrapped, and they stepped outside, Tianan immediately brought up the scenery he'd been inspecting inside. He admitted the tea was fire, but nowhere near as delicious as the owner, Yan Lanqi, was impressed, not realizing his new friend had such refined taste and could instantly spot the real appeal of the joint. Tianan was down bad, haunted by those dangerous curves. And that queen-like aura, a total rarity these days. Ling Shen, definitely, didn't think his bro would simp for Sister Yu that fast. But the guy kept it 100, admitting her silhouette was living rent-free in his head. Ling Shen switched gears, wanting to cherish the reunion, proposing they hit another spot to chill. Yan Lanqi's brain started cooking up a plan. Right then, a car screamed past them at breakneck speed, snapping their heads around. The whip drifted into an empty slot, the driver cheering about the clutch parking job. It was Zixi smashing a personal record by arriving in 10 minutes and 43 seconds. Riding shotgun was our MC, looking green from his girl's savage driving skills. Yan Lanqi froze his eyes, turning to absolute ice, locking onto his public enemy number one. He couldn't process how Lin Mu was still breathing after he sent his top hitter to take him out. Ling Shen peeped the baddie behind the wheel and asked if Lanqi knew her. He claimed he didn't know the girl, quickly suggesting they bounce and leave immediately. He decided to pause the beef for now, but he was definitely watching to see just how long our hero's luck would hold out. Lin Mu also clocked the young master, who wanted him 6 feet under. One way or another, that guy was gonna pay. Big time. But Zixi snapped him out of his revenge fantasy, catching him spacing out. She told her buddy to pick up the pace. Turns out they were hitting up the fragrant abode because Zixi wouldn't stop hyping it up. She'd been raving about this spot forever. Honestly, the protagonist wasn't blown away. Aside from the chill zen vibes, it looked pretty standard. But Zixi swore that for tea lovers, this abode was the absolute G-O-A-T in the entire eastern city. That little detail piqued his interest. Now he was actually itching to see if the reality matched the rumors. The hostess at the door clocked, Missy instantly flashing a smile and ushering them straight to an open VIP table. Zixi casually mentioned it had been a minute since she'd seen Xiao Fan, then asked if the big boss was in the building. The staffer nodded, pointing up. If they wanted the head honcho, they had to head straight to the second floor. Our hero realized his friend wasn't just a customer. She was practically royalty here if the staff knew her like that. Zixi explained, the Flex, the owner of the fragrant abode, happened to be her bestie. Suddenly, the boss lady walked out before they even knocked, drawn by the sound of Zixi's voice, asking what brought her here today. Zixi beamed, saying she wanted to introduce her friend. Lin Mu's scanner went off immediately. Sister Yu was definitely a cultivator, but she looked wrecked. Pale skin, shaky steps. She'd burned through way too much chi recently. Zixi noticed the zombie mode too, and her face dropped with worry. The boss waved it off, not wanting to make a scene. She'd just poured all her energy into treating Shuren's illness. That's when the main character decided to slide into the conversation, wanting to introduce himself to Sister Yu properly. The beauty sized him up instantly, liking what she saw, and told Zixi she was one lucky girl to snag a guy with such an extraordinary aura. Zixi immediately panicked, waving her hands to clear the air. Just friends, she insisted. Lin Mu was only here to taste Yu's legendary flower tea. Sister Yu teased her, calling her a bad girl who only cared about the brew. But hey, she couldn't argue with facts, because her tea game was literally unrivaled. She finally went off to steep a fresh pot, inviting them to get comfortable. Our hero leaned in, whispering that the owner was clearly a powerhouse, so he couldn't figure out why she was hiding away in this tea shop. Zixi shrugged. Yu was already the boss when they met, but the guy's senses were tingling. He could feel the woman was hemorrhaging chi, and guessed her husband was in critical condition. Zixi confirmed the sad truth. For the last few years, her friend had been draining her own life force to suppress his mysterious sickness, and it wasn't even working. The protagonist couldn't wrap his head around it. He refused to believe there was a malady out there that no one on Earth could fix. Zixi sighed, claiming only the legendary divine Dr. Mu Renkin had a shot. But the world is massive, and finding him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The young man froze at that name. That was teacher Qiao Xiyun. He realized a technique like Little Radiance might actually be the cure. Lin Mu was about to spill the tea on where to find Mu Renkin, but he froze mid-sentence. His instincts screamed danger. Sister Yu was under attack right now. Upstairs, two thugs had seized the moment, jumping the woman while she was completely drained from healing her husband. A total coward move. Even running on fumes, she stood tall, snarling that if she were at full power, these clowns wouldn't last a second. One bandit smirked, admitting he was weak but claiming a win is a win, even if it's dirty. Suddenly, Lin Mu and Zixi burst into the room, refusing to leave their friend hanging. Sister Yu panicked, screaming for them to run, but brave Zixi wasn't hearing it. She wasn't going to stand there and watch someone hurt Sister Yu. The thug laughed, taking that as a challenge. Nobody leaves this room, he declared, deciding to wipe the whole squad. He lunged without hesitation, but the girl stood her ground, ready to throw hands. But in a split second, Zixi realized his speed was on another level. She couldn't dodge that strike. Boom! Lin Mu flickered into the villain's path, stopping the attack with a single casual motion. The thug's brain short-circuited. He had no idea what just happened. He never expected to hit a brick wall. Our hero looked annoyed that this stranger dared to disrespect the lady, so he shoved him back with a burst of raw power. The impact was brutal. The bandit flew back, coughing up a fountain of blood. Definitely out of the game. Sister Yu stared in total shock, eyes wide. She didn't expect the kid to have that kind of chi pressure. She realized the guy standing in front of her was a monster. He was a top-tier grandmaster, no doubt. But the second bandit, zero fear, just pure, unadulterated rage. Furious that some rookie punk dared to hurt his squad, he barely blinked before launching a barrage of razor-sharp needles. Lin Mu didn't even flinch at the ambush. Sister Yu's heart stopped, convinced the kid was dead meat right there. She screamed about the lethal toxin coating the steel, but our MC looked totally bored by these cheap parlor tricks. In a split second, he flared his chi, manifesting a shimmering, impenetrable barrier around his body. The poison needles slammed into the energy shield, freezing in midair, completely harmless. Sister Yu's jaw hit the floor. How could a kid this young have such insane chi control? But Lin Mu wasn't just defending. He pulled a savage reverse card, deflecting the poison needles straight back at the sender. The thug didn't stand a chance. A gargled scream escaped his lips before his knees gave out and he collapsed. He slammed onto the cold stone floor, his limbs splayed out like a broken rag doll. Venom surged through his veins, turning his face purple. He frantically fumbled for the antidote, but his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Panic set in as his clumsy fingers failed to pop the cork. He was taking way too long. Lin Mu blurred into motion, casually swiping the vial right out of the guy's dying grip. Sister Yu staggered to her feet, looming over her enemy with cold eyes, declaring that trash like him didn't deserve to breathe. She condemned them to hell. The bandit tried to beg, but the poison choked the words in his throat. Life faded from his eyes, his final breath wasted on a ghostly vow to haunt Shu Yu from the grave. Even in death, he was obsessive. Zishi rushed over, frantic to check if her bestie was okay. The innkeeper brushed it off, claiming it was just some minor internal damage that a few days of rest would fix. Lin Mu cut to the chase. Who were these guys? You could see the pain wash over Sister Yu's face. Turns out they were brothers from her husband, Liang Chen's sect. Total snakes who held a massive grudge, because Liang Chen was the chosen one. Since he got the master's true legacy, they ambushed him mid-cultivation, sending his chi into a catastrophic deviation. It nearly killed him. Ishi was fuming, agreeing that those scumbags got exactly what was coming to them. Shu Yu explained that her husband, being too noble for his own good, had actually tried to show them mercy, but they refused to back off. Lin Mu realized these guys had been stalking her, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They struck when she was weak. Tears welled up, as she admitted Liang Chen's chi was getting more volatile every single day. She couldn't keep a lid on it anymore. ZZ gently asked if there was any word on the one person who could help. Had she found Dr. Mu? Sister Yu shook her head dead end. That's when Lin Mu finally dropped the bomb. Stop looking, he said. The old man died over 10 years ago. ZC snapped back, telling him to quit spouting nonsense. She was convinced the doc was just living off the grid. But deep down, Shu Yu had suspected the truth since the radio silence began. Zishi tried to keep the vibes positive, insisting there had to be another way to save Liang Chen. Sister Yu appreciated the hype, but she knew the reality. Only Dr. Mu's divine radiance technique could fix this mess. Lin Mu stood tall, declaring that while the doctor was gone, his legacy wasn't buried with him. Fate had a funny way of working out. He revealed that he was the one who inherited the old master's secret arts. He offered to examine the innkeeper's husband right then and there. He figured he could save the guy. Zishi, however, was giving him the side-eye, warning him not to play games. This was life or death, not stand-up comedy. But Shu Yu made the call. Ignoring her friend's doubts, she bet everything on our hero, begging him to heal Liang Chen. Yeah, Lin Mu looked like a kid, but his skills were undeniable. She decided to trust her gut. She grabbed a vase on her desk and twisted it like a hidden dial. A loud mechanical crack echoed through the room. Suddenly, the floor split open, revealing a stone staircase spiraling into the dark. The crew watched the mechanism in awe. Shu Yu signaled them to follow. Zishi was totally shook. She had no clue. She never knew this dungeon existed. Shu Yu explained she built this safe room specifically for Liang Chen. It was the only place safe enough to hide him. As they hit the bottom step, the air grew cold. She pushed open the heavy blast doors. In the center of the vast empty chamber lay a solitary figure. He was resting on a cold stone slab. Sister Yu whispered that he hadn't opened his eyes since her last desperate attempt to heal him. Lin Mu didn't waste a second, diving straight into the diagnosis, his fingers instantly seeking the patient's pulse. Channeling the radiance, he scanned every inch of Liang Chen's internal network, hunting for the root of the sickness, before releasing his grip with a grim expression. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife as the girls waited for a verdict. Lin Mu let out a heavy breath, dropping the bomb. It was bad, way worse than he anticipated. Honestly, he wasn't sure he could pull this off, but Shiyu wasn't hearing it, begging him to just try, since he was literally her last resort. Finally, he nodded, locking in. Get me a set of silver needles, he commanded. Shiyu blinked, confused. Why the archaic tools? She clearly didn't grasp the level of game he was about to run. Lin Mu broke it down simply. He was about to unleash the legendary divine doctor arts to bring her husband back from the brink. He had never met Liang Chen before, but he was all in. Failure wasn't an option. Then he pivoted to Zixi, tossing a thumb toward the ceiling. You need to head upstairs. Now. She frowned, totally lost on why she was getting sidelined, when she was just standing there minding her business. But Lin Mu kept a straight face. Dropping the reality check, I gotta strip him naked to hit the acupuncture points. You sure you want to stick around for the show? That clicked. Face turning 50 shades of red, Zixi scrambled up the stairs without another word. Meanwhile, Shiyu rushed back with the gear eyes, anxious as she presented the needle set, hoping it met his standards. Lin Mu gave the tools a quick scan, perfect. His eyes lit up. Sister Yu, back up, he ordered, his voice serious. Way back. Don't let anything distract me. But internally, his heart was pounding. This was his debut run with the minor radiance technique. No do-overs. Gathering every ounce of internal power, he let it rip, flooding the room with energy. Instantly, the needles ignited with light levitating midair as he fought to control his breathing. Struggling to keep the chi flow steady, Shiyu's jaw hit the floor. She was watching history in the making, witnessing a technique most people thought was a myth. Glowing silver dancing in the air, there was no doubt now. He was wielding the true minor radiance. Mission accomplished. Drained but victorious, Lin Mu grabbed Zixi, and they headed out. Zixi kept shooting him, glances terrified. He looked like a walking corpse after burning that much chi to fix Sister Yu's husband. He was clearly wrecked, but he waved it off, claiming he was solid. To him, saving a life was worth the burnout. No regrets. Zixi wasn't having it, showering him with thanks for putting his health on the line. Lin Mu opened his mouth to drop a witty reply, but the words died in his throat. In a split second, the vibe shifted from calm to chaotic. Bang, a bullet tore through his chest before the sound even registered. Neither of them saw it coming. Zero reaction time. Lin Mu crumbled to his knees, blood instantly soaking his shirt. He realized too late his enemies knew he was drained. Perfect timing. Zixi stood frozen, shocked by the sheer cowardice of the ambush. Eyes frantically scanning the darkness for the shooter. Her combat instincts kicked in, calculating the trajectory. A sniper. Someone skilled enough to tag Lin Mu from deep range. But revenge had to wait. She needed to stabilize him now or there wouldn't be a later. "We gotta move," she screamed internally, panic rising as she inspected the damage. The bullet had punched through, near the shoulder blade, and exited the chest, missing his heart by a literal millimeter. Zixi summoned every drop of her own power, hands glowing with a warm golden light as she pressed them against the gaping wound. She slammed the brakes on the blood loss by sealing the acupuncture points. "Just hang on," she whispered. They raced against the clock to the ER. Moments later, they screeched into the first city hospital of East Sea City. Medical teams swarmed, rushing Lin Mu straight to the ICU. Monitors beeped frantically as they hooked him up to life support. The surgeons scrambled to prep the operating room, knowing he was bleeding out fast. Zixi watched through the glass tears, streaming, pleading with anyone who would listen to save him. Entered Dr. Zhou Xiyun. Already scrubbed in, she locked eyes with Zixi and promised she'd pull out all the stops to bring him back. 5 grueling hours passed on the table. Complications kept arising, but the team refused to quit. Then the breakthrough. Dr. Zhou watched the monitors stabilize blood pressure, normal heart rhythm steady. A collective sigh of relief swept the room. "We got him," a colleague confirmed. The surgery was a win. High fives went around for Dr. Zhou, but she shook her head, giving the credit to the squad. "Team effort, guys." She dismissed the others to get some rest, insisting she'd take the first watch over the patient. Entering the recovery room, she found our hero's eyes already open. She crossed her arms, scolding him immediately. "You got a death wish or something." The guy claims it was a total fluke, an accident caused because he was completely drained of chi after a high-stakes acupuncture session to save a life, leaving him wide open for an ambush. The doc is shook. She can't believe Lin Mu actually had time to master complex acupuncture arts. Our MC breaks it down. Zixi's friend got hit with chi deviation during cultivation, sending his energy flow into total chaos. Zhou Xian presses for details on the method, and he drops the bomb he used, the legendary celestial star cloud technique from the minor radiance set. She clocks it immediately as god-tier acupuncture. Even she is stunned by his mastery of the small glow. Lin Mu plays it cool, claiming he only pulled it off thanks to some solid coaching from a friend, which is how he speed-ran the learning process. Dr. Zhou tells him to quit the humble act because he's sitting on a skill that could save countless lives, carrying on her mentor's legacy. Meanwhile, the Yan family is spiraling over the news that our MC somehow cheated death again. Yan Lan just got back to the estate, wondering why her father is so ruthless. The patriarch drops the update they just received. Lin Mu was stabilized at the hospital against all odds. He can't wrap his head around how even the Black Throne assassins botched the hit. The aide drops another bombshell. The organization is offering a 90% refund to walk away from the contract entirely. Mr. Yan is baffled. Why are they bailing now? Just because the target is still breathing. The subordinate explains that the Black Throne operates by a strict code. Win or lose, they only take one shot at a target. That sends the old man over the edge. Completely furious that the almighty Yan dynasty is getting humiliated by some random punk kid, Yan Lanchi steps up, announcing he's got a fresh scheme to finally take this boy out. Back at East Sea's First City Hospital, cameras refocus on our recovering protagonist. Visitors are already swarming the desk, trying to track down Lin Mu's room. It's Xing Weilong, and he's stunned to see his bro surrounded by a massive security detail. The bodyguards are beating themselves up over young Master Lin's injury, admitting they got sloppy and missed the sniper threat. He figures it must be Ying Huang Chaoguo who deployed this elite protection squad. We're talking full paramilitary gear here, and the grunts are confused. Who is this patient that the commissioner personally ordered them to secure? The captain isn't having it. Why are they asking questions? Their job is to follow orders, not gossip. The soldiers zip it, falling in line to lock down the perimeter. Xing Weilong is freaking out even more. Seeing literal special forces on site, it's got him sweating. Now fatty. realizes his buddy's network has exploded recently. Turns out Lin Mu's roomies are already on the scene, waiting for him. Xuanrong tells him to hustle so they can finally check on their injured friend. Fatty has to ask why is there a whole SWAT team guarding Brother Lin. She explains that her godfather pulled some strings, sending the absolute best soldiers in the East Sea. The guy is floored. She has access to that kind of firepower and wonders who exactly her family is. Obviously, Xuanrong keeps her lips sealed. That's classified intel. Inside, Zixi hints to our hero about a mystery visitor, and Lin Mu instantly guesses it's Fatty. Xing Weilong bursts in hyped that his friend is alive, swearing he sprinted over the second he got the call. But the girl calls him out. They updated him 3 hours ago, so why did it take him forever to show up? When he lives right around the corner, something definitely went down because he's dodging the question. Zhou Xian steps in to play referee, telling the squad to clear out and let Lin Mu rest since it's late. Xing Weilong is bummed about getting kicked out so fast, but Xuanrong quips that it's his punishment for lagging behind. Our hero appreciates the love, but he's genuinely wiped out and needs some space. Zixi starts physically steering Xing Weilong toward the door to get him out of the way. Finally, he tells Brother Lin to sleep it off so they can hang out tomorrow. Lin Mu nods along, begging them to just leave and kill the lights on their way out. Girls are happy to oblige, exiting and plunging the room into darkness. Finally, our MC can take a breath, without an audience. Truth is, he's been dying for them to leave so he can start self-healing his wounds, radiating raw chi. At that exact second, outside the hospital, eyes were locked on the building. A shadow from the past was watching. He'd already cooked up a fresh scheme to take the target out. This hooded mystery man knew this was his golden ticket to success. Zero chance. Lin Mu dodges the Reaper this time. Inside, the MC started channeling his inner flow deep in meditation. Realizing he needed to speedrun his cultivation, he had to hit absolute defense tier fast to block these stealth attacks. Spidey senses tingled danger incoming. He ducked a split second before impact. Thwack, a throwing knife buried itself in the headboard. Suddenly the air was singing with the sound of flying steel, all aiming straight for Lin Mu. But the guy went full reflex mode, snatching the razor-sharp blades right out of the air. No rest for the wicked. Our hero realized these goons weren't going to let him recover in peace. Voice steady, he commanded the lurker to step into the light. He knew he wasn't alone in that VIP room. The figure by the window finally piped up, impressed that Lin Mu still had moves despite looking like a mummy. Lin Mu clocked him immediately. It hadn't even been that long since their last showdown, but the enemy's power level had spiked. It was that same weird kid from outside the school grounds. Lin Mu scoffed if he wasn't nerfed by injuries, this guy wouldn't stand a chance. But the assassin was here to capitalize on the weakness. With the target damaged, the killer wasn't playing games. He made a dark promise that tonight, Lin Mu was checking out early. Our boy stayed icy, shooting back that nothing is set in stone yet. Still got the speed. He vaulted off the bed knowing it was time to make a play. Brainstorming on the fly, he had a plan. Lin Mu ripped the sheet off the mattress, using it as a makeshift shield against the next blade barrage. The attacker got cocky, taunting him to show more tricks, trying to tilt him. Then he spotted the crimson stain blooming on Lin Mu's shirt. The acrobatics popped his stitches and the wound was bleeding out. The assassin grinned. Blood meant weakness. The target's fading fast. He offered to put him out of his misery. Lin Mu knew he couldn't drag this boss fight out. Time to swallow his pride and call for backup. He let out a massive roar, making sure every guard in the radius heard the intruder alert to come running. 3 Spec Ops agents busted through the door, laser sights locking onto the surprised assassin. The kid sighed heavily, realizing this hit just went from stealth mode to hard mode. The soldiers didn't hesitate, fingers squeezed triggers, unleashing a hail of lead. But the intruder was weaving through bullets like a ghost. The SWAT team adjusted their aim fast. Tracking his movement, the captain screamed to keep the suppression fire going, trying to drop him. But the assassin danced through the gunfire, inching closer to the window exit, desperate to bail. Finally, the pressure forced him to dive behind a couch. The firepower was too intense to just walk out. The captain moved to secure the hero, checking his status. Lin Mu said he was good, but warned them not to sleep on this guy's speed. Suddenly, a shadow leaped from cover, drawing the squad's attention instantly. They lit it up thinking they got him. Turns out they just murdered a cape. Fabric hit the floor empty. The guards fell for the oldest trick in the book. While they stood there confused, the real threat launched from his hiding spot, unleashing a fan of knives at the squad. The SWAT team was caught flat-footed. Too slow to react, steel embedded in their hands. Looked like just tiny nicks. But instantly, their knees buckled. One by one, the soldiers hit the deck, lights out. Potent tranquilizers on the blades. Lin Mu noticed the guy didn't go for the kill shot on the squad. Not a total monster then. The killer clarified he's got principles, he hunts his mark, and leaves innocence out of it. He told Lin Mu to stop struggling, it's game over. Truth is, the hero was fading fast, that open wound draining his stamina with every heavy breath. The assassin saw the opening. Time to end the annoying Lin Mu once and for all. Lin Mu knew his evasion stats were at 0. In that case, he needed a plan B and fast. Running on pure adrenaline, he decided to fight to the bitter end, channeling his chi to patch up his wounds just enough to keep standing. Blades came screaming at him like rain. Relying on instinct, he slapped 2 out of the air, but his luck ran out on the third one. Cold steel buried itself deep in our hero's gut, shifting the entire momentum of the fight. Lin Mu crumpled to the floor, totally helpless, because that hit had drained the last of his HP. Seeing his chance, the assassin started his villain monologue, yapping about how resistance was futile and offering to put Lin Mu out of his misery. A mercy kill, basically. But despite the agony, our protagonist wasn't ready to rage quit. He smirked, hinting that his enemy was popping the champagne way too early. That actually rattled the killer. He couldn't figure out what kind of ace Lin Mu could possibly have up his sleeve in a situation this cooked. Suddenly the assassin's body glitched. He froze up, turning stiff as a statue. He never even saw the attack coming. But somehow his acupuncture points got sealed shut. Meanwhile, Lin Mu scraped together enough strength to get back on his feet, because his desperate gambit had actually paid off, giving him a second wind. Wearing a savage grin, the protagonist confessed he'd pulled the small radiance technique, dumping his last reserves of chi into a single, invisible needle that struck home. It was a bullseye right into the killer's chest, locking down every single meridian in his body. System failure. Right on cue, the SWAT team breached the room, weapons hot, ready to smoke the intruder, but Lin Mu waved them off, because he needed to interrogate the assassin first. But watch out, the killer was already brute-forcing his way through the paralysis, and the seal was cracking. With a roar, he shattered the hold, looking distinctively unimpressed and proving that a simple seal wasn't enough to cage him. The SWAT officer read the room. This guy was a monster. He immediately stepped in front of Lin Mu, acting as a human shield. The assassin did the math. With the cops there, he had 0% chance of taking our hero's life tonight. But he swore on his life that next time it was lights out. He locked eyes with the young hero, vowing vengeance, and yeeted himself straight out the window. Lin Mu didn't even flinch. He decided to let the guy run, ordering the SWAT team to hold their fire. The soldier checked his squad mates and realized they were all still breathing. Thank God. Lin Mu explained they weren't dead, just knocked out cold by some heavy-duty anesthesia, so they needed to get a medic in there, stat. Our boy sighed, admitting his chi was too low level to hold the seal forever. He only hit the outer meridians, which the enemy easily overpowered. After the chaotic mess of the night was finally cleaned up, Lin Mu finally caught some Z's. A few hours later, a nurse rolled in to swap out his bandages, which was definitely not a vibe. Lin Mu winced in pain as the dressing came off, making the poor nurse panic, and she kept apologizing for hurting him. The soldiers who were now guarding the room like hawks thanked her for the assist. Our hero flashed a weak smile, telling the guys to chill. They didn't need to hover. He'd buzz them if things went south. But the guards weren't budging. Their orders were to protect the young master 24/7, so they begged him to just pretend they were invisible. Fast forward 3 days, and some VIP guests pulled up to the hospital. The SWAT team immediately blocked the path, announcing the floor was on lockdown and no randos were allowed. The man didn't say a word, simply flashing his credentials. The second the guards saw the ID, they practically wet themselves. They were not expecting a top-tier big shot to show up here. The VIP spoke up, demanding a private audience with Lin Mu and dismissing the guards. The special ops guys didn't dare argue, so they saluted and marched out. Turns out it was Mr. Lu here to check on Lin Mu, who was finally healing up. The kid was stoked to see a friendly face and asked what brought him by. Mr. Lu laughed, calling him a little troublemaker, since Bebe had just graduated, and the second this kid was left unsupervised, he started a war. Our hero swore he was a model citizen. He didn't start the fire, the assassin did. Then Lin Mu nodded toward the stranger, asking who the +1 was. Mr. Lu introduced him as Old Zhang, who came specifically for Lin Mu because the higher-ups had finally taken notice of his skills. The protagonist was shook, seeing someone like Lu Xiaoyan acting like a subordinate to this guy. That meant Zhang was a serious heavyweight. Mr. Zhang cut to the chase. The organization had massive plans for Lin Mu, and he was there to recruit him for a classified mission. Mr. Lu jumped in, promising to wipe away all the kids' problems if he agreed to join the squad. Then the old man dropped the mic, saying they wouldn't just handle the Yang family. Even if every clan in Huaxia teamed up, they wouldn't be able to touch a hair on Lin Mu's head. Our boy starts connecting the dots. Old Zhang isn't just some random geezer. To drop promises like that, the man's gotta be sitting on absolute power. Cutting the hesitation, he swallows his pride, apologizes for the attitude, and drops the million-dollar question. Who exactly is standing in front of him? Lu Xiaoyan plays gatekeeper, shutting down the ID request, but dropping a massive hint. This meeting didn't just happen. It was orchestrated by the highest powers in all of Huaxia. Then the old man steps in to drop some truth bombs. revealing they belong to the apex predator class, the tiny circle ruling everything from the shadows. But our MC isn't buying it, confused why these titans need him. In his head, he's just a regular dude who knows a few kung fu moves, nothing special. Lu Xiaoyan starts losing his cool, snapping at the guy for the interrogation when he should just be listening to old Zhang. But the big boss waves off the tension, totally unbothered by the skepticism, admitting that any sane person would hesitate before shaking hands with the devil. He breaks it down, painting a picture of a massive tangled web of power, where everything affects everything, yet some chaos remains untouchable. And even with all his influence, he's handcuffed on certain issues. Still, our protagonist struggles to see the logic, wondering why they don't just use the elite masters already inside Bao Long's squad. Then comes the dark twist. Nobody inside is clean. It's a snake pit, and trust is a luxury they can't afford. Wrapping things up, the old man mentions that Lin Mu has a direct line to Xu Yun whenever he's ready. Mr. Liu preps to bounce, telling our hero to sleep on it, but really don't sleep on it. Before exiting, he drops one last perk, a secret kung fu technique, ready for the taking. Grateful for the invite to the big leagues, our MC thanks them and watches old Zhang and Mr. Liu fade out. Zhuo Xian crosses paths with the heavy hitters in the hallway, instantly clocking that they were visiting Lin Mu. She bursts into the room, dying of curiosity, demanding the 411 on the VIP guests who just left. Playing it cool, he brushes it off as just some buddies checking in on his drama, totally downplaying the situation. The doc switches modes, pulling out his lab results, and looking at the data, she realizes his biology is freaking alien compared to normal humans. Lin Mu stiffens hearing his secret might be out, and demands to see the charts. Zhuo Xian is mind-blown, recovering from bullet holes that fast. Should be medically impossible. Then he notices a medical file opened in his name, totally unauthorized, and calls out the privacy breach. She flinches, apologizing for letting her curiosity get the best of her, and promises to keep it professional next time. Suddenly, Zizia comes crashing into the room, panic mode engaged, screaming that she's got catastrophic news. It's the fragrant abode, total chaos has erupted, because Sister Yu and her husband have vanished into thin air. He grabs his girl, telling her to breathe, and run it back from the start. She explains she headed over there this morning, just to visit a friend, but stumbled upon a massive crowd at the entrance. Bad vibes instantly. Pushing through the mob, her gut told her something horrific went down. Finally, she spots Xiaofan shaking like a leaf while someone tries to talk him down. The girl manages to focus, when she sees her boss finally finding the voice to drop the bomb. Intruders raided the fragrant abode, snatching Sister Yu and her husband. Our protagonist, still stuck in a hospital bed, can't believe the nightmare is rebooting this fast. Right then, the ward phone rings, slicing through the tension. Bracing for impact, not knowing what fresh hell awaits, he snatches the receiver. 1 second later, he shouts in pure shock, it's the confirmation he feared. Zhuo Xian connects the dots instantly, it's the kidnappers. Lin Mu gives a grim nod, confirming the caller is using a voice changer to mask their identity. Meanwhile, the scum behind this are chilling in some sketchy abandoned building, plotting their endgame. And surprise, surprise, it's the same hitman who tried to punch Lin Mu's ticket recently. He's even got his boss on site to show off his handiwork. Behind heavy doors, we see Xu Yu and Lian Chen tied up completely defenseless and at their mercy. The merc tells the boss to chill, the hostages are just knocked out cold. But the mysterious mastermind orders the assassin to keep them breathing. He doesn't want collateral damage. He just wants Lin Mu's head on a platter. The young killer swears this time is foolproof. He's going to end the main character for good. The boss, ice cold, makes it clear this is his last strike. The assassin locks in, promising that if he fails, he's taking himself out. Even though he botched the hit on Lin Mu, the big boss actually dug the guy's attitude. Now he was just kicking back, waiting for the good news. This merc wasn't some rookie. He'd been in the assassination game for over 20 years with a spotless record. But Lin Mu had handed him 2 straight losses, and that stung. Tonight he planned to scrub that shame away, using his own blood if he had to. The hitman knew only one of them was walking away from this showdown. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was breaking the news to his squad. The demand was simple, come to the drop point solo. Zhao Yun immediately called it out, total trap. Going in there was suicide. Zishi argued that our boy was still way too banged up from the last fight to be taking risks like this. She practically begged to take his place, desperate to keep him out of the line of fire. The main character just brushed it off, swearing he was back at 100% and ready to handle business. Besides, he was convinced these kidnappers were just a bunch of low-level scrubs, totally beneath him. But the doctor wasn't buying it. The whole thing was going down in the dead of night. Blind spots everywhere. Lin Mu knew the odds were stacked against him, but he had zero leverage. He had to play their game. Saving his friends was the only thing that mattered. ZC still tried to tag along, terrified of the danger lurking in the shadows. But the protagonist shut that down immediately. If the kidnappers sensed even one extra person, it was game over. They'd execute Sister Yu and her husband without hesitation. Zhao Yun tried to pitch a backup plan to support Lin Mu from a distance. The young hero cut him off firmly. No time for strategy sessions, he had to move fast before the hostages ran out of time. The girls realized it was useless. Once the protagonist sets his mind to something, there's no stopping him. He was going solo. He dropped a quick apology to the ladies for his stubborn temper and grabbed the silver needles from Mr. Liu. Flashing a confident grin, Lin Mu told everyone to chill and stop stressing. He promised he'd be back in one piece. Meanwhile, Yao Shanshan was tossing and turning, sensing bad vibes in the air. Her butler noticed she was still up and stepped onto the balcony, gently suggesting she get some shut-eye. It was super late, but she told Uncle Shu to head to bed. Without her, she was way too wired to sleep. Noticing the night air was freezing, he insisted on at least grabbing her a cape so she wouldn't catch a cold. She completely ignored him, her eyes locked on a figure down below. It was Lin Mu, heading straight into the lion's den. She had no clue what he was doing out there. Cut to the drop site. Our hero stood perfectly still in the darkness. He was visualizing his attack, waiting for the enemy to make a move. Suddenly, the assassin stepped out, flanked by his crew. The villain locked eyes with Lin Mu, mocking him for actually showing up solo like a loyal little friend, risking it all for Shu Yu and Lian Chen. Lin Mu was seething inside, but he kept his face stone cold. He demanded they release the hostages since he held up his end of the deal. The assassin told him to relax. He had no beef with the civilians. His only target was Lin Mu. True to his word, he signaled his goons to let them go. The minions walked over to the captives. They administered the antidote to wake them up from their forced slumber. Shu Yu coughed violently as the pungent smell hit her, finally snapping out of her coma. Lian Chen panicked, checking if his wife was okay. The assassin announced they were free to go. He had the prize he really wanted right in front of him. She finally spotted Lin Mu standing there and freaked out, screaming at him to run while he still could. Her husband backed her up, warning that this was a total setup, and there was no way our hero could win this fight. He'd already done enough for them. Why was he just standing there waiting to die? Lin Mu didn't budge. He told the couple to head home. This was personal beef, and it ended tonight. Innocent people didn't need to bleed for him. Shu Yu refused to listen, shaking her head. There was no way they were abandoning him in a death trap. The protagonist stayed icy calm and dropped the hard truth. Staying would just make them a liability. Lian Chen realized the kid was right. They were too weak to actually help. They'd just get in the way. Before dragging his wife away, the man managed a hopeful smile. He promised they'd be waiting at the fragrant abode to celebrate their savior's victory. Lin Mu told them to have the hot tea ready. The assassin laughed, amused by the kid's naivety. Bold words for someone who might not survive the hour. But the protagonist didn't even blink. He told the killer to bring it on. Lin Mu dropped into a combat stance and signaled his enemy to make the first move. The mercenary barked at his squad to fall back. He wanted this kill all to himself. He pointed out the empty streets, emphasizing that with the NPCs gone, they could finally throw hands in a proper duel to the death. Lin Mu played it cool, stalling just long enough to demand a name before the chaos started. But the merc wasn't about small talk. He flashed his blades, sneering that dead men didn't need to know who punched their ticket. Zero hesitation, he unleashed a full barrage of steel before Lin Mu could even twitch. The kid barely registered the blur, his brain short-circuiting at the assassin's insane, unexpected speed. During their last scrap, his injuries had nerfed his chi, leaving him vulnerable. But he definitely wasn't becoming a punching bag today. Lin Mu easily tanked the assault, summoning a sturdy energy shield that pinged the knives away like toys. The assassin froze, shocked by that level of raw power. But then a twisted grin formed. Taking down a cracked fighter like this was exactly the XP boost he needed. Lin Mu remained unbothered, looking at the guy like he was totally delusional. Since the killer was feeling so cocky, our hero decided to dig into his bag of tricks. The masterclass from Mr. Liu contained the perfect counter for this moment. He focused his aura into his palms, triggering the dragon defeat technique. A literal dragon manifested from his chi, roaring toward the merc at full velocity. The assassin had never seen a move like that. He was completely blindsided by Lin Mu's hidden talent. He couldn't tank a hit that heavy, so he scrambled to dodge the energy beast. It was only then that he realized he was facing the legendary 18 dragon palms. At the same time, the protagonist knew better than to slack off, chasing him down to secure the win. The assassin definitely didn't expect a kid to know a grandmaster-level move, but he had a backup plan. He whipped out a syringe, ready to play dirty. Without wasting a second, the merc slammed the booster into his vein, desperate to overpower our hero. He confirmed Lin Mu's suspicion, explaining that this juice would skyrocket his strength for a few minutes, so the kid better start writing his will. Tossing the empty vial aside, the assassin taunted Lin Mu to make the first move. He rose to his full height, muscles twitching, and declared that playtime was over. It was time to witness the true monster he'd been keeping on a leash. Lin Mu shook his head, amazed that this guy would wreck his own body, just to chase a W. The merc admitted he didn't want to go there, but after taking so many losses, he was out of options. His career depended on burying Lin Mu, so he had to go to extremes. Rage flooded the assassin's eyes, and he blurred forward, closing the gap instantly to land a critical hit. Lin Mu saw the shift the opponent was going, full aggro now. He needed a solid strategy to shut this down. Meanwhile, the mercenary unleashed the flower rain technique. The guy was getting faster by the second. Our hero called him out, advising the killer to stop wasting mana on flying daggers because it was pointless. Lin Mu stopped holding back, expanding his dragon shield to perfectly counter the barrage. The sharp steel simply shattered against the energy barrier, rendered completely harmless. The assassin panicked, his ultimate move failed, as the protagonist blocked every single strike. The realization hit him hard. His daggers were useless in this fight. Suddenly, a massive dragon head, with gaping jaws, materialized inches from his face, a complete jump scare. Lin Mu unleashed the spiritual dragon to knock the confused enemy off his feet. The impact was monstrous, yeeting the mercenary several yards away like a rag doll. The protagonist knew the match was finally over. The killer, mouth full of blood, tried to act tough and refuse defeat, but he couldn't even form words through the agony, and Lin Mu told him to just quit. His insides were scrambled eggs and fighting was impossible. The opponent finally accepted the loss, begging our hero to finish the job and end his suffering. The young man offered a deal: he'd spare his life if the killer snitched on the mastermind. The mercenary laughed bitterly. There was no point. His boss didn't do second chances, and he figured Lin Mu wouldn't understand. He didn't need a detective to figure out who put the hit on him. Our MC was already connecting the dots, realizing exactly who was pulling the strings from the shadows. Still, it didn't make sense. Why go to such extreme lengths just to wipe him out? The assassin scoffed, suggesting that the guy was probably sick of living with a target on his back, never knowing a moment of peace. Lin Mu gave his opponent props for keeping it real, and asked if he had any final words. The guy reached into his jacket and requested that, when he takes his last breath, the Flying Dagger Teachings Manual be passed down to his little sister. He dropped the info that she's a student at a university over on the eastern seaboard. Lin Mu's body went rigid. The second he heard his own school's name, a sinking feeling hitting him like a truck. The words got stuck in his throat, especially when he was handed a photo. Plot twist: it was Tang Bei, our hero's own classmate, the same girl who introduced him to the Dragon Protectors. The hitman was equally shook that Lin Mu actually knew his sister personally. That's when it clicked for our protagonist: this guy was from the legendary Tang sect. So he pressed him for answers on why a Tang disciple would stoop to being a mercenary. The kid looked terrified, knowing his clock was ticking way too fast to explain his life story. Lin Mu told him to save his breath and promised to get the legacy to Bei safely. The killer thanked our hero for the assist and warned him to keep his head on a swivel because the waves of hunters wouldn't stop coming. Finally, his energy faded, and he whispered his last words before the light left his eyes. Immediately after, the protagonist decided to call in the pros to clean up the mess. He requested a body extraction, preparing to send the coordinates to wipe the slate clean. 1 hour later, nothing was left but a dark red stain where the assassin stood, and Lin Mu stood there, realizing that the difficulty level of his life just ramped up significantly. Afterward, the guy finally dragged himself back to his crib to recover from the absolute chaos of the last few days. He crossed the threshold and loudly announced his return to the squad. His roommates, sister, Yu and her husband were all huddled in the living room, stressed out of their minds about Lin Mu. Zixi immediately rushed him, demanding to know if he'd handled business. Shu Yu and Liang Chen were looking super guilty, convinced they were the reason he almost got taken out. Lin Mu shut that down immediately, explaining that he was the target all along, so really he should be the one apologizing for the drama. Meanwhile, the husband couldn't help but wonder if their savior had used the same moves to drop the assassin. The protagonist kept it brief. They had a 1v1 duel, and he honestly had zero trouble securing the win. Liang Chen's eyes were literally sparkling with admiration for the guy, who had absolutely solidified his status as a legend in their eyes. Shu Yu realized the danger was over and mentioned they now owed everyone a massive dinner at the fragrant abode as a thank you. Later, the girls walked their guests out, telling them to stay safe on the way home. Song Lunruo instantly clocked that the guy's vibe was incredibly low for some reason and pushed him to spill the tea. Our hero admitted he was shaken by how unpredictable life is, revealing the heavy truth that the killer he just put down was his friend's brother. Zixi, hearing that tragic news, asked how things got this messed up. The young man started piecing it together. It was his own family, pulling the strings behind all these events. The girl was stunned, unable to process such a shocking theory coming from the main character. The protagonist explained he had tried to move past his family's internal drama, but they refused to let him go. So now, mercy was off the table. He was also convinced his relatives were behind his parents' deaths, meaning he had to investigate the entire situation. Suddenly, Lin Mu's phone buzzed, which was super sus. Considering it was the middle of the night, the protagonist frowned slowly, bringing the phone to his ear. his voice guarded, knowing a late-night call is usually bad news. Turns out it was Luo Beiyun, sobbing uncontrollably and begging him to come over. Lin Mu didn't hesitate, rushing straight to the Luo family estate. He rang the doorbell but nobody answered, which only made his anxiety spike. A few minutes later, the girl appeared at the door. Her eyes were puffy from crying and her voice was shaking with raw emotion. As she threw herself into the main character's arms, relieved he actually showed up, the guy tried to de-escalate the situation, telling Luo Beiyun to breathe and suggesting they go inside to talk. It turns out, for the last few days, every time she blinks, she gets flashbacks of being trapped in that car. The protagonist held her gently, keeping his voice steady and calm to reassure her that it was just a freak accident, not some dark conspiracy. But the girl wasn't buying it. She was convinced someone had sabotaged her car on purpose. They were actually trying to end her. The realization hit Lin Mu like a truck. It all made sense now. These scumbags were the same creeps who wouldn't leave her alone last time. Luo Beiyun just shook her head, trembling in total confusion. She had zero clue how things escalated this fast. But our hero wasn't backing down. He looked her dead in the eye and swore he'd be her shield. Seeing that she was just as rattled as he was, the girl begged the MC to crash at her place for the night, because she was way too spooked to be alone. The guy, he was down. It wasn't like he had plans anyway, so he agreed to play bodyguard. They hit the sheets side by side, and Beiyun started opening up about how Lin Mu made her feel totally secure. But our protagonist had other things on his mind. He needed intel, so he grilled her about the rumors. Did the massive Haoyun Corporation really blow up during World War II? Beiyun confirmed it. Back when the war hit Asia, her family shifted gears to manufacturing and selling heavy artillery. To level up, the Corp started swallowing up massive military contractors to spearhead their own weapons dev program, laying the groundwork for the Luo dynasty. After years of R&D, their tech isn't just famous, it's iconic, with some gear becoming absolute essentials for the American military. You could honestly say, the Luo family has their claws deep in America's defense systems. Hearing this, Lin Mu realized these guys weren't just filthy rich, they were military-grade, powerful. It made total sense why the Luo family had a target on their backs the size of Texas. Beiyun admitted that her dad hired top-tier mercs to guard her, but even that wasn't enough. Lin Mu locked eyes with her, his voice steady and ironclad as he swore a blood oath no one touches her while he's breathing. Beiyun knew he was the real deal, a total hero, so she bought every word. Then the vibe shifted. She got all flustered by the sudden intimacy. Suddenly, Lin Mu pulled her in, closing the gap to absolute zero. He smashed his lips against hers in a kiss that came out of nowhere. Her brain short-circuited, focusing only on how soft his lips felt. It gave her flashbacks to when he transferred energy to save her from drowning. And just like that, they spent the night together. Fast forward to morning, sunlight blasting through the windows. Lin Mu was up first, catching a breather while the heiress was still out cold. Even in her dreams, Beiyun was obsessing over him, her body still buzzing from that spicy kiss. Meanwhile, our MC decided to play chef and whip up a killer breakfast. When Beiyun finally woke up, she low-key panicked, finding the bed empty. Then the smell of food hit her, and her appetite instantly kicked into high gear. Lin Mu froze tray in hand, totally caught off guard seeing her awake this early. Beiyun thanked her personal hero, eyeing the scramble and veggies he just plated up. She rushed to the table, but he told her to chill, the food wasn't going anywhere. Between bites, Lin Mu checked in to see if she was heading to HQ today. After downing some water, she confirmed she was on the clock. Being the CEO means she's got a mountain of cases to handle. Lin Mu promised to be her personal escort since his schedule was wide open. She was hyped. After everything that went down, having Lin Mu as backup felt right. Our hero added he's only doing it if she's cool with it. Post-breakfast, he sent her to get glam for work, telling her to holler when she was set. Soon enough, they pulled up to the Haoyu Tower. This place was a fortress. Beiyun invited him up for a tour. He wasn't saying no to that. Staff members bowed low as the boss lady strutted through the lobby, eyes full of respect. Beiyun didn't waste time introducing Lin Mu to her admin, declaring he has a permanent VIP pass to the tower. Obviously, the staff didn't dare argue. They accepted the CEO's orders without a peep. With that settled, she dragged Lin Mu to the glass elevator, dying to flex her corner office. Seconds later, they were hitting the top floor. "We're here," she announced. The AI security system chirped, demanding a retinal scan for entry. The scanner read Mrs. Luo's eye instantly. Green light. Door opens. Even the MC had to admit the office was a sweet setup. Beiyun mentioned that the skyline view is a total stress reliever, so she stands by the window to decompress. But she didn't know that a sniper was camping nearby, crosshairs locked dead on the target. Crosshairs locked on the CEO. All the mercenary needed now was the green light to take the shot, and the mission would be a wrap. A split second later, the confirm order came through, terminate the target immediately. His finger curled around the trigger, squeezing slow and steady. Bang, the rifle roared, spitting out a lethal round, designed to end Luo Beiyun's life before she even knew she was being hunted. But our protagonist, his danger senses, were screaming. He launched himself forward, desperate to save the girl. He yelled out a warning about the sniper trying to snap her out of it. But Luo Biyun just stood there, frozen like a statue, totally clueless. Lin Mu had no choice. He threw his entire weight onto her, tackling her to the floor just as death whizzed past. He grabbed her arm tight, dragging her away from the window before the shooter could line up a second attempt. As they scrambled behind the heavy desk, reality finally hit the girl. Someone was actively trying to delete her from existence. Our hero quickly broke down the sitrep. The enemy was perched on the building right across from them. Lin Mu noticed the guy was packing 50 caliber rounds, heavy ammo that shreds through bulletproof glass like it's paper. He stressed that the office was a total kill box. Right now, telling her to call security immediately to handle the threat. The young man also ordered a sweep of the neighboring building to flush out any suspicious characters lurking there. Luo Biyun didn't waste a second. She whipped out her phone and started barking the main character's orders to her team. He figured the assassin had probably bailed the moment the shot missed, so he could only hope Biyun's guards were competent enough to intercept him. But realizing he couldn't rely on NPCs, he decided to handle this himself, telling the girl to stay put and stay hidden. He knew he wasn't the primary target, so he was safe enough to move. He decided to head for the ground floor solo. The elevator was way too slow for this kind of urgency, so the protagonist practically flew down the shaft to catch the killer in time. He kicked it into high gear. There was no way he was letting this sniper ghost them. In no time, Lin Mu zeroed in on the building, where the shot had come from. After quickly calculating the bullet's trajectory in his head, he was 99% sure the shooter was still close. Lin Mu suddenly pumped the brakes, realizing scaling the fire escape was the stealthier play. It would keep him off the radar, ensuring the mercenary wouldn't have a single second to slip away. Finally, he bumped into a guy in a suit and glasses who was giving off majorly suspicious vibes. Turns out his gut was right. It was the hitman, looking shocked that he'd been tracked down so fast. The merc didn't hesitate, whipping out a piece and firing point blank at Lin Mu. But a second later, the protagonist seemed to glitch out of existence, leaving the killer totally confused. Before the guy could process it, something unseen tore through his leg, a sneak attack he never saw coming. The assassin convulsed a gut-wrenching scream, ripping from his throat as pain like a red-hot poker seared through his limb. Meanwhile, Lin Mu materialized behind the mercenary and folded him with one precise chop to the neck. He immediately noticed the sniper didn't have the long-range rifle on him. He sprinted to the roof, figuring the heavy gear was ditched up there. Bingo! Our hero's hunch was dead on a massive Barrett M8201, was propped up waiting for him. Lin Mu dialed his friend to drop the news that the shooter was in custody and requested a pickup team. It wasn't long before he was back in the office, which was now swarming with security after the near-fatal incident. Luo Biyun had already briefed her squad, telling them Lin Mu was on personal protection detail now. The bodyguards, however, felt sketchy about trusting some random stranger after everything that just went down. The girl was visibly furious that they were disrespecting Lin Mu like this, especially since this wasn't the first time he'd saved her skin. The guards finally admitted they had dropped the ball hard and failed their boss today. Lin Mu didn't just stand there. He suddenly flickered into existence right in front of the girl, like he'd just teleported across the room. The bodyguards didn't even have time to blink before the young man's figure was towering right in front of them. It turned out the main character actually wanted to shield the bodyguards from her anger, believing that everyone is allowed to make a mistake once in a while. The room was shook by Lin Mu's god-tier speed, appearing in front of the miss, before their brains could even register movement. The girl irritably asked what her slack-jawed subordinates were waiting for, and ordered them to go secure the assassin immediately. The bodyguards snapped out of their trance, and quickly scrambled to follow orders. They bowed in perfect sync to Mr. Lin, their voices merging in a chant of total respect, officially handing the young mistress over to his care like a precious gem. The protagonist read the room perfectly, and dismissed the guards to get back to their regular patrol. Once Lin Mu and Luo Biyun were finally alone, she thanked him again for being her guardian angel. He just shrugged it off, telling her not to stress that assassin was never in his league anyway. Inspecting the impact zone, he ran the numbers. A sniper would have a field day aiming through those 3 massive floor-to-ceiling panoramic windows. The CEO tried to spin it, claiming the design was all about aesthetics and natural lighting. Sure, they'd installed bulletproof glass during construction to prevent exactly this kind of nightmare. That's why our protagonist was stumped. 2 layers of reinforced glass should have stopped a 50 caliber round cold. Leaning in closer to the target site, Lin Mu finally spotted the anomaly. Driven by curiosity, the girl closed the distance, and Lin Mu pointed it out immediately. The edges of the hole were impossibly smooth. That wasn't ballistics. That was something else entirely. Luo Biyun caught on too. It looked like the glass had been melted by extreme heat. The MC was racking his brain. To melt through military-grade glass like that, you'd need temperatures straight out of a furnace. That's when she dropped the bomb. Superpowers exist. She eyed Lin Mu, gauging his reaction. He played it cool, feigning ignorance. You mean like in those superhero blockbusters? But Luo Biyun wasn't joking. She was convinced there were individuals walking among us wielding godlike abilities. According to her, it's innate. Most are born with dormant skills that once awakened unleash terrifying power. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. She sounded way too confident, like she'd actually stood face to face with one of them. Bingo. She'd witnessed it firsthand in Europe. Over there, these practitioners label themselves mutants. Fascinating, Lin Mu mused, testing the waters. So do we have these freaks here in Huaxia too? She hesitated. Not confirmed, but the urban legends speak of cultivators channeling qi to achieve superhuman feats. Lin Mu had seen enough. This wasn't a gun. It was a hit job by a superpowered assassin. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Biyun resolved to brief her father on this deadly new variable. Cut to the East Sea City PD. Complete oblivion. No one had a clue. Chaos was brewing. The chief was chilling in his office, humming a happy tune until the phone screamed, shattering the vibe. He scowled, ready to tear into whoever dared disturb his peace, but Commissioner Shen froze the second he picked up. It was Mr. Luo. The chief's attitude did a 180 as he listened to the report about the village incident. A crisis in the West District. He promised an immediate investigation. Mentally, he was thinking, these criminals have a death wish. Attacking the Luo family in broad daylight. That wasn't just a crime. It was a slap in the face to the entire police force. Rage started to boil over. He barked orders to his squad assembly hall. Now, all hands on deck. Back at Haoyu Tower, the storm hadn't hit yet. Everything seemed peaceful. Luo Biyun updated Lin Mu. The cops had been notified. They were swooping in to help the family crack the case. But our MC knew better. Regular cops versus mutants, a slaughter. He volunteered to take point on this one personally. She didn't argue, but worry washed over her face. Just, watch your back. If things go south, bail immediately. Hating to see her stressed, Lin Mu gave his word. He'd play it safe. Still, she wasn't ready to let him walk out the door just yet. She stalled, asking him to linger a bit longer. Then she rushed him, planting a soft, quick peck on his lips. Lin Mu blinked, totally blindsided by the sudden affection. Luo Biyun turned 50 shades of red. Flustered, she stammered that she'd be waiting for him to come back. Lin Mu hit the road, heading straight for the Western Zone Ground Zero, Yemu Village. He scanned the area. Just a run-of-the-mill rural spot. Hard to believe superpowered mutants were using this place as a hideout. Nothing but kids playing and elders idling about. Zero red flags. He kept his head on a swivel, scanning every corner. Finally, his eyes locked onto a structure that didn't quite fit the vibe. Ghost town population, yet the local diner was wide open for business. Suspicious. His gut screamed trap, but curiosity won out. He stepped into the noodle shop to scope it out. Kitchen still open, he asked. The owner flashed welcoming smiles and gestured to an empty table. Wasting no time, Lin Mu ordered the classic Yangchun noodles topped with a fried egg. 2 minutes flat. The bowl landed in front of him, steaming and looking surprisingly gourmet. But a quick inspection revealed the truth. Under the garnish, the noodles were a mess, total amateur hour. His instincts were dead on. This wasn't a restaurant, it was a front. Time to peel back the curtain. He choked down the food and dropped cash on the table. Keep the change, he signaled, but the owner stopped him cold. Hold up, buddy. You forgot your coins. A razor-sharp blade sliced through the air, inches from ending Lin Mu right there. Thwack. The steel buried itself deep into the table as Lin Mu effortlessly sidestepped the death blow. The attacker's eyes went wide. How did this kid move that fast? For Lin Mu, this ambush just confirmed his suspicions. Who sent you? He demanded. But before he got an answer, the woman lunged from his blind spot. She aimed for the kill, but Lin Mu's instincts were god tier. The blade missed his skin by a single breath. She froze, brain lagging. Where'd he go? In a blur, Lin Mu was already standing right behind her. With a casual shove, he launched her. She flew across the room like a rag doll, crashing down hard. Blood pooled instantly. As her vision faded to black, she gasped out one final command to her partner, run. The guy realized way too late this kid was a monster. They were completely outmatched. Lin Mu didn't even break a sweat, coolly noting, I just wanted some noodles, guys. Was the customer service really worth dying for? Turns out the kitchen was crawling with rats. The male owner signaled the rest of the crew to bail. Heavy footsteps thundered from the second floor. The backup squad had heard the commotion. Lin Mu hadn't even sensed the ambush party upstairs yet. That split-second distraction was all the owner needed. He scrambled for the exit, desperate to reach the big boss and report that their cover was blown. But please, Lin Mu's speed is broken. He cut off the escape route instantly, leaving the guy shaking. How? The man couldn't process the teleport-level movement. Meanwhile, Lin Mu didn't wait for an answer. He closed the gap, his fist tearing through the air to deliver a jaw-shattering haymaker. No time to block, no time to blink. The guy's legs turned to jelly, and he crumpled to the floor. Threat neutralized. Lin Mu realized he'd just ripped the lid off the mutant operation in this village. Inspecting the unconscious owner, he spotted a seam, a synthetic mask. While Lin Mu investigated, the rest of the crew was in full panic mode. Their front was gone. The boss was convinced SWAT had finally tracked them down and ordered an immediate evac. They needed to ghost this village now. A goon reported they had vehicles stashed in the warehouse nearby. Escape plan set. They sprinted to the hangar, but something sounded wrong inside. Weird noises echoed out. Boom! A massive explosion blew the doors off the shockwave, tossing the mutants like bowling pins. Chaos reigned. Was it a raid? The boss tried to hold the line, telling everyone to chill. Then the smoke cleared. No SWAT team, just one guy, Lin Mu. The leader scoffed. Just a brat, kill him, he barked. Clueless to the danger, the minions followed, orders blindly, swarming Lin Mu like angry bees. Lin Mu. He just smirked. It was almost cute how hard they tried. He weaved past the first strike effortlessly, sending the attacker face-planting into the dirt. Another warrior rushed in to cover the fail, but Lin Mu stood still as a statue baiting them in. Last second whoosh, Lin Mu leaped high, leaving the mutant swiping at air. Total confusion. The guy froze up. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was getting bored, wondering why these so-called mutants weren't using any actual powers. The fighter realized he needed a new angle. He tried a feint swinging from the flank, but Lin Mu was miles ahead of that telegraphed move. Time to address the audience. He turned to the spectators, deciding to provoke them a bit. Show me what you've really got. As for the two who attacked him, they were already on the ground, twitching in agony. 1 second flat. Now, they were begging Daddy Boss for help. And looking at the carnage, even the leader started sweating bullets. One hit. That's all it took to drop his guy. The boss started sweating, realizing this wasn't just some punk he was looking at a high-tier cultivator. Meanwhile, our main man Lin Mu stood there looking bored, basically daring the whole squad to jump him at once. He could practically smell the terror radiating off them. Since they were frozen stiff, he decided to break the ice violently. Pure chi began swirling around Lin Mu's hands as he charged up his ultimate move. The gang leader. He was shaking in his boots. Witnessing that overwhelming aura, the boss did the math. If they stayed, it wasn't just a loss, it was a total party wipe. Knowing it was do or die, the boss barked at his minions to scramble while he stayed back to buy them a few precious seconds. The goons didn't need to be told twice. They saw the writing on the wall and ditched their leader without a second thought. Lin Mu actually chuckled watching these tough guys scatter like roaches. Even the big boss turned tail, sprinting in the opposite direction, trying to lure Lin Mu away from his crew. But suddenly, a massive spirit dragon manifested out of thin air. In a flash, the spectral beast skewered the leader. Our hero smirked checkmate. He hadn't even broken a sweat. He literally hadn't moved an inch from his spot. The gang boss crumbled to the dirt, drained of strength, and breathed his last. Meanwhile, the mutant grunts were sprinting for their lives, thinking they'd found a blind spot in the defense to slip through. Clueless idiots. They didn't realize Lin Mu's dragon was already on their tail, closing the gap with zero mercy. Finally, sensing the shift in atmospheric pressure, they glanced up and saw doom looming right over their heads. It hit them all at once. They were already caught. There was no escape route, no glitches, just the end. The protagonists' ferocious dragons materialized right in their faces, looking hungry, before the bandits could even scream. The spirit beasts struck, draining every ounce of their life force. Lin Mu finally let out a relaxed sigh. He thought the trash had been taken out. But suddenly Lin Mu spotted a glitch in the Matrix. One mutant had somehow tanked the attack and was still on his feet. Okay, that was actually kind of impressive. Clutching his chest, the last goon wheezed, Who are you? Lin Mu ignored the question, his mind racing. He recognized this power signature and pinned down exactly what this kid was. Meanwhile, the bandit decided to toss the rulebook. Who cares if the organization banned ability usage? He was desperate. He braced himself for round 2. Unfazed, our MC gestured for the guy to bring it on. He wanted a front row seat to see this mutant's quirk in action. The enemy didn't hesitate, gripping his blade with white-knuckle intensity. Lin Mu's eyes scanned him, processing the data. It seemed weak, sure, but the energy flow was weird, totally different from the cultivation chi he was used to. Snapping, the bandit lunged forward, his knife flashing dangerously in the air as he closed the distance. Lin Mu blinked. Okay, the kid had speed. He hadn't expected that burst. But at the same time, the technique was sloppy, basic. The protagonist downloaded his attack pattern instantly. The gangster started realizing he couldn't land a single scratch on this cultivator. Lin Mu was weaving through the strikes like he was dancing. He was just toying with him now, studying how the mutant channeled energy directly through his weapon. The kid slashed again, nothing but air. Then Lin Mu noticed a sudden spike in the enemy's velocity. He wanted to see just how high this kid's stats could go. Deciding to stop playing tag, he caught the next strike with his bare hand to measure the impact force. Just as he suspected, it wasn't just speed. The kid's physical strength was buffing up too. The last gang member grinned, thinking he'd finally cornered the guy since he stopped dodging. The kid froze for a split second, his eyes burning with renewed determination. This was his shot. But Lin Mu noticed the stats had flatlined. The kid's speed had hit its hard cap. He'd reached his limit. The bandit kept swinging wildly, desperate to connect, but Lin Mu sidestepped every hit like it was nothing. All right, show's over. The kid was never going to touch him. He summoned his dragon to drain the last of the kid's life force. The mutant's face twisted in confusion. He really thought he was winning. Looking down at the lifeless body, our hero felt a bit let down. That was anticlimactic. But hey, at least he gathered some solid intel on how these superpowered freaks operate. Suddenly shouting erupted nearby. Lin Mu clocked the arrival of special forces immediately. The cleanup crew was here. He decided to ghost and let them handle the mess. Sirens began wailing from every direction. Troopers were detaining everyone in sight. The whole village was a hot zone now. Moments later, they found the entire gang laid out cold. The scene was a total mess, leaving the authorities scratching their heads. Commissioner Shen rolled up and immediately suspected that a rat had spilled the tea on their operation. But checking the bodies of the hitmen, plot twist, they weren't dead, just knocked out cold. Shen didn't waste a second barking orders for SWAT to zip-tie the whole crew and drag them downtown for a grilling. Meanwhile, our main man wrapped up his side quest and slid back to Luo Biyun. The girl was absolutely glowing, seeing Lin Mo back in one piece. She was stressing, asking if he took any damage fighting those freaks. But Lin Mo, he didn't even use words. He just scooped her up, princess-style smooth as silk, teasing that she should give him a full-body inspection herself. While the lovebirds were vibing, SWAT was hauling the mutant trash into the precinct. They started sweating, the one guy who was awake, trying to crack who the puppet master was. Obviously, this dude wasn't going to spill his org's secrets that easily. One cop lost patience, telling his partner to go fetch a negotiator. Big mistake. The bandit's eyes lit up. One guard left. That was his golden ticket out of there. The officer leaned in, warning him to start singing before the negotiator got nasty. But the mutant had his own script. Snap. He shattered the cuffs like cheap plastic and lunged. Totally blindsided. The officer couldn't even react before the monster was on him. The bandit locked a vice grip on the cop's throat, crushing any scream for help. Lights out. The officer went limp in the killer's arms. The intruder just chuckled at the pathetic resistance. Pure arrogance. Thinking Huaxia's finest were a total joke compared to his power level. In his mind, weakness was a death sentence. Then he started scanning the dead cop's biometrics, so he could craft a perfect face mask to clone the officer's look and walk right out the front door. 2 minutes flat. The bandit swapped gear and morphed his appearance perfectly. The exit was wide open. Nobody was going to clock the switch up. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was cruising through the city when his phone buzzed. Luo Biyun. She was fishing for a dinner date. Lin Mo had to play it cool, saying his schedule was jammed, but promised to link up once he cleared his plate. Biyun was still hyped, craving another one of his legendary meals. But sadly, Lin Mo was ghosting her for a bit, because he had a high-stakes sit-down with Mr. Lu. Our hero pressed the boss on why he was summoned, sensing bad vibes. Lu Shuyan knew the kid was tight with Mrs. Luo, so he dropped a favor on him. Honestly, Lin Mo was clueless about what the old man wanted. The mentor laid it out. He needed a bodyguard for the Luo family. Figuring Lin Mo couldn't refuse, the protagonist was shook by the request. Lu started explaining the geopolitical chess game involving the US, but Lin Mo was already briefed. He cut the fluff. Baolan's squad had a mission to help the Luo dynasty transfer their assets back home. A massive win for Huaxia. But the other side wasn't going to just let that cash flow leave without a fight. That's why Lu Shuyan needed Lin Mo to jet to the States immediately and ensure director Luo Huachuan made it back in one piece. Our hero realized this wasn't just a favor. It was a code red requiring instant deployment. The mentor nodded, telling him the paperwork was done and his ride to the airport was pulling up in 5 minutes. Lin Mo was stunned, zero time to even say goodbye to the squad. Mr. Lu told him to chill, promising to handle the PR with Mrs. Luo and the harem. A few hours later, Lin Mo touched down in New York. He still couldn't process he was in the United States. Plus, the anxiety of his girlfriends roasting him for the Irish exit was real. But spotting the contact in the crowd eased his nerves. Lin Mo grinned and reached out to shake the assistant's hand. It was none other than Wang Qing, Mr. Luo's right-hand man. He waved the kid over, telling him to hop in the whip pronto, so they could chop it up without prying ears. Wang Qing gave big props to our main character for stepping up to guard the boss on his homecoming tour, but he kept the juicy mission details under wraps for now. Lin Mu didn't flinch, swearing on the spot that he'd put his life on the line to keep Mr. Luo breathing. The only intel dropping so far, they were rolling out to the Luo family compound, smack dab in Midtown Manhattan. A quick 30-minute cruise later, they pull up and let me tell you, you could smell the old money from the driveway. This crib was insane. Wang Qing wasted no time introducing our boy to the head butler, who was on escort duty to the VIP quarters. The old-timer showed mad respect, bowing low before welcoming Lin Mu into the inner sanctum. While Lin Mu settled in, Wang Qing went to brief the big boss. But the old man wasn't buying it. He couldn't trust some random college kid. With a security gig this high stakes, Wang Qing had to keep it real. He hadn't run a full background check on our hero yet, but his gut told him this kid was built different. That's when Zhang Qiu, the head honcho from the Bowen group, chimed in. He knew Lu Shuyang vouched for the kid, but talk is cheap. He wanted to see if the boy actually had hands. The plan, ambush the protagonist with a little test first thing in the morning. Wang Qing wasn't vibing with Captain Zhang Qiu's idea though, mostly because he had zero combat skills and felt like this was a recipe for disaster. Zhang Qiu told him to quit clutching his pearls, insisting that, as Mr. Luo's veteran shield, he was the only one qualified to vet the newbie. The assistant was salty about it, but he had to roll with the punches. Fast forward to the A.M. Lin Mu hits the gym for his daily grind, and guess who's waiting? Our hero, totally clueless about the setup, drops a casual sup to Wang Qing. The assistant kept a straight face, claiming he was just there to get his own pump on. But as Lin Mu looked closer, he clocked those gnarly scars mapping the assistant's body. Game recognizes game. This guy had seen some serious action. Wang Qing brushed it off like they were paper cuts. Ignoring the tension, our protagonist pivoted to complimenting the insane gym setup and asked for the grand tour. The older man agreed, but with a catch. Let's spar first. Lin Mu blinked, caught off guard, but his instincts kicked in instantly. He realized Brother Wang was checking his credentials. No time for games, our boy decided to unleash the beast right out of the gate, delivering one surgical strike. Wang Qing stood zero chance, his knees buckled, and he kissed the mat hard. Lin Mu rushed over, hand extended panic mode, engaged. You good bro? He apologized profusely for going nuclear on a sparring match. Grunting in pain, the assistant had to admit the kid was a prodigy, which was mind-blowing. He waved off the concern, claiming he'd be right as rain after a nap. Taking the hint, our protagonist left him to recover and went to explore the mega mansion solo. Left alone, Wang Qing nursed his swollen cheek, stunned. Minutes ago, he wouldn't have bet a dime that a college kid could fold him with a single punch. Enter Zhang Qiu, who strolled in and immediately clocked that his boy had already taken a beating. Wang Qing confessed the kid was a monster. He couldn't even throw a counter before he was staring at the lights. Even the captain was shook. He didn't expect the student to be a straight-up killer. But hey, that meant the boss was safe. Wang Qing was still reeling. He'd never encountered a fighter whose kung fu broke the laws of physics like that. It was god tier. Zhang Qiu filed that intel away, tossing his buddy some ointment for the bruise and mumbling an apology for the beatdown. 30 minutes later, Lin Mu wrapped up his recon of the estate. The place was massive, which made him realize securing a perimeter this big against a hit squad would be a nightmare. Suddenly, the butler appeared. He'd been hunting Lin Mu down everywhere. He told the kid to gear up. It was go time. He needed to escort Mr. Luo, who was about to step out of his office. Oh, and the drip, the butler mentioned a custom suit, waiting in his room. Lin Mu bolted upstairs to get changed. A few ticks later, Mr. Luo got the signal the convoy was locked and loaded. Captain Zhang Qiu gave the green light to roll out, so Mr. Luo headed for the limo. He scanned the area, frowning his main man. Wang Qing was MIA. Where is he? Luo asked. Lin Mu, watching from the sideline, suddenly clicked. This powerful dude was his girl's dad. The security team scrambled to cover up the gym beatdown, lying through their teeth that Wang Qing was under the weather. So Tianfeng was stepping in. Luo Huachan didn't dwell on it, simply nodding to the crew that he was ready to bounce. With Tianfeng subbing in, the boss didn't ask further questions. He gave the command, and the motorcade began to move. Zhang Qiu made the call instantly. The rookie rides shotgun in the VIP vehicle with Mr. Luo. Sliding into the back seat, Lin Mu's gut tightened. That heavy sinking feeling of impending doom just washed over him. Up front, the driver broke the silence. Intel from Huaxia was in, along with the paperwork, but it was stuck in verification limbo. We're talking a wait time of a few months. His voice dropped deadly serious. The next 2 months were the kill zone. Every agency was on red alert. But right then, nobody inside noticed the massive semi-truck barreling toward them at terminal velocity. Zero reaction time. Impact was inevitable. Crash. The truck absolutely obliterated the lead car. Guards scrambled out instantly, weapons drawn, sensing the ambush. They knew the hit squad was close. Right on cue, masked goons with assault rifles leaped from the truck's cargo bay. They were gunning straight for the VIP. Before the guards could even squeeze a trigger, they were dropping like flies, mowed down by a wall of lead. Inside Mr. Luo's car, the driver's earpiece screeched with the update. Lead vehicle down. Protect the Lord, evasive maneuvers now. He barked the warning to Mr. Luo instantly. Incoming. The driver slammed the wheel, spinning the car around to race back to the estate. The deputy screamed for everyone to brace. A massive garbage truck was charging them like a rhino. Even our MC was caught off guard. An ambush on their very first run. He realized instantly this wasn't just a hit, it was a massacre in the making. The driver's eyes went wide. No space, no time. That steel grille was filling the windshield. It was do or die. He stomped the brake pedal through the floorboard. Tires screeched smoking as they barely missed the collision. But then trap sprung. A gasoline tanker blocked the rear. Nowhere to run. Lin Mu's eyes scanned the perimeter bandits everywhere. It was go time. He turned to Mr. Luo. Bail out. The car's a coffin. Luo nodded, scrambling to follow the order. Click, click. Nothing. The seatbelt was jammed tight. Sabotage. Panic started to flood Luo Huachen's face. He was a sitting duck, but our hero, ice cold. He channeled his chi instantly. One clean motion severed the belt, freeing the boss. Lin Mu grabbed his shoulders, staring him dead in the eye. Stay close or you die. He hauled Mr. Luo up and signaled Tianfeng to cover their six. They needed backup. Suddenly, Lin Mu caught a shadow above Freeze. Back away from the vehicle. The ambushers weren't playing. Heavy construction beams rained down from the sky. Crash. The car was crushed, escape route severed. Dust settled, giving them a split second to breathe. Luo Huachen looked crushed. All that prep, all that security, and they still walked right into a death trap. He started to thank Lin Mu, but the hero's instincts screamed danger. No time for pleasantries. He shoved Luo Huachen hard just as bullets chewed up the pavement where he stood, snatching the boss's arm. He sprinted, weaving through the hail of gunfire. Luo was totally dazed, mind unable to process. The absolute hellscape erupting around him. High above, 3 snipers perched on a rooftop ledge, raining lead down on them relentlessly. But then the shooters paused. Someone was missing from the target group. Tianfeng had vanished. He trusted Lin Mu with the VIP, so he could take out the trash upstairs. He'd signaled Lin Mu, "You keep the boss alive, I'll handle the snipers." The bodyguard moved like a ghost, catching them completely off guard. Down below the ground, team realized they missed and switched to plan B, since the VIP slipped the net. But on the roof, Tianfeng smirked behind the snipers, looking for someone. They froze. They never expected a counterattack. And Tianfeng, he wasn't just a guard, he was a weapon. Bare hands against guns, no problem. He snapped the first guy's weapon away instantly. The other thugs finally turned, just in time to see their buddy drop. Meanwhile, Captain Zhang Chu drifted onto the scene, racing to back up Lin Mu. Sector clear on my end. The other squad wiped out their attackers. We need to extract Mr. Luo now. But the boss hesitated, looking back for the captain. Move, get to the manor, Zhang Qiu shouted. But the second they stepped out, from cover, Lin Mu clocked it. They were spotted. The bad guys rolled out the big guns, literally. A heavy machine gun spun up, shredding the silver sedan they were using as a shield. Even Lin Mu's chill facade cracked. He frowned. Heavy artillery, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Jiang Chu reads the room instantly and barks an order. Our hero and Mr. Luo need to bounce right now. He's pulling aggro, turning himself into the ultimate decoy while the goons lock on. The bandits shout the command, open fire. Automatic fire rips through the silence. Non-stop lead echoes off the alley walls like a death metal drum solo. Jiang Chu calculates the odds in a split second. The firepower is deadly sure, but the bullet velocity he's seen faster. Time to kick it into overdrive. If he wants to clear the board, he needs to move faster than they can blink. Meanwhile, our main man sticks to the script, hustling Mr. Luo out of the kill zone while the chaos erupts. Lin Mu catches a glimpse of the captain's movement. The speed is glitchy fast. He realizes this guy isn't just a soldier. He is absolutely cracked. Zhang Chu is weaving through the bullet rain like it's nothing. Doesn't matter how much lead they pump out. He power slides behind a sedan just as the crosshairs lock on. The bandits swivel their muzzles. Target acquired behind the vehicle. They turn that car into Swiss cheese. Rounds punch through metal until they tag the one thing you don't want to hit, the fuel tank. Boom. A massive fireball engulfs the street, tossing other vehicles like toys. The bad guys start high-fiving. They figure Jiang Chu is toast. Smoked out behind the wreckage. Game over right. Bossman isn't celebrating. He needs the target alive and he has a sinking feeling it wasn't that easy. And he's right. Amidst the smoke, the captain is untouched. He ghosts over to the truck and disarms them before they can process the visuals. It's a blur. No one can react to Jiang Chu's jump scare. The first bandit gets launched into the stratosphere by a precision strike. Dude hits the pavement out cold. His squad is frozen brains, struggling to compute the lag. They're shaking. They just saw this guy explode. How is he standing there? It defies physics. Jiang Chu actually chuckles, trying to take him out with basic explosives, insulting. He lets them know they messed up. Time for a live demo of real power. He moves with god-tier agility, 0 reaction time allowed for the opposition. Bodies start dropping left and right. The gang leader watches his crew get wrecked from the sidelines. He is not vibing with this. 2 minutes in and his squad is getting absolutely folded by Luo's people. Time for plan B. He grabs his phone to make a call. Regular goons can't handle the Luo family guards. He needs the heavy hitters. He's calling in the mutant squad. Cut to the next day. Lin Mu is decompressing after the chaos, unaware he's being stalked from a distance. Some random dude is hyping himself up, preparing to slide into the protagonist's DMs in real life. Lin Mu is horizontal on the grass, soaking up those New York rays. The stranger finally makes his move. Name's Liu Yuan. He says he's been hunting for Lin Mu everywhere. Our hero, completely unbothered. He's just confused. Then the kid drops the bomb he heard Lin Mu is a kung fu wizard, so naturally he wants to learn some moves, asking for a masterclass right there on the lawn. Lin Mu is baffled. How do you even know that? Turns out the kid's uncle spilled the tea. The uncle made it home alive thanks to Lin Mu's protection. Liu Yuan bows deep, full respect, begging to be his disciple. Lin Mu's face is a meme of pure confusion. He did not sign up to start a dojo today. The kid keeps pleading, but suddenly the conversation gets crashed. Jiang Chu and the assistant roll up. They call the kid out. Didn't you beg Wang Qing to teach you like 2 days ago? Busted. The kid panics, asking them not to be mad. He's just desperate for a sensei. Anyone will do at this point. Wang Qing isn't salty about it. Why? Because he's literally taking lessons from the protagonist too. It's a circle of life thing. Jiang Chu pivots to yesterday's madness. He praises Lin Mu's reflexes. High-key impressed with how he handled the heat during the attack. Our hero takes the compliment but stays humble. He credits Brother Tian and Wang for getting Mr. Luo out alive. The captain tells him to stop downplaying it. He didn't see the whole fight, but he knows. Lin Mu is built different. Suddenly, a new player enters the chat. He's shocked to hear Jiang Chu glazing this young kid. It's Brother Tian's backup. The team didn't expect HQ to send help, but they're definitely not complaining about the extra muscle. The security detail from Baolun's squad clocked the threat immediately. The Luo family was walking into a death trap, so they deployed him to the scene as soon as possible. Wang Xin didn't even sweat it. He knew Mr. Luo's safe return was practically guaranteed since Jiang Shu and Ding Han were on the roster the two strongest fighters in the entire organization. The captain finally let out a breath. With his old war buddy watching his six, the anxiety vanished. But Ding Han killed the vibe instantly. Don't pop the champagne yet, he warned. Fresh intel had just dropped from the top brass that the Americans were escalating. They were deploying a squad of mutants, a literal freak show. As soon as that news hit, the whole crew swarmed the main hall of Luo Manor for an emergency summit. Everyone knew exactly what was up. Yesterday's ambush was just a love tap from the U.S. side, a warning shot. The mood in the room shifted to panic. Maybe they should scrap the plan to go home. One of the key women backed that fear. She argued that their empire only stood tall because 3 generations had ground their bones to dust here. And now they were expected to just pack up and rush the business to Huaxia Luo. Hua Chen cut her off, slamming the table. He was doing this to save Hao Yu, corporation from extinction. You think we're safe, he challenged. Stay here and everything this family built over the years gets eaten alive by the local sharks. The owner knew the score. The only winning move was a tactical retreat to their native country to break the American stranglehold on their growth. But his assistants, they were blinded by the short-term bag, thinking the American offer was too juicy to pass up. They figured cash was cash, but they were missing the point. Moving back to Huaxia put a target on their backs. They were dancing on a razor's edge. The Americans had already unleashed the shadow corporations. The invisible hand was closing into a fist. The rest of the board was in denial, insisting they were just making a business move and that the government wouldn't get its hands dirty. Delusional. Luo Huachen finally snapped. Silence, he commanded. The flight plan was set, the gears were turning, and nobody was touching the brakes. He laid down the law. Anyone riding with him to Huaxia kept their seat at the high table of the Luo dynasty. But for the defectors staying behind, they had 2 choices: cash out their shares at double the market rate, or take their branch independent, and good luck to them. The room exploded. They hated it. You're playing dictator with the whole family's future, someone shouted. It felt rigged. Just as the tension peaked, Luo Huachen's son Qifeng kicked the doors open. He was carrying a stack of files, the ammo his father needed. Huachen smirked, thanking his son, and slapped the files onto the table. Let's talk about the real issue. The kid had receipts on every single graft these greedy relatives had pulled over the years. The deal changed: take the buyout and walk or go to prison. Folders slid across the table, each one detailing their specific crimes. The outrage died instantly, replaced by a terrified silence. Not a single co-owner could figure out how he got this intel, but they knew one thing: it was checkmate. They were in no position to argue. Then the finger-pointing started. They turned on each other, realizing the second brother had the nerve to leak their blueprints. Straight to the feds. The guy stammered, looking for an excuse, finally whispering, "I had no choice." And that wasn't even the worst part. It turned out he was the reason they tanked the high-speed rail bid last year. The room went sub-zero. Pure shock. They couldn't believe one of their own would stab the company in the back like that. Another brother leaped out of his chair, veins popping, screaming that nobody had the right to judge because everyone in that room had skeletons in their closet. The woman scanned her file, face pale. "I'm out," she whispered. "I'm selling my shares. My lawyers will send the papers by morning." Her allies looked at her like she was crazy. Why fold now? When they owned New York, she shook her head. I can't carry this weight anymore. It's too much. I'm taking the money and vanishing to Australia. Another brother dug his heels in. Well, I'm not going back to Huaxia. My life is here. In the end, only the assistant stepped up. I'm with you, boss. Ride or die. That was the loyalty he needed. Lord Luo nodded at the fourth brother. Appreciate you. When the room finally cleared, the father looked at his son, the weight of the world on his shoulders. You see that, the Luo family, just shattered right in front of us. He looked tired, questioning if he pushed too hard, but he knew the truth. He couldn't stand by and watch generations of blood, sweat, and tears get flushed down the drain. Qifeng stepped up. Don't second guess it, Dad. Going home to Huaxia. It's the only winning move. By the time the heart-to-heart ended, it was pitch black outside. Enter Lin Mu with the field report security had cracked the ID of the attackers. It's the New York Mafia, he confirmed. Wang Xin didn't even blink. He tossed the rookie a set of car keys and a black card. Gas it up. Swipe whatever you need. The assistant laid out the mission. We're headhunting the mob boss. Since you're the new bloodstick, to recon. The rookie smirked, clutching the keys. Relax. I got this. Lin Mo wastes zero time revving the engine of his fresh ride and peeling out of the parking lot. Mission start. Riding shotgun on the passenger seat is a dossier packed with intel on the New York underworld kingpin Higgins. Looks like the target is celebrating his 45th birthday today. Now that's an opportunity too good to miss. First things first, he pulls into a quiet, shadowy lot near a bank establishment to fuel up his wallet. Our main character slides his card in and drains a couple $1,000s in cold, hard cash. Figuring that stash should cover the night's bill, Lin Mo steers straight into the neon glow of the Red Lantern District. It's the city's underbelly crawling with shady characters. Immediately, a swarm of ladies surrounds the car, pitching their company. He scans the crowd with a predator's eye, ignoring the noise to pinpoint the most stunning stunner of the bunch. She makes the first move and our guy plays along. Lin Mo flashes a thick stack of $100 bills. That's some serious cheddar. He drops the question, where's the sickest nightclub in town? With that kind of tip, the girl is more than happy to play tour guide. She swears it'll be a night to remember, calling him cute and hyping up the venue like it's paradise. She tries to order drinks and get cozy, but our guy is stone cold. He ignores the flirting completely. His eyes are scanning the room. He's not here to party. He's hunting a mob boss. Bingo. Behind the glass, Lin Mo spots a VIP area swarming with heavy security. What's the deal with that room, he asks. Curiosity piqued, the beauty spills the tea. It's the Manhattan Mafia's private club. Turns out this crew owns every slice of fun in the county. Lin Mo puts on his best acting face, pretending he's just a clueless tourist who's only seen mobsters on Netflix. He acts super impressed. The girl laughs, calling him adorable for being so naive. But bad news, she can't get him inside the VIP zone. Our protagonist doesn't blink. He just hands over another fat stack of cash. Show me the way and it's all yours. He's buying access, not affection. Inside the VIP room, the mob boss is partying hard, totally clueless that he's being watched. Lin Mo notes the high-end vibes. His guide warns him again. This turf is strictly for made men. Regular folks don't get past the velvet rope. But she's got a better idea. She drags him outside to flex an even crazier spot, the opulent mansion owned by Higgins himself. Rumor has it, this luxury pad is basically a harem where the bandit keeps his rotation of mistresses. It's the dream spot for gold diggers. Lin Mo keeps up the innocent act, feigning interest in the gangster lifestyle. So, what's the big boss up to right now? He asks casually. Probably inside with his girls, she replies. A smirk creeps onto our MC's face. Jackpot. All that cash and acting just paid off big time. Intel secured. The girl, thinking she's scored, suggests they head somewhere private to rest. They cab it to the Royal Crown of Manhattan. Lin Mo is in a rush, practically sprinting into the room, carrying her bridal style. But hold up, Lin Mo isn't actually trying to sleep with her. Chop, he knocks her out cold, gently of course, tucks her in, thanks her for the info, and vanishes. He ghosts back to Higgins' mansion. The boss has no clue the Reaper is on his doorstep. Inside, Higgins is chilling with a mistress who's salty he hasn't visited in ages. The mobster snaps, ranting about how much time he wasted plotting a failed ambush. Luo Huachan slipped through his fingers. The girl tries to calm him down, reminding him the Luo family isn't a joke. Taking them down is a grind. You can't rush that kind of war. Higgins claims he's already cooking up a new scheme. The mistress is shaking in her boots. Messing with that family is a death wish. But Higgins is cocky. He says the government backed him, promising the Luo's Manhattan real estate. If he pulls off the mission, he's rich. The girl isn't buying it. Sounds too good to be true. The Americans are offering way too much, but the boss isn't sweating the details. Why? Because the government called in a squad of mutants. They just need to team up and execute. The girl thinks it's an unnecessary risk since they're already raking in cash, but the man starts breaking it down. Higgins knew the mob life had an expiration date, but if they snag these companies, they could wash their dirty money and go completely legit. His girl actually believed he was doing this whole cleanup act just for her. He sealed the deal with a kiss, swearing this was the turning point. But hold up, our main character was already inside the mansion, slow clapping from the shadows. Lin Mu was thrilled he'd crashed the party exactly when the cheesy mafia romance was peaking. And honestly, the trip was totally worth the admission price. The protagonist expected this high-roller estate to be a fortress, but he waltzed in like he owned the place. Higgins snapped his head around, demanding a name. But the intruder didn't bother answering names are for people who survive. All that mattered was that the mob's retirement plan was officially canceled. The boss didn't wait for a punchline. He went straight for his piece to silence the kid. The gang leader wasn't about to let some punk threaten his empire. Bang! The room shook with the deafening gunshot, the bullet tearing toward Lin Mu. But when the smoke cleared, Higgins had only murdered a vase, and the target was gone. The protagonist was already laughing from a new spot, mocking how ruthless the boss tried to be. The bandit froze, unable to process the glitch in reality, because he was 100% sure he had that shot lined up perfectly. Lin Mu smirked, admitting the mobster's aim wasn't trash, but he was just faster. Higgins assumed the kid was bluffing and frantically started reloading to make sure the next one put him down for good. He refused to believe there was a human being he couldn't kill. In a split second, Lin Mu bridged the gap, clamping his hand firmly over the weapon. The discharge blew a hole in the ceiling, and our hero teased that shooting the roof definitely wouldn't get the job done. Pure panic set in for the boss. He couldn't predict a single move this kid was making. Lin Mu didn't waste breath on speeches and buried a fist into the guy's stomach, demonstrating exactly how a beatdown works. Since the guy clearly needed a practical lesson, Higgins couldn't stand. His legs gave out and he collapsed onto the couch. Gasping through the pain, he screamed at his lover to run, and the protagonist raised an eyebrow. Surprised the scumbag actually cared about his mistress in a moment like this. The girl's heart hammered against her ribs, realizing her man was completely outmatched and wasn't making it out of this alone. So he desperately needed backup. Adrenaline took over, and she decided to handle Higgins' enemy herself, lunging at Lin Mu with a blade. The protagonist sighed at the messy turn of events because up until now, he had zero intention of taking the girl out. Suddenly, a sharp, unnatural pain spiked in her chest, leaving her confused. She crumpled to the floor instantly, causing Higgins to let out a gut-wrenching scream. Gritting his teeth, the broken boss lifted his head, wheezing out a demand for answers from Lin Mu one last time. Unable to wrap his brain around how a normal kid could pull off god-tier moves, the lad threw the bandit's own words back at him, mentioning something about luck and adversity, then laughed that Higgins' luck had clearly run dry. The protagonist informed him that the bill for his life choices had finally come due. The man snarled back, sure, that the gunshots had alerted the guards, meaning his army would swarm in and flatten Lin Mu if he dared touch the leader. The young man called him cute for being so naive. Breaking in was a breeze, so walking out would be a cakewalk. Enough talk. Lin Mu focused lethal energy into a single fingertip. He only needed one precise strike to delete one of the Luo family's biggest enemies from existence. The security team finally burst into the room, drawn by the noise and the bad vibes. They saw the boss and his lady sitting on the sofa, looking totally chill, and ignoring the guards completely, which was super suspicious. Eventually, the goons realized Higgins was stone cold dead, and struggled to process the shocking reality. They immediately screamed code red into their radios, begging for backup at the mansion. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was surprised at how smooth the operation went, clearing such a major obstacle without breaking a sweat. But regarding that squad of mutants, the guy still had a bad feeling they wouldn't be such pushovers. Just then, the protagonist picked up on a commotion nearby. He instantly recognized a familiar, arrogant voice cutting through the noise, and realized it was Du Xiao Yue getting harassed by some creeps. One of the thugs explained that their young master was inviting her to party, implying she didn't have a choice. The lady gave a sarcastic thanks but told them to get lost because she had a million better things to do. She tried to make a break for it, needing to get home as soon as possible. But the creeps shadowed her, insisting on giving her a personal escort. The lackeys were total yes men, nodding along, and ready to do whatever their boss wanted. Xiao Yu snapped, pointing out she had legs and trying to shake them off. Pretty Boy just chuckled darkly. She had it all twisted, he wasn't planning on taking her to her place. Panic set in as she asked what the hell he meant, realizing the situation was spiraling fast. The goons started making gross cracks about how soft the young master's sheets were. That was it, Xiao Yu screamed, kidnapping for the whole street to hear. Enter our main character. The bullies froze, totally caught off guard. They weren't used to anyone having the guts to stand up to them. The guy kept his voice low but deadly, demanding security release the girl. Now. Xiao Yu's jaw hit the floor when she saw Lin Mu. What was he doing in the States? He just gave a dry smirk. Been a while, hasn't it, ex-fiancé? The guards weren't backing down that easy, telling our hero to get lost and stay in his lane. Lin Mu gave them one last chance to walk away. The young master just laughed in his face. Dude was acting like the villain in a bad movie, and Lin Mu's patience officially hit zero. Time for a hands-on lesson. Lin Mu stepped in to teach these punks some manners. Priority 1, save the girl. One swift move and the bodyguard hit the deck, screaming in agony. The arrogant rich kid blinked. He didn't think his elite muscle would fold like laundry. Seizing the opening, Lin Mu snagged Xiaoyu's wrist and dragged her away from the trash. But Pretty Boy wasn't letting his ego bruise that easily. He barked at them to freeze. In his mind, nobody hurts his crew and just walks away tangent-free. Lin Mu stopped. He dropped a heavy hand on the guy's shoulder, squeezing. You sure about that? He leaned in close with some life advice. Get the hell out of my face, or you'll end up looking worse than your buddy on the pavement. The threat hit home instantly. The young lord froze, letting the conflict die down. But inside, he was fuming that Xiaoyu slipped through his fingers. His minions asked for orders. The boss's eyes went cold. Teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. A guard pulled a silence piece from his jacket, thinking he had the upper hand. Big mistake. He leveled the gun, aiming to blow out Lin Mu's leg as a starter. Pop. The suppressed shot was barely a whisper over the city noise, but our MC was light years ahead. In a blink, he just evaporated. The shooter stood there dumbfounded. How does a human just glitch out of existence? A split second later, reality hit. Lin Mu was right in his face, hand clamped around the guy's throat like a vice. Game over. And now, the main character was legitimately ticked off. Back shooters are the lowest of the low. You can't hit what you can't see, Lin Mu hissed. The bodyguard started whimpering for mercy. Too little, too late. You don't try to shoot Lin Mu and expect a slap on the wrist. Lin Mu tossed him like a ragdoll. The guy flew several meters back, and crunch. He slammed into a parked sedan, leaving a massive crater in the door. The young lord looked like he'd seen a ghost. Those were his best fighters. Lin Mu shot him a final death stare. Stay away. From her. From me. Class dismissed. He turned and walked off with Xiaoyu. They hopped into the car. Where are you staying? Lin Mu asked, playing the chauffeur. She pointed at her phone map. 3 blocks over. Our hero sighed, telling her to upgrade her survival instincts. Watch who you hang out with. Xiaoyu nodded, whispering a quiet, thank you for the save. Finally, she asked the big question. So what's Lin Mu doing in New York? Helping a buddy out with some drama, he shrugged. Xiaoyu stared at him. You've changed. It's like you're a totally different guy. For a second, she didn't even recognize him. Lin Mu looked away. I almost died once. Decided to stop sweating the small stuff and actually live. Xiaoyu couldn't argue with that logic, sending him off with nothing but good vibes for his fresh start. But cut to the next morning at the Luo estate. The whole place was buzzing with the massive news. Word from Manhattan was insane. Jiangshu was struggling to wrap his head around it. Someone actually took out Higgins last night, right inside his own fortress no less. The assistant was shook. The mob boss, who dared to touch Mr. Luo, was officially history. Ding Han verified the intel. Higgins' place was locked down tight, which begged the burning question, who the hell pulled off this hit? But honestly, the captain didn't care about the who. All that mattered was that a major headache had just been permanently cured. The bodyguard grilled Wang Qing about Lin Mu's whereabouts during the chaos. Wang Qing admitted he'd sent the guy on a solo recon mission to gauge the mafia's strength. That's when it clicked for Jiangshu. The rookie wasn't just doing recon, he might be the Grim Reaper behind the headline. The assistant couldn't process it. Infiltrating a mob boss's home turf and taking him out, that's suicide even for an elite fighter. Ding Han wasn't buying the silence. Enough guessing games, it was time to confront the source face to face. Meanwhile, our boy Lin Mu was just vibing on the lawn, totally oblivious that his squad had already connected the dots. The captain knew exactly where to find him. As for Lin Mu, he knew news this big travels faster than light. Jiangshu rolled up with a few burning questions. Lin Mu cool as a cucumber, ready to spill or not. He cut straight to the chase. Did Lin Mu have a hand in the Higgins hit last night? Lin Mu played it coy, dodging the full story. He just shrugged, claiming he took a little stroll around the area, like it was a boring field trip. But Ding Han wasn't having it. He warned Lin Mu about going rogue. One wrong move could blow the whole operation. The captain stepped in, telling Ding Han to chill out innocent until proven guilty right. But the bodyguard wasn't as lenient as Jiangshu. He laid down the law. Anyone in Bao Lun's crew follows orders. Period. Lin Mu operates on his own frequency, though. He shot back, warning Ding Han to watch his tone, because intimidation doesn't work on him. Wang Qing panicked, seeing the rookie mouth off to a superior demanding some respect. Ding Han was blindsided by the audacity. That cocky attitude just confirmed it. This kid was definitely the one who zeroed Higgins. Lin Mu realized the jig was up. No point playing dumb when the squad had already figured him out. He dropped the bomb. Yeah, he iced the mafia boss. Wang Qing was floored. He couldn't believe this kid pulled off a hit that massive. Now Ding Han wanted proof. If the kid refuses to follow orders, he better have the skills to back up that ego. Lin Mu didn't flinch. Challenge accepted. He was itching to test the real power of Bao Lun's elite anyway. Jiangshu tried to referee. If these two tore each other apart, who's left to guard Mr. Luo? Lin Mu waved it off. It's just a little light sparring. No bodies, just bruises. The bodyguard agreed. Don't worry, he just wanted to humble the arrogant rookie a bit. Wang Qing threw out a warning. Brother Ding is a beast. Messing with him is a bad idea. Lin Mu smirked, telling the assistant to relax. He knows exactly where the line is. That confidence shocked Wang Qing. He realized Lin Mu wasn't even taking this threat seriously. They squared up, giving each other space. Ding Han taunted him. Come at me. Don't bore me. Wang Qing was helpless. The kid clearly had zero interest in listening to warnings. The captain, he wasn't sweating it. He knew Lin Mu was anything but a pushover. Plus front row seats to a skill showcase. Perfect. The assistant nervously signaled it's starting. Jiang Shu told Wang Qing to keep his eyes peeled. This wasn't going to be your average brawl. Lin Mu locked in. His opponent was already closing the distance fast. Anticipation spiked, and bam, fist met fist in the first explosive clash. Ding Han disengaged instantly, resetting his stance for the next strike. He launched another assault, but Lin Mu was a ghost, sidestepping with ease despite the guard's insane speed. The bodyguard was stunned. The kid wasn't just fast, he was a blur. He couldn't even track the movement. Jiangsu watched grinning. He called it. He knew this kid was a monster from day one. Wang Qing was baffled. How did Jiangshu read the kid's power level so accurately? The captain kept his eyes on the fight. Just watch, he said. You have to look closer to see the truth.